A Betrayal in Winter by Daniel Abraham. Prologue.
"There's a problem at the mines,"
his wife said.
"One of your treadmill pumps."
Beitra Machi, the eldest son of the Kai Machi, and a man of 45 summers, groaned and opened his eyes. The sun, new risen, set the paper-thin stone of the bedchamber windows glowing. Hiami sat beside him.
"I've had the boy set out a good thick robe and your seal boots,"
she said, carrying on her thought,
"and sent him for tea and bread."
Beitra sat up, pulling the blankets off and rising naked with a grunt. 100 things came to his half-sleeping mind.
"It's a pump. The engineers can fix it." Or, "Bread and tea? Am I a prisoner?" Or, "Take that robe off, love. Let's have the mines care for themselves for a morning."
But he said what he always did, what he knew she expected of him.
"No time. I'll eat once I'm there."
"Take care," she said. "I don't want to hear that one of your brothers has finally killed you."
"When the time comes, I don't think they'll come after me with a treadmill pump."
Still, he made a point to kiss her before he walked to his dressing-chamber, allowed the servants to array him in a robe of gray and violet, stepped into the sealskin boots, and went out to meet the bearer of the bad tidings.
"It's the Daikani mine, Most High,"
the man said, taking a pose of apology formal enough for a temple.
"It failed in the night. They say the lower passages are already half a man high with water."
Beitra cursed, but took a pose of thanks all the same. Together they walked through the wide main hall of the second palace. The caves shouldn't have been filling so quickly, even with the failed pump. Something else had gone wrong. He tried to picture the shape of the Daikani mines, but the excavations in the mountains and plains around Machi were numbered in the dozens, and the details blurred. Perhaps 4 ventilation shafts, perhaps 6. He would have to go and see. His private guard stood ready, bent in poses of obeisance, as he came out into the street. 10 men in ceremonial mail that for all its glitter would turn a knife. Ceremonial swords and daggers honed sharp enough to shave with. Each of his 2 brothers had a similar company, with a similar purpose, and the time would come, he supposed, that it would descend to that. But not today. Not yet. He had a pump to fix. He stepped into the waiting chair, and 4 porters came out. As they lifted him to their shoulders, he called out to the messenger. "Follow close," he said, his hands flowing into a pose of command with the ease of long practice.
"I want to hear everything you know before we get there."
They moved quickly through the grounds of the palaces, the famed towers rising above them like forest trees above rabbits, and into the black cobbled streets of Machi. Servants and slaves took abject poses as Beitra passed. The few members of the Utkayem awake in the city streets took less extreme stances, each appropriate to the difference in rank between themselves and the man who might one day renounce his name and become the Kai Machi. Beitra hardly noticed. His mind turned instead upon his passion, the machinery of mining, water pumps and ore graves and hauling winches. He guessed that they would reach the low town at the mouth of the mine before the fast sun of early spring had moved the width of 2 hands. They took the south road, the mountains behind them. They crossed the sinuous stone bridge over the Tidat, the water below them still smelling of its mother glacier. The plain spread before them, farmsteads and low towns and meadows green with new wheat. Trees were already pushing forth new growth. It wouldn't be many weeks before the lush spring took root, grabbing at the daylight that the winter stole away. The messenger told him what he could, but it was little enough, and before they had reached the halfway point, a wind rose waffling in Beitra's ears and making conversation impossible. The closer they came, the better he recalled these particular mines. They weren't the first that House Daikani had leased from the Kai. Those had been the ones with 6 ventilation shafts. These had 4, and slowly, more slowly than it once had, His mind recalled the details, spreading the problem before him like something written on slate or carved from stone. By the time they reached the first outbuildings of the low town, his fingers had grown numb, his nose had started to run from the cold. He had 4 different guesses as to what might have gone wrong, and 10 questions in mind, whose answers would determine whether he was correct. He went directly to the mouth of the mine, forgetting to stop for even bread and tea. Hiyami sat by the brazier, knotting a scarf from silk thread, and listening to a slave boy sing old tunes of the empire. Almost forgotten emperors loved and fought, lost, won, and died, in the high, rich voice. Poets and their slave spirits, the Andat, waged their private battles sometimes with deep sincerity and beauty, sometimes with bedroom humor and bawdy rhymes, but all of them ancient. She couldn't stand to hear anything written after the Great War that had destroyed those faraway palaces and broken those song-recalled lands. The new songs were all about the battles of the Kayem, 3 brothers who held claim to the name of Kai. 2 would die, 1 would forget his name and doom his own sons to another cycle of blood. Whether they were laments for the fallen or celebrations of the victors, she hated them. They weren't songs that comforted her, and she didn't knot scarves unless she needed comfort. A servant came in, a young girl in austere robes almost the pale of mourning, and took a ritual pose announcing a guest of status equal to Hiyami's.
"Ida-an," the servant girl said, "daughter to the Kai-machi." "I know my husband's sister," Hiyami snapped, not pausing in her handwork. "You needn't tell me the sky is blue." The servant girl flushed, her hands fluttering toward 3 different poses at once and achieving none of them. Hiyami regretted her words and put down the nodding, taking a gentle pose of command. "Bring her here, and something comfortable for her to sit on." The servant took a pose of acknowledgment, grateful, it seemed, to know what response to make, and scampered off. And then Ida-an was there. Hardly 20, she could have been one of Hiyami's own daughters. Not a beauty, but it took a practiced eye to know that. Her hair, pitch dark, was pleated with strands of silver and gold. Her eyes were touched with paints, her skin made finer and paler than it really was by powder. Her robes, blue silk embroidered with gold, flattered her hips and the swell of her breasts. To a man or a younger woman, Ida-an might have seemed the loveliest woman in the city. Hiyami knew the difference between talent and skill, but of the pair, she had greater respect for skill, so the effect was much the same. They each took poses of greeting, subtly different to mark Ida-an's blood relation to the Kai, and Hiyami's greater age and her potential to become someday the first wife of the Kai-machi. The servant girl trotted in with a good chair, placed it silently, and retreated. Hiyami halted her with a gesture and motioned to the singing slave. The servant girl took a pose of obedience and led him off with her. Hiyami smiled and gestured toward the seat. Ida-an took a pose of thanks much less formal than her greeting had been, and sat. "Is my brother here?" she asked. "No. There was a problem at one of the mines. I imagine he'll be there for the day." Ida-an frowned, but stopped short of showing any real disapproval. All she said was, "It must seem odd for one of the Kayem to be slogging through tunnels like a common miner." "Men have their enthusiasms," Hiyami said, smiling slightly. Then she sobered. "Is there news of your father?" Ida-an took a pose that was both an affirmation and a denial. "Nothing new, I suppose," the dark-haired girl said. "The physicians are watching him. He kept his soup down again last night. That makes almost 10 days in a row. And his color is better. But he's still dying," Ida-an said. Her tone was plain and calm, as if she'd been talking about a horse or a stranger. Hiyami put down her thread, the half-finished scarf in a puddle by her ankles. The knot she felt in the back of her throat
was dread. The old man was dying, and the thought carried its implications with it. The time was growing short. Beitra, Danat, and Kayin Machi, the three eldest sons of the Kai, had lived their lives in something as close to peace as the sons of the Kayem ever could. Ota, the Kai's sixth son, had created a small storm all those years ago by refusing to take the brand and renounce his claim to his father's chair, but he had never appeared. It was assumed that he had forged his path elsewhere, or died unknown. Certainly he had never caused trouble here. And now every time their father missed his bowl of soup, every night his sleep was troubled and restless, the hour drew nearer when the peace would have to break.
"How are his wives?"
Hiami asked.
"Well enough,"
Ida'an said.
"Or some of them are. The two new ones from Nantani and Patai are relieved, I think. They're younger than I am, you know." "Yes, they'll be pleased to go back to their families. It's harder for the older women, you know. Decades they've spent here, going back to cities they hardly remember."
Hiami felt her composure slip and clenched her hands in her lap. Ida'an's gaze was on her. Hiami forced a simple pose of apology.
"No, I'm sorry,"
Ida'an said, divining, Hiami supposed, all the fear in her heart from her gesture. Hiami's lovely, absent-minded, warm, silly husband and lover might well die. All his string and carved wood models and designs might fall to disuse, as abandoned by his slaughter as she would be. If only he might somehow win. If only he might kill his own brothers and let their wives pay this price instead of her.
"It's all right, dear,"
Hiami said.
"I can have him send a messenger to you when he returns, if you like. It may not be until morning. If he thinks the problem is interesting, he might be even longer." "And then he'll want to sleep,"
Ida'an said, half smiling.
"And I might not see or hear from him for days, and by then I'll have found some other way to solve my problems, or else have given up entirely."
Hiami had to chuckle. The girl was right, and somehow that little shared intimacy made the darkness more bearable.
"Perhaps I can be of some use then,"
Hiami said.
"What brings you here, sister?"
To Hiami's surprise, Ida'an blushed, the real color seeming slightly false under her powder.
I wanted Beitra to speak to our father about Adra Valnyogi. He and I—"
"Ah," Hiami said.
"I see. Have you missed a month?"
It took a moment for the girl to understand. Her blush deepened.
"No, it's not that. It's just that I think he may be the one. He's from a good family,"
Ida'an said quickly, as if she were already defending him.
"They have interests in a trading house and a strong bloodline, and—"
Hiami took a pose that silenced the girl. Ida'an looked down at her hands, but then she smiled. The horrified, joyous smile of new love discovered. Hiami remembered how once it had felt, and her heart broke again.
"I will talk to him when he comes back, no matter how dearly he wants his sleep,"
Hiami said.
"Thank you, sister,"
Ida'an said.
I should go." "So soon?" "I promised Adra I'd tell him as soon as I spoke to my brother. He's waiting in one of the tower gardens, and—"
Ida'an took a pose that asked forgiveness, as if a girl needed to be forgiven for wanting to be with a lover, and not a woman her mother's age knotting silk to fight the darkness in her heart. Hiami took a pose that accepted the apology and released her. Ida'an grinned and turned to go. Just as the blue and gold of her robe was about to vanish through the doorway, Hiami surprised herself by calling out,
"Does he make you laugh?"
Ida'an turned, her expression questioning. Hiami's mind flooded again with thoughts of Beitra, and of love, and the prices it demanded.
"Your man, Adra? If he doesn't make you laugh, Ida'an, you mustn't marry him."
Ida'an smiled and took a pose of thanks appropriate for a pupil to her master,
and then was gone. Hiami swallowed until she was sure the fear was under control again, picked up her knot-work, and called for the slave to return. The sun was gone, the moon a sliver no wider than a nail-clipping. Only the stars answered the miner's lanterns as Beitra rose from the earth into darkness. His robes were wet and clung to his legs. The gray and violet turned to a uniform black. The night air was bitingly cold. The mine dogs yipped anxiously and paced in their kennels, their breath pluming like his own. The chief engineer of House Daikani's mines took a pose of profound thanks, and Beitra replied graciously, though his fingers were numb and awkward as sausages.
"If it does that again, call for me,"
he said. "Yes, Most High," the engineer said. "As you command." Beitra's guard walked him to the chair, and his bearers lifted him. It was only now, with the work behind him and the puzzles all solved, that he felt the exhaustion. The thought of being carried back to the palaces in the cold and mud of springtime was only slightly less odious than the option of walking under his own power. He gestured to the chief armsman of his guard.
"We'll stay in the low town tonight, the usual way house."
The armsman took a pose of acknowledgment and strode forward, leading his men and his bearers and himself into the unlit streets. Beitra pulled his arms inside his robes and hugged bare flesh to flesh. The first shivers were beginning. He half regretted now that he hadn't disrobed before wading down to the lowest levels of the mine. Ore was rich down in the plain, enough silver to keep Machi's coffers full, even had there been no other mines here and in the mountains to the north and west. But the vein led down deeper than a well. In its first generation, when Machi had been the most distant corner of the empire, the poet sent there had controlled the Andat, raising water, and the stories said that the mines had flowed up like fountains under that power. It wasn't until after the Great War that the poet Manat Doru had first captured Stone Made Soft, and Machi had come into its own as the center for the most productive mines in the world, and the home of the metal trades, ironmongers, silversmiths, Westland alchemists, needlemakers. But raising water had been lost, and no one had yet discovered how to recapture it. And so, the pumps. He again turned his mind back to the trouble. The treadmill pumps were of his own design. 4 men working together could raise their own weight in water 60 feet in the time the moon, always a more reliable measure than the seasonably fickle northern sun, traveled the width of a man's finger. But the design wasn't perfect yet. It was clear from his day's work that the pump, which finally failed the night before, had been working at less than its peak for weeks. That was why the water level had been higher than one night's failure could account for. There were several possible solutions to that. Beitra forgot the cold, forgot his weariness, forgot indeed where he was and was being born. His mind fell into the problem, and he was lost in it. The way-house, when it appeared as if by magic before them, was a welcome sight. Thick stone walls with one red-lacquered door at the ground level, a wide wooden snow door on the second story, and smoke rising from all its chimneys. Even from the street he could smell seasoned meat and spiced wine. The keeper stood on the front steps with a pose of welcome so formal it bent the old moon-faced man nearly double. Beitra's bearers lowered his chair. At the last moment, Beitra remembered to shove his arms back into their sleeves so that he could take a pose accepting the way-house keeper's welcome.
"I had not expected you, Most High," the man said. "We would have prepared something more appropriate. The best that I have." "Will do," Beitra said. "Certainly the best you have will do."
The keeper took a pose of thanks, standing aside to let them through the doorway as he did. Beitra paused at the threshold, taking a formal pose of thanks. The old man seemed surprised. His round face and slack skin made Beitra think of a pale grape just beginning to dry. He could be my father's age, he thought.
and felt in his breast the bloom of a strange, almost melancholy fondness for the man.
"I don't think we've met,"
Beitra said.
"What's your name, neighbor?"
"Oshai," the moon-faced man said. "We haven't met, but everyone knows of the Kai Machi's kindly eldest son. It is a pleasure to have you in this house, Most High."
The house had an inner garden. Beitra changed into a set of plain, thick woolen robes that the Wayhouse kept for such occasions, and joined his men there. The keeper himself brought them black-sauced noodles, river fish cooked with dried figs, and a carafe after stone carafe of rice wine infused with plum. His guard, at first dour, relaxed as the night went on, singing together and telling stories. For a time they seemed to forget who this long-faced man with his graying beard and thinning hair was, and might some day be. Beitra even sang with them at the end, intoxicated as much by the heat of the coal fire, the weariness of the day, and the simple pleasure of the night, as by the wine. At last he rose up and went to his bed, 4 of his men following him. They would sleep on straw outside his door. He would sleep in the best bed the Wayhouse offered. It was the way of things. A night candle burned at his bedside, the wax scented with honey. The flame was hardly down to the quarter mark. It was early. When he'd been a boy of 20, he'd seen candles like this burn their last before he slept, the light of dawn blocked by goose-down pillows around his head. Now he couldn't well imagine staying awake to the half-mark. He shuttered the candle box, leaving only a square of light high on the ceiling from the smoke-hole. Sleep should have come easily to him, as tired, well-fed, half-drunk as he was, but it didn't. The bed was wide and soft and comfortable. He could already hear his men snoring on their straw outside his door, but his mind would not be still. They should have killed each other when they were young, and didn't understand what a precious thing life is. That was the mistake. He and his brothers had forborne instead, and the years had drifted by. Danat had married, then Cain. He, the oldest of them, had met Hiami and followed his brother's example last. He had 2 daughters, grown and now themselves married, and so here he and his brothers were. None of them had seen fewer than 40 summers. None of them hated the other 2. None of them wanted what would come next. And still, it would come. Better that the slaughter had happened when they were boys, stupid the way boys are. Better that their deaths had come before they carried the weight of so much life behind them. He was too old to become a killer. Sleep came somewhere in these dark reflections, and he dreamed of things more pleasant and less coherent. A dove with black-tipped wings flying through the galleries of the second palace. Hiami sewing a child's dress with red thread and a gold needle too soft to keep its point. The moon trapped in a well, and he himself called to design the pump that would raise it. When he woke, troubled by some need his sleep-sodden mind couldn't quite place, it was still dark. He needed to drink water, or to pass it, but no, it was neither of these. He reached to unshutter the candle-box, but his hands were too awkward.
"There now, Most High," a voice said. "Bat it around like that, and you'll have the whole place in flames."
Pale hands righted the box and pulled open the shutters, the candlelight revealing the moon-faced keeper. He wore a dark robe under a gray woolen traveler's cloak. His face, which had seemed so congenial before, filled Beitra with a sick dread. The smile he saw never reached the eyes.
"What's happened?"
he demanded, or tried to. The words came out slurred and awkward. Still the man Oshai seemed to catch the sense of them.
"I've come to be sure you've died,"
he said with a pose that offered this as a service.
"Your men drank more than you. Those that are breathing are beyond recall, but you... Well, Most High, If you see mourning, the whole exercise will have been something of a waste.
Beatra's breath suddenly hard as a runner's. He threw off the blankets, but when he tried to stand, his knees were limp. He stumbled toward the assassin, but there was no strength in the charge. Oshai, if that was his name, put a palm to Beatra's forehead and pushed gently back. Beatra fell to the floor, but he hardly felt it. It was like violence being done to some other man, far away from where he was.
It must be hard,
Oshai said, squatting beside him,
to live your whole life known only as another man's son, to die having never made a mark of your own on the world. It seems unfair, somehow.
Who,
Beatra tried to say.
which of my brothers would stoop to poison?
Still, men die all the time.
Oshai went on.
One more or less won't keep the sun from rising. And how are you feeling, Most High? Can you get up? No? That's as well, then. I was half worried I might have to pour more of this down you. Undiluted, it tastes less of plums.
The assassin rose and walked to the bed. There was a hitch in his step, as if his hip ached.
He is old as my father.
But Beatra's mind was too dim to see any humor in the repeated thought. Oshai sat on the bed and pulled the blankets over his lap.
No hurry, Most High. I can wait quite comfortably here. Die at your leisure.
Beatra, trying to gather his strength for one last movement, one last attack, closed his eyes, but then found he lacked the will even to open them again. The wooden floor beneath him seemed utterly comfortable. His limbs were heavy and slack. There were worse poisons than this. He could at least thank his brothers for that. It was only Hiami he would miss, and the treadmill pumps. It would have been good to finish his design work on them. He would have liked to have finished more of his work. His last thought that held any real coherence was that he wished he'd gotten to live just a little while more. He did not know it when his killer snuffed the candle. Hiami had the seat of honor at the funeral, on the dais with the Kai-machi. The temple was full, bodies pressed together on their cushions as the priest intoned the rites of the dead and struck his silver chimes. The high walls and distant wooden ceiling held the heat poorly. Braziers had been set in among the mourners. Hiami wore pale mourning robes and looked at her hands. It was not her first funeral. She had been present for her father's death, before her marriage into the highest family of Machi. She had only been a girl then, and through the years, when a member of the Utkayam had passed on, she had sometimes sat and heard these same words spoken over some other body, listened to the roar of some other pyre. This was the first time it had seemed meaningless. Her grief was real and profound, and this flock of gawkers and gossips had no relation to it. The Kai-machi's hand touched her own, and she glanced up into his eyes. His hair, what was left of it, had gone white years before. He smiled gently, and took a pose that expressed his sympathy. He was graceful as an actor, his poses inhumanly smooth and precise. Beatra would have been a terrible Kai-machi, she thought. He would never have put in enough practice to hold himself that well. And the tears she had suffered through the last days reclaimed her. Her once father's hand trembled as if uneased by the presence of genuine feeling. He leaned back into his black lacquer seat and motioned for a servant to bring him a bowl of tea. At the front of the temple, the priest chanted on. When the last word was sung, the last chime struck, bearers came and lifted her husband's body. The slow procession began, moving through the streets to the pealing of handbells and the wailing of flutes. In the central square, the pyre was ready. Great logs of pine stinking of oil, and within them a bed of hard, hot-burning coals from the mines. Beitra was lifted onto it, and a shroud of tight metal links placed over him to hide the sight when his skin peeled from his noble bones. It was her place now to step forward and begin the conflagration. She moved slowly. All eyes were on her, and she knew what they were thinking. Poor woman, to have been left alone. Shallow sympathies that would have been extended as readily to the wives of the Kai Machi's other sons had their men been under the metal blanket. And in those voices she heard also the excitement, dread, and anticipation that these bloody paroxysms carried. When the empty, insincere words of comfort were said, in the same breath they would move on to speculations. Both of Beitra's brothers had vanished. Danat, it was said, had gone to the mountains where he had a secret force at the ready, or to Lachi in the south to gather allies, or to ruin Sare-Ket to hire mercenaries, or to the Dai Quo to seek the aid of the poets and the Andat. Or he was in the temple gathering his strength, or he was cowering in the basement of a low town comfort house, too afraid to come to the streets. And every story they told of him, they also told of Cain. It had begun. At long last, after years of waiting, one of the men who might one day be Kai Machi had made his move. The city waited for the drama to unfold. This pyre was only the opening for them, the first notes of some new song that would make this seem to be about something honorable, comprehensible, and right. Hiami took a pose of thanks and accepted a lit torch from the firekeeper. She stepped to the oil-soaked wood. A dove fluttered past her, landing briefly on her husband's chest, and then flew away again. She felt herself smile to see it go. She touched the flame to the small kindling and stepped back as the fire took. She waited there as long as tradition required, and then went back to the second palace. Let the others watch the ashes. Their song might be starting, but hers here had ended. Her servant girl was waiting for her at the entrance of the palace's great hall. She held a pose of welcome that suggested there was some news waiting for her. Hiami was tempted to ignore the nuance, to walk through to her chambers and her fire and bed and the knotwork scarf that was now nearly finished. But there were tear streaks on the girl's cheeks, and who was Hiami, after all, to treat a suffering child unkindly? She stopped and took a pose that accepted the welcome before shifting to one of query.
"Idaan Machi," the servant girl said. "She is waiting for you in the summer garden."
Hiami shifted to a pose of thanks, straightened her sleeves, and walked quietly down the palace halls. The sliding stone doors to the garden were open, a breeze too cold to be comfortable moving through the hall, and there, by an empty fountain surrounded by bare-limbed cherry trees, sat her once sister. If her formal robes were not the pale of mourning, her countenance contradicted them. Reddened eyes, paint and powder washed away. She was a plain enough woman without them, and Hiami felt sorry for her. It was one thing to expect the violence. It was another to see it done. She stepped forward, her hands in a pose of greeting. Idaan started to her feet as if she'd been caught doing something illicit, but then she took an answering pose. Hiami sat on the fountain's stone lip, and Idaan lowered herself, sitting on the ground at her feet, as a child might.
"Your things are packed?"
Idaan said.
"Yes. I leave tomorrow. It's weeks to Tan Sadar. It won't be so hard, I think. One of my daughters is married there, and my brother is a decent man. They'll treat me well while I make arrangements for my own apartments." "It isn't fair,"
Idaan said.
"They shouldn't force you out like this. You belong here."
"It's tradition," Hiami said with a pose of surrender.
"Fairness has nothing to do with it. My husband is dead. I will return to my father's house, whoever's actually sitting in his chair these days. If you were a merchant, no one would require anything like that of you. You could go where you pleased, and do what you wanted. True, but I'm not, am I? I was born to the Utkayem. You were born to a Kai. And women, Ida'an said. Hiami was surprised by the venom in the word. We were born women, so we'll never even have the freedoms our brothers do. Hiami laughed. She couldn't help herself. It was all so ridiculous. She took her once sister's hand and leaned forward until their foreheads almost touched. Ida'an's tear-red eyes shifted to meet her gaze. I don't think the men in our families consider themselves unconstrained by history, she said, and Ida'an's expression twisted with chagrin. I wasn't thinking, she said. I didn't mean that. God, I'm sorry, Hiami-kya. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Hiami opened her arms, and the girl fell into them, weeping. Hiami rocked her slowly, cooing into her ear, stroking her hair as if she were comforting a babe. And as she did, she looked around the gardens. This would be the last time she saw them. Thin tendrils of green were rising from the soil. The trees were bare, but their bark had an undertone of green. Soon it would be warm enough to turn on the fountains. She felt her sorrow settle deep, an almost physical sensation. She understood the tears of the young that were even now soaking her robes at the shoulder. She would come to understand the tears of age in time. They would keep her company. There was no need to hurry. At length, Ida'an's sobs grew shallower and less frequent. The girl pulled back, smiling sheepishly and wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. I hadn't thought it would be this bad, Ida'an said softly. I knew it would be hard, but this is... How did they do it? Who, dear? All of them, all through the generations. How did they bring themselves to kill each other? I think, Hiami said, her words seeming to come from the new sorrow within her, and not from the self she had known, that in order to become one of the Kayhem, you have to stop being able to love. So perhaps Beatra's tragedy isn't the worst that could have happened. Ida'an hadn't followed the thought. She took a pose of query. Winning this game may be worse than losing it, at least for the sort of man he was. He loved the world too much. Seeing that love taken from him would have been bad. Seeing him carry the deaths of his brothers with him, and he wouldn't have been able to go slogging through the mines. He would have hated that. He would have been a very poor Kai Machi. I don't think I love the world that way, Ida'an said. You don't, Ida'an-kya, Hiami said. And just now I don't either. But I will try to. I will try to love things the way he did. They sat a while longer, speaking of things less treacherous. In the end, they parted as if it were just another absence before them, as if there would be another meeting on another day. A more appropriate farewell would have ended with them both in tears again. The leave-taking ceremony before the Kai was more formal, but the emptiness of it kept it from unbalancing her composure. He sent her back to her family with gifts and letters of gratitude, and assured her that she would always have a place in his heart so long as it beat. Only when he enjoined her not to think ill of her fallen husband for his weakness did her sorrow threaten to shift to rage, but she held it down. They were only words, spoken at all such events. They were no more about Beitra than the protestations of loyalty she now recited were about this hollow-hearted man in his black lacquer seat. After the ceremony, she went around the palaces, conducting more personal farewells with the people whom she'd come to know and care for in Machi, and just as dark fell, she even slipped out into the streets of the city to press a few lengths of silver or small jewelry into the hands of a select few friends who were not of the Utkayem. There were tears and insincere promises to follow her, or to one day bring her back.
Kiami accepted all these little sorrows with perfect grace. Little sorrows were, after all, only little. She lay sleepless that last night, in the bed that had seen all her nights since she had first come to the north, that had borne the double weight of her and her husband, witnessed the birth of their children and her present mourning. And she tried to think kindly of the bed, the palace, the city, and its people. She set her teeth against her tears and tried to love the world. In the morning, she would take a flatboat down the Tidat, slaves and servants to carry her things, and leave behind forever the bed of the second palace, where people did everything but die gently and old in their sleep. 1. Ma'ati took a pose that requested clarification. In another context, it would have risked annoying the messenger, but this time the servant of the Dai Quo seemed to be expecting a certain level of disbelief. Without hesitation, he repeated his words. The Dai Quo requests Ma'ati Valpatai come immediately to his private chambers. It was widely understood in the shining village of the Dai Quo that Ma'ati Valpatai was, if not a failure, certainly an embarrassment. Over the years he had spent in the writing rooms and lecture halls, walking the broad, clean streets and huddled with others around the kilns of firekeepers, Ma'ati had grown used to the fact that he would never be entirely accepted by those who surrounded him. It had been 8 years since the Dai Quo had deigned to speak to him directly. Ma'ati closed the brown leather book he had been studying and slipped it into his sleeve. He took a pose that accepted the message and announced his readiness. The white-robed messenger turned smartly and led the way. The village that was home to the Dai Quo and the poets was always beautiful. Now, in the middle of spring, flowers and ivy scented the air and threatened to overflow the well-tended gardens and planters, but no stray grass rose between the paving stones. The gentle choir of wind chimes filled the air. The high, thin waterfall that fell beside the palaces shone silver, and the towers and garrets, carved from the mountain face itself, were unstained even by the birds that roosted in the eaves. Men spent lifetimes, Ma'ati knew, keeping the village immaculate and as impressive as a Kai on his seat. The village and palaces seemed as grand as the great bowl of sky above them. His years living among the men of the village, only men, no women were permitted, had never entirely robbed Ma'ati of his awe at the place. He struggled now to hold himself tall, to appear as calm and self-possessed as a man summoned to the Dai Quo regularly. As he passed through the archways that led to the palace, he saw several messengers and more than a few of the brown-robed poets pause to look at him. He was not the only one who found his presence there strange. The servant led him through the private gardens to the modest apartments of the most powerful man in the world. Ma'ati recalled the last time he had been there, the insults and recriminations, the Dai Quo's scorching sarcasm, and his own certainty and pride crumbling around him like sugar castles left out in the rain. Ma'ati shook himself. There was no reason for the Dai Quo to have called him back to repeat the indignities of the past. There are always the indignities of the future, the soft voice that had become Ma'ati's muse said from a corner of his mind. Never assume you can survive the future because you've survived the past. Everyone thinks that, and they've all been wrong eventually. The servant stopped before the elm and oak inlaid door that led, Ma'ati remembered, to a meeting chamber. He scratched it twice to announce them, then opened the door and motioned Ma'ati in. Ma'ati breathed deeply as a man preparing to dive from a cliff into shallow water, and entered. The Dai Quo was sitting at his table. He had not had hair since Ma'ati had met him 23 summers before, when the Dai Quo had only been Tahi Quo, the crueler of the two teachers set to sift through the discarded sons of the Kayem and Utkayem for likely candidates to send on to the village. His brows had gone pure white since he'd become the Dai Quo, and the lines around his mouth had deepened. His black eyes were just as alive. The other two men in the room were strangers to Ma'ati. The thinner one sat at the table across from the Dai Quo, his robes deep blue and gold, his hair pulled back to show graying temples, and a thin white-flecked beard. The thicker, with both fat and muscle, Ma'ati thought, stood at a window, 1 foot up on the thick ledge, looking into the gardens, and Ma'ati could see where his clean-shaven jaw sagged at the jowl. His robes were the light brown color of sand, his boots hard leather and travel-worn. He turned to look at Ma'ati as the door closed, and there was something familiar about him, about both these new men, that he could not describe. He fell into the old pose, the first one he had learned at the school.
I am honored by your presence, most high Dai Quo.
The Dai Quo grunted and gestured to him for the benefit of the two strangers.
This is the one,
the Dai Quo said. The men shifted to look at him, as graceful and sure of themselves as merchants considering a pig. Ma'ati imagined what they saw him for. A man of 30 summers, his forehead already pushing back his hairline, the smallest of potbellies. A soft man in a poet's robes, ill-considered and little spoken of. He felt himself start to blush, clenched his teeth, and forced himself to show neither his anger nor his shame as he took a pose of greeting to the two men.
Forgive me, he said. I don't believe we have met before, or if we have, I apologize that I don't recall it.
We haven't met,
the thicker one said.
He isn't much to look at,
the thin one said, pointedly speaking to the Dai Quo. The thicker scowled and sketched the briefest of apologetic poses. It was a thread thrown to a drowning man, but Ma'ati found himself appreciating even the empty form of courtesy.
Sit down, Ma'ati-cha,
the Dai Quo said, gesturing to a chair.
Have a bowl of tea. There's something we have to discuss. Tell me what you've heard of events in the winter cities.
Ma'ati sat and spoke while the Dai Quo poured the tea.
I only know what I hear at the tea-houses and around the kilns, Most High. There's trouble with the glass-blowers in Setani, something about the Kai Setani raising taxes on exporting fishing bulbs, but I haven't heard anyone taking it very seriously. Amnat Tan is holding a summer fair, hoping, they say, to take trade from Yalaket, and the Kai Machi.
Ma'ati stopped. He realized now why the two strangers seemed familiar, who they reminded him of. The Dai Quo pushed a fine ceramic bowl across the smooth, sanded grain of the table. Ma'ati fell into a pose of thanks without being aware of it, but did not take the bowl.
The Kai Machi is dying,
the Dai Quo said.
His belly's gone rotten. It's a sad thing. Not a good end. And his eldest son is murdered, poisoned. What do the tea-houses and kilns say of that?
That it was poor form, Ma'ati said. That no one has seen the Kayan resort to poison since Udun, 13 summers ago. But neither of the brothers has appeared to accuse the other, so no one... Gods! You two are...
You see?
The Dai Quo said to the thin man, smiling as he spoke.
No, not much to look at, but a decent stew between his ears. Yes, Ma'ati-cha. The man scraping my windowsill with his boots there is the Natmachi. This is his eldest surviving brother, Kayin, and they have come here to speak with me instead of waging war against each other, because neither of them killed their elder brother, Beitra.
So you think it was Otakwo?
The Dai Quo says that you know my younger brother,
the thick-set man, Danat, said, taking his own seat at the only unoccupied side of the table.
Tell me what you know of Ota.
I haven't seen him in years, Danat-cha, Ma'ati said. He was in Sareket when the old poet there died. He was working as a laborer, but I haven't seen him since.
Do you think he was satisfied by that life?
The thin one, Kayin, asked.
A laborer at the docks of Sareket hardly seems like the fate a son of the Khayyam would embrace, especially one who refused the brand.
Ma'ati picked up the bowl of tea, sipping it too quickly as he tried to gain himself a moment to think. The tea scalded his tongue.
I never heard Ota speak of any ambitions for his father's chair,
Ma'ati said. And is there any reason to think he would have spoken of it to you?
Cain said, the faintest sneer in his voice. Ma'ati felt the blush creeping into his cheeks again, but it was the Dai Quo who answered.
There is. Ota Machi and Ma'ati here were close for a time. They fell out eventually over a woman, I believe. Still, I hold that if Ota had been bent on taking part in the struggle for Machi at that time, he would have taken Ma'ati into his confidence. But that is hardly our concern. As Ma'ati here points out, it was years ago. Ota may have become ambitious or resentful. There's no way for us to know that. But he refused the brand,
the Nut began, and the Dai Quo cut him off with a gesture.
There were other reasons for that,
the Dai Quo said sharply.
They aren't your concern.
The Nut Machi took a pose of apology, and the Dai Quo waved it away. Ma'ati sipped his tea again. This time it didn't burn. To his right, Cain Machi took a pose of query, looking directly at Ma'ati for what seemed the first time.
Would you know him again if you saw him?
Yes, Ma'ati said. I would.
You sound certain of it.
I am, Cain-cha. The thin man smiled. All around the table a sense of satisfaction seemed to come from his answer. Ma'ati found it unnerving. The Dai Quo poured himself more tea, the liquid clicking into his bowl like a stream over stones.
There is a very good library in Machi,
the Dai Quo said.
One of the finest in the 14 cities. I understand there are records there from the time of the Empire. One of the High Lords was thinking to go there, perhaps, to ride out the war, and sent his books ahead. I'm sure there are treasures hidden among those shelves that would be of use in binding the Andat.
Really? Ma'ati asked.
No, not really,
the Dai Quo said.
I expect it's a mess of poorly documented scraps overseen by a librarian who spends his copper on wine and whores. But I don't care. For our purposes, there are secrets hidden in those records important enough to send a low-ranking poet like yourself to sift through. I have a letter to the Kaimachi that will explain why you are truly there. He will explain your presence to the Utkayam and Samai Tian, the poet who holds stone made soft. Let them think you've come on my errand. What you will be doing instead is discovering whether Ota killed the Itramachi. If so, who is backing him? If not, who did and why?
Most High, Ma'ati began.
Wait for me in the gardens, the Dai Quo said. I have a few more things to discuss with the sons of Machi.
The gardens, like the apartments, were small, well-kept, beautiful, and simple. A fountain murmured among carefully shaped, deeply fragrant pine trees. Ma'ati sat, looking out. From the side of mountain, the world spread out before him like a map. He waited, his head buzzing, his heart in turmoil. Before long he heard the steady grinding sound of footsteps on gravel, and he turned to see the Dai Quo making his way down the path toward him. Ma'ati stood. He had not known the Dai Quo had started walking with a cane. A servant followed at a distance, carrying a chair, and did not approach until the Dai Quo signaled. Once the chair was in place, looking out over the same span that Ma'ati had been considering, the servant retreated.
Interesting, isn't it?
The Dai Quo said. Ma'ati, unsure whether he meant the view or the business with the sons of Machi, didn't reply. The Dai Quo looked at him, something part smile, part something less congenial on his lips. He drew forth 2 packets. letters sealed in wax and sewn shut. Ma'ati took them and tucked them in his sleeve.
"Gods, I'm getting old. You see that tree?"
the Dai Quo asked, pointing at one of the shaped pines with his cane.
"Yes, Most High."
"There's a family of robins that lives in it. They wake me up every morning. I always mean to have someone break the nest, but I've never quite given the order."
"You are merciful, Most High."
The old man looked up at him, squinting. His lips were pressed thin, and the lines in his face were black as charcoal. Ma'ati stood waiting. At length, the Dai Quo turned away again with a sigh.
"Will you be able to do it?"
he asked.
"I will do as the Dai Quo commands," Ma'ati said.
"Yes, I know you'll go there, but will you be able to tell me that he's there? You know if he is behind this, they'll kill him before they go on to each other. Are you able to bear that responsibility? Tell me now if you aren't, and I'll find some other way. You don't have to fail again."
"I won't fail again, Most High."
"Good. That's good,"
the Dai Quo said, and went silent. Ma'ati waited so long for the pose that would dismiss him that he wondered whether the Dai Quo had forgotten he was there, or had chosen to ignore him as an insult. But the old man spoke, his voice low.
"How old is your son, Ma'ati-cha?"
12, Most High, but I haven't seen him in some years."
"You're angry with me for that."
Ma'ati began to take a pose of denial, but checked himself and lowered his arms. This wasn't the time for court politics. The Dai Quo saw this and smiled.
"You're getting wiser, my boy. You were a fool when you were young. In itself, that's not such a bad thing. Many men are. But you embraced your mistakes. You defended them against all correction. That was the wrong path, and don't think I'm unaware of how you've paid for it."
"As you say, Most High."
"I told you there was no place in a poet's life for a family. A lover here or there, certainly. Most men are too weak to deny themselves that much. But a wife? A child? No! There isn't room for both what they require and what we do. And I told you that. You remember? I told you that. And you—"
The Dai Quo shook his head, frowning in remembered frustration. It was a moment, Ma'ati knew, when he could apologize. He could repent his pride and say that the Dai Quo had indeed known better all along. He remained silent.
"I was right,"
the Dai Quo said to him.
"And now you've done half a job as a poet and half a job as a man. Your studies are weak, and the woman took your whelp and left. You failed both, just as I knew you would. I'm not condemning you for that, Ma'ati. No man could have taken on what you did and succeeded. But this opportunity in Machi is what will wipe clean the slate. Do this well, and it will be what you're remembered for."
"Certainly, I will do my best."
"Fail at it, and there won't be a third chance. Few enough men have two."
Ma'ati took a pose appropriate to a student receiving a lecture. Considering him, the Dai Quo responded with one that closed the lesson, then raised his hand.
"Don't destroy this chance in order to spite me, Ma'ati. Failing in this will do me no harm, and it will destroy you. You're angry because I told you the truth, and because what I said would happen did. Consider, while you go north, whether that's really such a good reason to hate me."
The open window let in a cool breeze that smelled of pine and rain. Otamachi, the sixth son of the Kai-machi, lay on the bed, listening to the sounds of water, rain pattering on the flagstones of the Weihouse's courtyard and the tiles of its roof, the constant hushing of the river against its banks. A fire danced and spat in the grate. but his bare skin was still stippled with cold. The night candle had gone out, and he hadn't bothered to relight it. Morning would come when it came. The door slid open and then shut. He didn't turn to look.
"You're brooding, Itani,"
Kian said, calling him by the false name he'd chosen for himself, the only one he'd ever told her. Her voice was low and rich and as careful as a singer's. He shifted now, turning to his side. She knelt by the grate, her skin smooth and brown, her robes the formal cut of a woman of business, one strand of her hair fallen free. Her face was thin. She reminded him of a fox sometimes, when a smile just touched her mouth. She placed a fresh log on the fire as she spoke.
"I half expected you'd be asleep already."
He sighed and sketched a pose of contrition with one hand.
"Don't apologize to me,"
she said.
"I'm as happy having you in my rooms here as in the tea-house. But old Mani wanted more news out of you. Or maybe just get you drunk enough to sing dirty songs with him. He's missed you, you know."
It's a hard thing, being so loved.
"Don't laugh at it. It's not a love to carry you through ages, but it's more than some people ever manage. You'll grow into one of those pinched old men who want free wine because they pity themselves."
I'm sorry. I don't mean to make light of old Mani. It's just...
He sighed. Kian closed the window and relit the night candle.
"It's just that you're brooding," she said. "And you're naked and not under the blankets, so you're feeling that you've done something wrong and deserve to suffer."
Ah,
Ota said.
is that why I do this?
"Yes," she said, untying her robes. "It is. You can't hide it from me, Itani. You might as well come out with it."
Ota held the thought in his mind.
I'm not who I've told you I am. Itani Noiga is the name I picked for myself when I was a child. My father is dying, and brothers I can hardly recall have started killing each other, and I find it makes me sad.
He wondered what Kian would say to that. She prided herself on knowing him, on knowing people and how their minds worked, and yet he didn't think this was something she'd already have guessed. Naked, she lay beside him, pulling thick blankets up over them both.
"Did you find another woman in Jaburitan?" she asked, half teasing, but only half. "Some young dancing girl who stole your heart, or some other bit of your flesh, and now you're stewing over how to tell me you're leaving me?"
I'm a courier,
Ota said.
I have a woman in every city I visit. You know that.
"You don't," she said. "Some couriers do, but you don't."
No?
"No. It took me half a year of doing everything short of stripping bare for you to notice me. You don't stay in other cities long enough for a woman to chip through your reserve. And you don't have to push away the blankets. You may want to be cold, but I don't."
Well, maybe I'm just feeling old.
"A ripe 33? Well, when you decide to stop running across the world, I'd always be pleased to hire you on. We could stand another pair of hands around the place. You could throw out the drunks and track down the cheats that try to slip away without paying."
You don't pay enough, Ota said. I talked to old Mani. I know what your wages are.
"Perhaps you'd get extra for keeping me warm at nights."
Shouldn't you offer that to old Mani first? He's been here longer than I have.
Kian slapped his chest smartly and then nestled into him. He found himself curling toward her, the warmth of her body drawing him like a familiar scent. Her fingers traced the tattoo on his breast. The ink had faded over time, blurring lines that had once been sharp and clear.
"Jokes aside,"
she said, and he could hear a weariness in her voice.
I would take you on if you wanted to stay. You could live here with me. Help me manage the house.
He caressed her hair, feeling the individual strands as they flowed across his fingertips. There was a scattering of white among the black that made her look older than she was. Ota knew that they had been there since she was a girl, as if she'd been born old.
That sounds like you're suggesting marriage,
he said.
Perhaps. You wouldn't have to, but it would be one way to arrange things. That isn't a threat, you know. I don't need a husband. Only if it would make you feel better, we could...
He kissed her gently. It had been weeks, and he was surprised to find how much he'd missed the touch of her lips. Weeks of travel weariness slipped away, the deep unease loosened its hold on his chest, and he took comfort in her. He fell asleep with her arm over his body, her breath already soft and deep with sleep. In the morning, he woke before she did, slipped out of the bed, and dressed quietly. The sun was not up, but the eastern sky had lightened, and the morning birds were singing madly as he took himself across an ancient stone bridge into Udun. A river city, Udun was laced with as many canals as roadways. Bridges humped up high enough for barges to pass beneath them, and the green waters of the Kiit lapped at old stone steps that descended into the river mud. Ota stopped at a stall on the broad central plaza and traded 2 lengths of copper for a thick wedge of honey bread and a bowl of black, smoky tea. Around him, the city slowly came awake, the streets and canals filling with traders and merchants, beggars singing at the corners or in small rafts tied at the water's edge, laborers hauling wagons along the wide flag-stoned streets, and birds bright as shafts of sunlight, blue and red and yellow, green as grass, and pink as dawn. Udun was a city of birds, and their chatter and shriek and song filled the air as he ate. The compound of House Sianti was in the better part of the city, just downstream from the palaces, where the water was not yet fouled by the wastes of 30,000 men and women and children. The red brick buildings rose up 3 stories high, and a private canal was filled with barges in the red and silver of the house. The stylized emblem of the sun and stars had been worked into the brick archway that led to the central courtyard, and Ota passed beneath it with a feeling like coming home. Amiet Foss, the overseer for the house couriers, was in his offices, ordering around 3 apprentices with sharp words and insults, but no blows. Ota stepped in and took a pose of greeting.
Ah, the missing Itani! Did you know the word for half-wit in the tongue of the Empire was Itanina?
All respect, Amiet-cha, but no, it wasn't.
The overseer grinned. One of the apprentices, a girl of perhaps 13 summers, whispered something angrily, and the boy next to her giggled.
Fine, the overseer said. You too. I need the ciphers rechecked on last week's letters.
But I wasn't the one,
the girl protested. The overseer took a pose that commanded her silence, and the pair, glowering at each other, stalked away.
I get them when they're just growing old enough to flirt,
Amiet said, sighing.
Come back to the meeting rooms. The journey took longer than I'd expected.
There were some delays, Ota said as he followed the older man back. Jaburi-tan isn't as tightly run as it was last time I was out there.
No?
There are refugees from the Westlands.
There are always refugees from the Westlands.
Not this many, Ota said. There are rumors that the Kai Jaburi-tan is going to restrict the number of Westlanders allowed on the island.
Amiet paused, his hands on the carved wood door of the meeting rooms. Ota could almost see the implications of this thought working themselves out behind the overseer's eyes. A moment later, Amiet looked up, raised his eyebrows in appreciation, and pushed the doors open. Half the day was spent in the raw silk chairs of the meeting rooms, while Amiet took Ota's report and accepted the letters, sewn shut and written in cipher, that Ota had carried with him. It had taken Ota some time to understand all that being a courier implied. When he had first arrived in Udun 6 years before, hungry, lost, and half haunted by the memories he carried with him, he had still believed that he would simply be carrying letters and small packages from one place to another, perhaps waiting for a response, and then taking those to where they were expected. It would have been as right to say that a farmer throws some seeds in the earth and returns a few months later to see what's grown. He had been lucky. His ability to win friends easily had served him, and he had been instructed in what the couriers called the gentleman's trade. How to gather information that might be of use to the house, how to read the activity of a street corner or market, and how to know from that the mood of the city, how to break ciphers and re-sew letters, how to appear to drink more wine than you actually did and question travelers on the road without seeming to. He understood now that the gentleman's trade was one that asked a lifetime to truly master, and though he was still a journeyman, he had found a kind of joy in it. Amiet knew what his talents were, and chose assignments for him in which he could do well. And in return for the trust of the house and the esteem of his fellows, Ota did the best work he could, brokering information, speculation, gossip, and intrigue. He had traveled through the summer cities in the south, west to the plains and the cities that traded directly with the westlands, up the eastern coasts, where his knowledge of obscure East Island tongues had served him well. By design, or happy coincidence, he had never gone farther north than Yalaket. He had not been called on to see the winter cities. Until now.
"There's trouble in the north,"
Amiet said, as he tucked the last of the open letters into his sleeve.
"I'd heard," Ota said. "The succession started in Machi."
"Amnatan, Machi, Satani. All of them have something brewing. You may need to get some heavier robes."
"I didn't think Halcyanti had much trade there," Ota said, trying to keep the unease out of his voice.
"We don't. That doesn't mean we never will. And take your time. There's something I'm waiting for from the west. I won't be sending you out for a month at least, so you can have some time to spend your money. Unless—"
The overseer's eyes narrowed. His hands took a pose of query.
"I just dislike the cold,"
Ota said, making a joke to cover his unease.
"I grew up in Sareket. It seemed like water never froze there."
"It's a hard life," Amiet said. "I can try to give the commissions to other men, if you'd prefer."
"And have them wonder why it was that I wouldn't go?"
Ota thought. He took a pose of thanks that also implied rejection.
"I'll take what there is," he said, "and heavy wool robes besides."
"It really isn't so bad up there in summer," Amiet said. "It's the winters that break your stones."
"Then by all means, send someone else in the winter."
They exchanged a few final pleasantries, and Ota left the name of Kian's Wayhouse as the place to send for him, if he was needed. He spent the afternoon in a tea-house at the edge of the warehouse district, talking with old acquaintances and trading news. He kept an ear out for word from Machi, but there was nothing fresh. The eldest son had been poisoned, and his remaining brothers had gone to ground. No one knew where they were, nor which had begun the traditional struggle. There were only a few murmurs of the near-forgotten sixth son, but every time he heard his old name, it was like hearing a distant, threatening noise. He returned to the way-house as darkness began to thicken the tree-tops and the streets fell into twilight, brooding. It wasn't safe, of course, to take a commission in Machi, but neither could he safely refuse one. Not without a reason. He knew when gossip and speculation had grown hot enough to melt like sugar and stick. There would be a dozen reports of Ota Machi from all over the cities, and likely beyond as well. If even a suggestion was made that he was not who he presented himself to be, he ran the risk of being exposed, dragged into the constant, empty, vicious drama of succession. He would sacrifice quite a lot to keep that from happening. Going north, doing his work, and returning was what he would have done, had he been the man he claimed to be, and so perhaps it was the wiser strategy. And also he wondered what sort of man his father was, what sort of man his brother had been, whether his mother had wept when she sent her boy away to the school where the excess sons of the high families became poets, or fell forever from grace. As he entered the courtyard, his dark reverie was interrupted by laughter and music from the main hall, and the scent of roast pork and baked yams mixed with the pine resin. When he stepped in, old Mani slapped an earthenware bowl of wine into his hands and steered him to a bench by the fire. There were a good number of travelers, merchants from the great cities, farmers from the low towns, travelers each with a story and a past and a tale to tell, if only they were asked the right questions in the right ways. It was later, the warm air busy with conversation, that Ota caught sight of Kian across the wide hall. She had on a working woman's robes, her hair tied back, but the expression on her face and the angle of her body spoke of a deep contentment and satisfaction. She knew her place was here, and she was proud of it. Ota found himself suddenly stilled by a longing for her, unlike the simple lust that he was accustomed to. He imagined himself feeling the same satisfaction that he saw in her, the same sense of having a place in the world. She turned to him, as if he had spoken, and tilted her head, not an actual formal pose, but nonetheless a question. He smiled in reply. This that she offered was, he suspected, a life worth living. Semai Tian's dreams, whenever the time came to renew his life's struggle, took the same form. A normal dream, meaningless, strange, and trivial, would shift. Something small would happen that carried a weight of fear and dread out of all proportion. This time he dreamt he was walking in a street fair, trying to find a stall with food he liked, when a young girl appeared at his side. As he saw her, his sleeping mind had already started to rebel. She held out her hand, the palm painted the green of summer grass, and he woke himself, trying to scream. Gasping as if he had run a race, he rose, pulled on the simple brown robes of a poet, and walked to the main room of the house. The worked stone walls seemed to glow with the morning light. The chill spring air fought with the warmth from the low fire in the grate. The thick rugs felt softer than grass against Semai's bare feet. And the Andat was waiting at the game table, the pieces already in place before it, black basalt and white marble. The line of white was already marred, one stone disk shifted forward into the field. Semai sat and felt his opponent's pale eyes. There was a pressure in his mind that felt the way a windstorm sounded. "Again?" the poet asked. Stone Made Soft nodded its broad head. Semai Tian considered the board, recalled the binding, the translation that had brought the thing across from him out of formlessness, and pushed a black stone into the empty field of the board. The game began again. The binding of Stone Made Soft had not been Semai's work. It had been done generations earlier by the poet Manat Doru. The game of stones had figured deeply in the symbolism of the binding, the fluid lines of play, and the solidity of the stone markers, the competition between a spirit seeking its freedom and the poet holding it in place. Semai ran his fingertip along his edge of the board, where Manat Doru's had once touched it. He considered the advancing line of white stones and crafted his answering line of black, touching stones that long-dead men had held when they had played the same game against the thing that sat across from him now. And with every victory, the binding was renewed. The Andat held more firmly in the world. It was an excellent strategy, in part because the binding had also made Stone Made Soft a terrible player. The windstorm quieted, and Samai stretched and yawned. Stone Made Soft glowered down on its failing line. "You're going to lose," Samai said.
"I know," the Ondot replied.
His voice was a deep rumble, like a distant rock-slide, another evocation of flowing stone.
"Being doomed doesn't take away from the dignity of the effort, though."
"Well said." The Ondot shrugged and smiled.
"One can afford to be philosophical when losing means outliving one's opponent. This particular game, you picked it, but there are others we play that I'm not quite so crippled at."
"I didn't pick this game. I haven't seen 20 summers, and you've seen more than 200. I wasn't even a dirty thought in my grandfather's head when you started playing this." The Ondot's thick hands took a formal position of disagreement.
"We have always been playing the same game, you and I. If you were someone else at the start, it's your problem."
They never started speaking until the game's end was a foregone conclusion. That Stone Made Soft was willing to speak was as much a sign that this particular battle was drawing to its end as the silence in Samai's mind. But the last piece had not yet been pushed when a pounding came on the door.
"I know you're in there! Wake up!"
Samai sighed at the familiar voice and rose. The Ondot brooded over the board, searching, the poet knew, for some way to win a lost game. He clapped a hand on the Ondot's shoulder as he passed by it toward the door.
"I won't have it,"
the stout, red-cheeked man said when the opened door revealed him. He wore brilliant blue robes shot with rich yellow and copper torque of office. Not for the first time, Samai thought Bharat would have been better placed in life as the overseer of a merchant house or farm than within the Utkayem.
"You poets think that because you have the Ondot, you have everything. Well, I've come to tell you it isn't so."
Samai took a pose of welcome and stepped back, allowing the man in. "I've been expecting you, Bharat. I don't suppose you've brought any food with you?"
"You have servants for that,"
Bharat said, striding into the wide room, taking in the shelves of books and scrolls and maps with his customary moment of lust. The Ondot looked up at him with its queer, slow smile, and then turned back to the board.
"I don't like having strange people wandering through my library,"
Bharat said. "Well, let's hope our friend from the Dai Quo won't be strange."
"You are an annoying, contrary man. He's going to come in here and root through the place. Some of those volumes are very old, you know. They won't stand mishandling."
"Perhaps you should make copies of them."
"I am making copies, but it's not a fast process, you know. It takes a great deal of time and patience. You can't just grab some half-trained scribes off the street corners and set them to copying the great books of the Empire."
"You also can't do the whole job by yourself, Bharat, no matter how much you want to." The librarian scowled at him, but there was a playfulness in the man's eyes. The Ondot shifted a white marker forward, and the noise in Samai's head murmured. It had been a good move.
"You hold an abstract thought in human form and make it play tricks, and you tell me what's not possible? Please, I've come to offer a trade. If you'll—"
"Wait," Samai said.
"If you'll just—"
"Bharat, you can be quiet, or you can leave. I have to finish this." Stone Made Soft sighed as Samai took his seat again. The white stone had opened a line that had until now been closed. It wasn't one he'd seen the Ondot play before, and Samai scowled. The game was still over. There was no way for the Ondot to clear his files and pour the white markers to their target squares before Samai's dark stones had reached their goal. But it would be harder now than it had been before the librarian came. Semai played through the next 5 moves in his mind, his fingertips twitching. Then, decisively, he pushed the black marker forward that would block the Andat's fastest course.
"Nice move,"
the librarian said.
"What did you want with me? Could you just say it so I can refuse and get about my day?"
"I was going to say that I will give this little poetlet of the Daiquos full access if you'll let me include your collection here. It really makes more sense to have all the books and scrolls catalogued together."
Semai took a pose of thanks.
"No," he said. "Now go away. I have to do this."
"Be reasonable. If I choose—"
"First, you will give Ma'ati Valpatai full access because the Daiquo and the Kaimachi tell you to. You have nothing to bargain with. Second, I'm not the one who gave the orders, nor was I consulted on them. If you want barley, you don't negotiate with a silversmith, do you? So don't come here asking concessions for something I'm not involved with."
A flash of genuine hurt crossed Ba'arath's face. Stone Made Soft touched a white marker, then pulled back its hand and sank into thought again. Ba'arath took a pose of apology, his stance icy with its formality.
"Don't," Semai said. "I'm sorry. I don't mean to be a farmer's wife about the thing, but you've come at a difficult time."
"Of course. This children's game upon which all our fates depend. No, stay. I'll see myself out."
"We can talk later," Semai said to the librarian's back. The door closed and left Semai and his captive, or his ward, or his other self, alone together.
"He isn't a very good man,"
Stone Made Soft rumbled.
"No, he's not," Semai agreed. "But friendship falls where it falls, and may the gods keep us from a world where only the people who deserve love get it."
"Well said,"
the Ondat replied, and pushed forward the white stone Semai knew it would. The game ended quickly after that. Semai ate a breakfast of roast lamb and boiled eggs, while Stone Made Soft put away the game pieces and then sat, warming its huge hands by the fire. There was a long day before them, and after the morning struggle, Semai was dreading it. They were promised to go to the potter's works before midday. A load of granite had come from the quarries and required his services before it could be shaped into the bowls and vases for which Machi was famed. After midday, he was needed for a meeting with the engineers to consider the plans for House Pirnat's silver mines. The Kaimachi's engineers were concerned, he knew, that using the Andat to soften the stone around a new-found seam of ore would weaken the structure of the mine. House Pirnat's overseer thought it worth the risk. It would be like sitting in a child's garden during a mud fight, but it had to be done. Just thinking of it made him tired.
"You could tell them I'd nearly won,"
the Andat said.
"Say you were too shaken to appear."
"Yes, because my life would be so much better if they were all afraid of turning into a second Sareket."
"I'm only saying that you have options,"
the Andat replied, smiling into the fire. The poet's house was set apart from the palaces of the Kai and the compounds of the Utkayem. It was a broad, low building with thick stone walls nestled behind a small and artificial wood of sculpted oaks. The snows of winter had been reduced to gray-white mounds and frozen pools in the deep shadows where sunlight would not touch them. Semai and the Andat strode west, toward the palaces and the great tower, tallest of all the inhuman buildings of Machi. It was a relief to walk along streets in sunlight rather than the deep network of tunnels to which the city resorted when the drifts were too high to allow even the snow doors to open. Brief days, and cold profound enough to crack stone, were the hallmarks of the Machi winter. The terrible urge to be out in the gardens and streets marked her spring. The men and women Semai passed were all dressed in warm robes, but their faces were bare and their heads uncovered. The pair paused by a firekeeper at his kiln. A singing slave stood near enough to warm her hands at the fire as she filled the air with traditional songs. The palaces of the Kai loomed before them, huge and gray, with roofs pitched sharp as axe blades, and the city and the daylight stood at their backs, as tempting as sugar ghosts on candles' night.
"It isn't too late,"
the Ondat murmured.
"Manat Doru used to do it all the time. He'd send a note to the Kai, claiming that the weight of holding me was too heavy, and that he required his rest. We would go down to a little tea-house by the river that had sweet cakes that they cooked in oil, and covered with sugar so fine it hung in the air if you blew on it."
"You're lying to me," Semai said.
"No,"
the Ondat said.
"No, it's truth. It made the Kai quite angry sometimes, but what was he to do?"
The singing slave smiled and took a pose of greeting to them that Semai returned.
"We could stop by the spring gardens that Ida'an frequents. If she were free, she might be persuaded to join us,"
the Ondat said. "And why would the daughter of the Kai tempt me more than sweet cakes?"
"She's well-read and quick in her mind,"
the Ondat said, as if the question had been genuine.
"You find her pleasant to look at, I know, and her demeanor is often just slightly inappropriate. If memory serves, that might outweigh even sweet cakes."
Semai shifted his weight from foot to foot, then, with a commanding gesture, stopped a servant boy. The boy, seeing who he was, fell into a pose of greeting so formal it approached obeisance. "I need you to carry a message for me, to the Master of Tides." "Yes, Semai-cha," the boy said. "Tell him I have had a bout with the Ondat this morning, and find myself too fatigued to conduct business, and tell him that I will reach him on the morrow if I feel well enough." The poet fished through his sleeves, pulled out his money pouch, and took out a length of silver. The boy's eyes widened, and his small hand reached out toward it. Semai drew it back, and the boy's dark eyes fixed on his. "If he asks," Semai said, "you tell him I looked quite ill." The boy nodded vigorously, and Semai pressed the silver length into his palm. Whatever errand the boy had been on was forgotten. He vanished into the austere gloom of the palaces. "You're corrupting me," Semai said as he turned away.
"Constant struggle is the price of power,"
the Ondat said, its voice utterly devoid of humor.
"It must be a terrible burden for you. Now let's see if we can find the girl and those sweet cakes."
2.
"They tell me you knew my son,"
the Kai Machi said. The grayness of his skin and yellow in his long, bound hair were signs of something more than the ravages of age. The Dai Quo was of the same generation, but Mahati saw none of his vigor and strength here. The sick man took a pose of command.
"Tell me of him."
Mahati stared down at the woven reed mat on which he knelt, and fought to push away the weariness of his travels. It had been days since he had bathed, his robes were not fresh, and his mind was uneasy. But he was here, called to this meeting, or possibly this confrontation, even before his bags had been unpacked. He could feel the attention of the servants of the Kai. There were perhaps a dozen in the room. Some slaves, other attendants from among the highest ranks of the Utkayem. The audience might be called private, but it was too well attended for Mahati's comfort. The choice was not his. He took the bowl of heated wine he had been given, sipped it, and spoke. "Otakvo and I met at the school, Most High."
He already wore the black robes awarded to those who had passed the first test when I met him. I was the occasion of his passing the second.
The Kai Machi nodded. It was an almost inhumanly graceful movement, like a bird or some finely wrought mechanism. Maati took it as a sign that he should continue.
He came to me after that. He taught me things about the school and about myself. He was, I think, the best teacher I have known. I doubt I would have been chosen to study with the Dai Quo if it hadn't been for him. But then he refused the chance to become a poet. And the brand?
The Kai said.
He refused the brand. Perhaps he had ambitions even then.
He was a boy, and angry, Maati thought. He had beaten Tahi Quo and Mila Quo on his own terms. He'd refused their honors. Of course he didn't accept disgrace. The Utkayam, high enough to express an opinion, nodded among themselves, as if a decision made in heat by a boy not yet 12 might explain a murder 2 decades later. Maati let it pass.
I met him again in Sareket, Maati said. I had gone there to study under Heshai and the Andat removing the part that continues. Otakwo was living under an assumed name at the time, working as a laborer on the docks. And you recognized him? I did, Maati said. And yet you did not denounce him?
The old man's voice wasn't angry. Maati had expected anger, outrage, perhaps. What he heard instead was gentler and more penetrating. When he looked up, the red-rimmed eyes were very much like Otakwo's. Even if he had not known before, those eyes would have told him that this man was Ota's father. He wondered briefly what his own father's eyes had looked like, and whether his resembled them, then forced his mind back to the matter at hand.
I did not, Most High. I regarded him as my teacher, and I wished to understand the choices he had made. We became friends for a time, before the death of the poet took me from the city. And do you call him your teacher still? You call him Ota Quo? That is a title for a teacher, is it not?
Maati blushed. He hadn't realized until then that he was doing it.
An old habit, Most High. I was 16 when I last saw Ota Cha. I am 30 now. It has been almost half my life since I have spoken with him. I think of him as a person I once knew who told me some things I found of use at the time,
Maati said, and sensing that the falsehood of those words might be clear, he continued with some that were more nearly true.
My loyalty is to the Dai Quo. That is good, the Kai Machi said. Tell me then, how will you conduct this examination of my city? I am here to study the library of Machi, Maati said. I will spend my mornings there, Most High. After midday and in the evenings, I will move through the city. I think that if Ota Quo is here, it will not be difficult to find him.
The gray, thin lips smiled. Maati thought there was condescension in them, perhaps even pity. He felt a blush rise in his cheeks, but kept his face still. He knew how he must appear to the Kai's weary eyes, but he would not flinch and confirm the man's worst suspicions. He swallowed once to loosen his throat. You have great faith in yourself, the Kai Machi said. You come to my city for the first time. You know nothing of its streets and tunnels, little of its history, and you say that finding my missing son will be easy for you. Rather, Most High, I will make it easy for him to find me. It might have been his imagination. He knew from experience that he was prone to see his own fears and hopes in other people, instead of what was truly there,
but Ma'ati thought there might have been a flicker of approval on the old man's face.
"You will report to me," the Kai said. "When you find him, you will come to me before anyone else, and I will send word to the Dai Quo." "As you command, Most High,"
Ma'ati lied. He had said that his loyalty lay with the Dai Quo, but there was no advantage he could see to explaining all that meant here and now. The meeting continued for a short time. The Kai seemed as exhausted by it as Ma'ati himself was. Afterward, a servant girl led him to his apartments within the palaces. Night was already falling as he closed the door, truly alone for the first time in weeks. The journey from his home in the Dai Quo's village wasn't the half-season's trek he would have had from Sareket, but it was enough, and Ma'ati didn't enjoy the constant companionship of strangers on the road. A fire had been lit in the grate, and warm tea and cakes of honeyed almonds waited for him at a lacquered table. He lowered himself into the chair, rested his feet, and closed his eyes. Being here, in this place, had a sense of unreality to it. To have been entrusted with anything of importance was a surprise after his loss of status. The thought stung, but he forced himself to turn in toward it. He had lost a great deal of the Dai Quo's trust between his failure in Sareket and his refusal to disavow Liat, the girl who had once loved Otakvo, but left both him and the fallen city to be with Ma'ati, when it became clear she was bearing his child. If there had been time between the two, perhaps it might have been different. One scandal on the heels of the other, though, had been too much. Or so he told himself. It was what he wanted to believe. A scratch at the door roused him from his bitter reminiscences. He straightened his robes and ran a hand through his hair before he spoke. "Come in!" The door slid open, and a young man of perhaps 20 summers wearing the brown robes of a poet stepped in and took a pose of greeting. Ma'ati returned it as he considered Semai Tian, poet of Machi. The broad shoulders, the open face. Here, Ma'ati thought, is what I should have been. A talented boy poet who studied under a master while young enough to have his mind molded to the right shape. And when the time came, he had taken that burden on himself for the sake of his city, as I should have done. "I only just heard you'd arrived," Semai Tian said. "I left orders at the main road, but apparently they don't think as much of me as they pretend." There was a light humor in his voice and manner, as if this were a game, as if he were a person whom anyone in Machi, or in the world, could truly treat with less than total respect. He held the power to soften stone. It was the concept, the essential idea, that Manat Doru had translated into a human form all those generations ago. This wide-faced, handsome boy could collapse every bridge, level every mountain. The great towers of Machi could turn to a river of stone, fast-flowing and dense as quicksilver, which would lay the city to ruin at his order. And he made light of being ignored as if he were junior clerk in some harbor master's house. Ma'ati couldn't tell if it was an affectation or if the poet was really so utterly naive. "The Kai left orders as well," Ma'ati said. "Ah, well, nothing to be done about that, then. I trust everything is acceptable with your apartments?" I really don't know. I haven't really looked around yet. Too busy sitting on something that doesn't move, I suppose. I close my eyes and I feel like I'm still jouncing around on the back of a cart." The young poet laughed, a warm sound that seemed full of self-confidence and summer light. Ma'ati felt himself smiling thinly and mentally reproved himself for being ungracious. Semai dropped into a cushion beside the fire, legs crossed under him. "I wanted to speak with you before we started working in the morning," Semai said. "The man who guards the library he's a good man, but he's protective of the place. I think he looks on it as his trust to the ages."
Like a poet,
Ma'ati said. Samai grinned.
I suppose so, only he'd have made a terrible poet. He's puffed himself 3 times larger than anyone else just by having the keys to a building full of papers and languages only 6 people in the city can read. If he'd ever been given something important to do, he'd have popped like a tick. Anyway, I thought it might ease things if I came along with you for the first few days. Once Ba'arath is used to you, I expect he'll be fine. It's that first negotiation that's tricky.
Ma'ati took a pose that offered gratitude, but was also a refusal.
There's no call to take you from your duties, he said. I expect the order of the Kai will suffice. I wouldn't only be doing it as a favor to you, Ma'ati Kvo, Samai said.
The honorific took Ma'ati by surprise, but the young poet didn't seem to notice his reaction.
Ba'arath is a friend of mine, and sometimes you have to protect your friends from themselves. You know?
Ma'ati took a pose that was in agreement, and looked into the flames. Sometimes men could be their own worst enemies. That was truth. He remembered the last time he had seen Otakwo. It had been the night Ma'ati had admitted what Liat had become to him, and what he himself was to her. His old friend's eyes had gone hard as glass. Hishaikwo, the poet of Sareket, had died just after that, and Ma'ati and Liat had left the city together, without seeing Otakwo again. The betrayal in those dark eyes haunted him. He wondered how much the anger had festered in his old teacher over the years. It might have grown to hatred by now, and Ma'ati had come to hunt him down. The fire danced over the coal, flames turning the black to gray, the stone to powder. He realized that the boy poet had been speaking, and that the words had escaped him entirely. Ma'ati took a pose of apology.
My mind wandered. You were saying?
I offered to come by at first light, Samai said.
I can show you where the good tea houses are, and there's a street cart that sells the best hot eggs and rice in the city. Then, perhaps, we can brave the library? That sounds fine. Thank you. But now I think I'd best unpack my things and get some rest. You'll excuse me.
Samai bounced up in a pose of apology, realizing for the first time that his presence might not be totally welcome, and Ma'ati waved it away. They made the ritual farewells, and when the door closed, Ma'ati sighed and rose. He had few things: thick robes he had bought for the journey north, a few books, including the small leather-bound volume of his dead masters that he had taken from Sareket, a packet of letters from Liat, the most recent of them years old now, the accumulated memories of a lifetime in 2 bags small enough to carry on his back if needed. It seemed thin. It seemed not enough. He finished his tea and almond cakes, then went to the window, slid the paper-thin stone shutter aside, and looked out into the darkness. Sunset still breathed indigo into the western skyline. The city glittered with torches and lanterns, and to the south the glow of forges of the smith's quarter looked like a brush fire. The towers rose black against the stars, windows lit high above him where some business took place in the dark, thin air. Ma'ati sighed, the night cold in his face and lungs. All these unknown streets, these towers, and the lacework of tunnels that ran beneath the city, midwinter roads he'd heard them called. And somewhere in the labyrinth, his old friend and teacher lurked, planning murder. Ma'ati let his imagination play a scene, Otakwo appearing before him in the darkness, blade in hand. In Ma'ati's imagination his eyes were hard, his voice hoarse with anger. And there he faltered. He might call for help and see Ota captured. He might fight him and end the thing in blood. He might accept the knife as his due. For a dream with so vivid a beginning, Ma'ati could not envision the end. He closed the shutter and went to throw another black stone onto the fire.
His indulgence had turned the room chilly, and he sat on the cushion near the fire as the air warmed again. His legs didn't fold as easily as Samai's had, but if he shifted now and again, his feet didn't go numb. He found himself thinking fondly of Samai. The boy was easy to befriend. Otakvo had been like that too. Maati stretched and wondered again whether, if all this had been a song, he would have sung the hero's part or the villain's. No one had ever seen Ida'an's rebellions as hunger. That had been their fault. If her friends or her brothers transgressed against the etiquette of the court, consequences came upon them, shame or censure. But Ida'an was the favored daughter. She might steal a rival girl's gown, or arrive late to the temple and interrupt the priest. She could evade her chaperones, or steal wine from the kitchens, or dance with inappropriate men. She was Ida'an Machi, and she could do as she saw fit, because she didn't matter. She was a woman. And if she'd never screamed at her father in the middle of his court that she was as much his child as Beitra or Danat or Cain, it was because she feared in her bones that he would only agree, make some airy comment to dismiss the matter, and leave her more desperate than before. Perhaps if once someone had taken her to task, had treated her as if her actions had the same weight as other people's, things would have ended differently. Or perhaps folly is folly because you can't see where it moves from ambition into evil. Arguments that seem solid and powerful prove hollow once it's too late to turn back. Arguments like, why should it be right for them, but wrong for me? She haunted the second palace now, breathing in the emptiness that her eldest brother had left. The vaulted arches of stone and wood echoed her soft footsteps, and the sunlight that filtered through the stone shutters thickened the air to a golden twilight. Here was the bedchamber, bare even of the mattress he and his wife had slept upon. There, the workshop where he had labored on his enthusiasms, keeping engineers by his side sometimes late into the night, or on into morning. The tables were empty now. Dust lay thick on them, ignored even by the servants until the time came for some new child of the Kayem to take residence, to live in this opulence and keep his ear pricked for the sound of his brother's hunting dogs. She heard Adra coming long before he stepped into the room. She recognized his gait by the sound of it, and didn't call. He was clever, she thought bitterly. If he wanted to find her, he could puzzle it out. Adra Valnyogi, bright-eyed and broad-shouldered, father of her children if all went well. Whatever well meant any more. "There you are," Adra said. She could see his anger in the way he held his body. "What have I done this time?" she demanded, her tone carrying a sarcasm that dismissed his concerns even before he spoke them. "Did your patrons want me to wear red on a day I chose yellow?" The mention of his backers, even as obliquely as that, made him stiffen and peer around, looking for slaves or servants who might overhear. Ida'an laughed, a cruel, short sound. "You look like a kitten with a bell on its tail," she said. "There's no one here but us. You needn't worry that someone will roll the rock off our little conspiracy. We're as safe here as anywhere." Adra strode over and crouched beside her all the same. He smelled of crushed violets and sage, and it struck Ida'an that it had not been so long ago that the scent would have warmed her heart and brought a flush to her cheeks. His face was long and pretty, almost too pretty to be a man's. She had kissed those lips 1,000 times, but now it seemed like the act of another woman, some entirely different Ida'an Machi, whose body and memory she had inherited when the first girl died. She smiled and raised her hands in a pose of formal query. "Are you mad?" Adra demanded. "Don't speak about them.
Not ever. If we're found out— Yes, you're right. I'm sorry, Ida'an said. I wasn't thinking. There are rumors you spent a day with Semai and the Andat. You were seen. The rumors are true, and I meant to be seen. I can't see how my having a close relationship to the poet would hurt the cause, and in fact, I think it will help, don't you? When the time comes that half the houses of the Utkayem are vying for my father's chair, an upstart house like yours would do well to boast a friendship with Semai. I think being married to a daughter of the Kai will be quite enough, thank you, Adra said. And your brothers aren't dead yet, in case you'd forgotten. No, I remember. I don't want you acting strangely. Things are too delicate just now for you to start attracting attention. You are my lover, and if you are off half the time drinking rice wine with the poet, people won't be saying that I have strong friendship with him. They'll be saying that he's cuckolding me, and that Vaunyogi is the wrong house to draw a new Kai from. So, you don't want me seeing him? Or you just want more discretion when I do? Ida'an asked. That stopped him. His eyes, deep brown with flecks of red and green, peered into hers. A sudden memory as powerful as illness swept over her of a winter night when they had met in the tunnels. He had gazed at her then by firelight, and been no further from her than he was now. She wondered how these could be those same eyes. Her hand rose as if by itself, and stroked his cheek. He folded his hands around hers. "I'm sorry," she said, ashamed of the catch in her voice. "I don't want to quarrel with you." "What are you doing, little one?" he asked. "Don't you see how dangerous this is that we're doing? Everything rests on it." "I know. I remember the stories. It's strange, don't you think, that my brothers can slaughter each other, and all the people do is applaud, but if I take a hand, it's a crime worse than anything." "You're a woman," he said, as if that explained everything. "And you," she said calmly, almost lovingly, "are a schemer and an agent of the gods, so perhaps we deserve each other." She felt him stiffen, and then forced the tension away. His smile was crooked. She felt something warm in her breast, painful and sad, and as warm as the first sip of rum on a midwinter night. She wondered if it might be hatred, and if it were, whether it was for herself or this man before her. "It's going to be fine," he said. "I know," she said. "I knew it would be hard. It's the ways it's hard that surprise me. I don't know how I should act or who I should be. I don't know where the normal grief that anyone would feel stops or turns into something else." She shook her head. "This seemed simpler when we were only talking about it." "I know, love. It will be simple again, I promise you. It's only this in the middle that feels complicated." "I don't know how they do it," she said. "I don't know how they kill one another. I dream about him, you know. I dream that I am walking through the gardens or the palaces, and I see him in among a crowd of people." Tears came to her eyes unbidden, flowing warm and thick down her cheeks. But her voice, when she continued, was as steady and calm as that of a woman predicting the weather. "He's always happy in the dreams. He's always forgiven me." "I'm sorry," he said. "I know you loved him." Ida'an nodded, but didn't speak. "Be strong, love. It will be over soon. It will all be finished very soon." She wiped the tears away with the back of her hand. Her knuckles darkened where her paints were running, and pulled him close. He seemed to hold back for a moment, then folded against her, his arms around her trembling shoulders. He was warm, and the smell of sage and violet was mixed now with his skin, the particular musk of his body that she had treasured once above all other scents. He murmured small comforts into her ears and stroked her hair as she wept. "Is it too late?" she asked. "Can we stop it, Adra? Can we take it all back?" He kissed her eyes, his lips soft as a girl's. His voice was calm and as implacable and hard as stone. When she heard it, she knew he had been thinking himself down the same pathways and had come to the same place. "No, love, it's too late. It was too late as soon as your brother died. We have started, and there's no ending it now except to win through or die." They stayed still in each other's embrace. If all went well, she would die an old woman in this man's arms, or he would die in hers, while their sons killed one another. And there had been a time not half a year ago she'd thought the prize worth winning. "I should go," she murmured. "I have to attend to my father. There's some dignitaries just come to the city that I'm to smile at." "Have you heard of the others? Cain and Anat?" "Nothing," Ida'an said. "They vanished, gone to ground." "And the other one? Ota?" Ida'an pulled back, straightening the sleeves of her robes as she spoke. "Ota's a story that the Utkayem tell to make the song more interesting. He's likely not even alive any longer, or if he is, he's wise enough to have no part of this."
"Are you certain of that?"
"Of course not," she said. "But what else can I give you?" They spoke little after that. Adra walked with her through the gardens of the second palace and then out to the street. Ida'an made her way to her rooms and sent for the slave boy who repainted her face. The sun hadn't moved the width of 2 hands together before she strode again through the high palaces, her face as cool and perfect as a player's mask. The formal poses of respect and deference greeted and steadied her. She was Ida'an Machi, daughter of the Kai and wife, though none knew it yet, of the man who would take his place. She forced confidence into her spine, and the men and women around her reacted as if it were real, which, she supposed, meant that it was, and that the sorrow and darkness they could not see were false. When she entered the council chambers, her father greeted her with a silent pose of welcome. He looked ill, his skin gray and his mouth pinched by the pain in his belly. The delicate lanterns of worked iron and silver made the wood-sheathed walls glow, and the cushions that lined the floor were as thick and soft as pillows. The men who sat on them, yes, men, all of them, made their obeisances to her, but her father motioned her closer. She walked to his side and knelt.
"There is someone I wish you to meet,"
her father said, gesturing to an awkward man in the brown robes of a poet.
"The Dai Quo has sent him. Ma'ati Valpatai has come to study in our library."
Fear flushed her mouth with the taste of metal, but she simpered and took a pose of welcome as if the words had meant nothing. Her mind raced, ticking through ways that the Dai Quo could have discovered her, or Adra, or the Gaults. The poet replied to her gesture with a formal pose of gratitude, and she took the opportunity to look at him more closely. The body was as soft as a scholar's, the lines of his face as round as dough, but there was a darkness to his eyes that had nothing to do with color or light. She felt certain he was someone worth fearing. "The library?" she said. "That's dull. Surely there are more interesting things in the city than room after room of old scrolls."
"Scholars have strange enthusiasms," the poet said. "But it's true. I've never been to any of the winter cities before. I'm hoping that not all my time will be taken in study."
There had to be a reason that the Dai Quo and the Gaults wanted the same thing. There had to be a reason that they each wanted to plumb the depths of the library of Machi. "And how have you found the city, Ma'atecha?" she asked. when you haven't been studying?"
"It is as beautiful as I had been told," the poet said. "He has been here only a few days," her father said. "Had he come earlier, I would have had your brothers here to guide him. But perhaps you might introduce him to your friends."
"I would be honored,"
Ida'an said, her mind considering 1,000 ways that this might be a trap.
"Perhaps tomorrow evening you would join me for tea in the winter gardens. I have no doubt there are many people who would be pleased to join us."
"Not too many, I hope,"
he said. He had an odd voice, she thought, as if he was amused at something, as if he knew how badly he had shaken her. Her fear shifted slightly, and she raised her chin.
"I already find myself forgetting names I should remember," the poet continued. "It's most embarrassing."
"I will be pleased to remind you of my own, should it be required," she said.
Her father's movement was almost too slight to see, but she caught it and cast her gaze down. Perhaps she had gone too far, but when the poet spoke, he seemed to have taken no offense.
"I expect I will remember yours, Ida'an-cha. It would be very rude not to. I look forward to meeting your friends and seeing your city, perhaps even more than closeting myself in your library."
He had to know. He had to. Except that she was not being led away under guard. She was not being taken to the quiet chambers and questioned. If he did not know, he must only suspect. Let him suspect, then. She would get word to Adra and the Galts. They would know better than she what to do with this Ma'ati Valpatai. If he was a threat, he would be added to the list. Beitra, Danat, Kain, Ota, Ma'ati. The men she would have to kill, or have killed. She smiled at him gently, and he nodded to her. One more name could make little difference now, and he, at least, was no one she loved.
"When are they sending you?"
Kian asked, as she poured out the bucket. Gray water flowed over the bricks that paved the small garden at the back of the wayhouse. Ota took the long-handled brush and swept the water off to the sides, leaving the walkway deep red and glistening in the sunlight. He felt Kian's gaze on him, felt the question in the air. The garden smelled of fresh-turned earth. Spices for the kitchen grew here. In a few weeks the place would be thick with growing things, basil and mint and thyme. He imagined scrubbing these bricks week after week over the span of years, until they wore smooth, or he died, and felt an irrational surge of fondness for the walkway. He smiled to himself.
"Itani?"
"I don't know. That is, I know they want me to go to Machi in 2 weeks' time. Amiyit Thos is sending half the couriers he has up there, it seems."
"Of course he is. It's where everything's happening."
"But I haven't decided to go."
The silence bore down on him now, and he turned. Kian stood in the doorway, in her doorway. Her crossed arms, her narrowed eyes, and the single frown line drawn vertically between her brows made Ota smile. He leaned on his brush.
"We need to talk, sweet,"
he said.
"There are some things. We have some business, I think, to attend to."
Kian answered by taking the brush from him, leaning it against the wall, and marching to a meeting room at the back of the house. It was small but formal, with a thick wooden door and a window that looked out on the corner of the interior courtyard. The sort of place she might give to a diplomat, or a courier, for an extra length of copper. The sort of place it would be difficult to be overheard. That was as it should be. Kian sat carefully, her face blank as that of a man playing tiles. Ota sat across from her, careful not to touch her hand. She was holding herself back, he knew. She was restraining herself from hoping until she knew, so that if what he said did not match what she longed to hear, the disappointment would not be so heavy. For a moment His mind flickered back to a bathhouse in Sarekat, and another woman's eyes. He had had this conversation once before, and he doubted he would ever have it again.
"I don't want to go to the north,"
Ota said.
"for more reasons than one."
"Why not?"
Kian asked.
"Sweet, there are some things I haven't told you. Things about my family. About myself."
And so he began, slowly, carefully, to tell the story. He was the son of the Kaimachi, but his sixth son, one of those cast out by his family and sent to the school where the sons of the Kayem and Utkayem struggled in hope of one day being selected to be poets and wield the power of the Andat. He had been chosen once and had walked away. Itani Noiga was the name he had chosen for himself, the man he had made of himself, but he was also Otamachi. He was careful to tell the story well. He more than half expected her to laugh at him, or to accuse him of a self-aggrandizing madness, or to sweep him into her arms and say that she'd always known he was something more than a courier. Kian defeated all the stories he had spun in his dreams of this moment. She merely listened, arms crossed, eyes turned toward the window. The vertical line between her brows deepened slightly, and that was all. She did not move or ask questions until he had nearly reached the end. All that was left was to tell her he'd chosen to take her offer to work with her here at the Way House. But she knew that already, and lifted her hands before he could say the words.
"Itani, lover, if this isn't true, if this is a joke, please tell me. Now."
"It isn't a joke,"
he said. She took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. When she spoke, she seemed calm in a way that he knew meant rage beyond expression. At the first tone of it, his heart went tight.
"You have to leave. Now. Tonight. You have to leave and never come back."
"Kian kya?"
"No. No kya. No sweet. No my love. None of that. You have to leave my house, and you can't ever come back or tell anyone who you are, or who I am, or that we knew each other once. Do you understand that?"
"I understand that you're angry with me," Ota said, leaning toward her. "You have a right to be, but you don't know how carefully I have had to guard this."
Kian tilted her head, like a fox that's heard a strange noise, then laughed once.
"You think I'm upset you didn't tell me? You think I'm upset because you had a secret, and you didn't spill it the first time we shared a bed? Itani, this may surprise you, but I have secrets 1,000 times less important than that, and I've kept them 100 times better."
"But you want me to leave?"
"Of course I want you to leave. Are you dim? Do you know what happened to the men who guarded your eldest brother? They're dead. Do you recall what happened when the Kayalaket sons turned on each other 6 years back? There were 12 corpses before that was through, and only 2 of them were related to the Kai. Now look around you. How do you expect me to protect my house? How can I protect old Mani? And think before you speak, because if you tell me that you'll be strong and manly and protect me, I swear by all the gods I'll turn you in myself."
"No one will find out,"
Ota said. She closed her eyes. A tear broke free, tracing a bright line down her cheek. When he leaned close, reaching out to wipe it away, she slapped his hand before it touched her.
"I would almost be willing to take that chance if it were only me. Not quite, but nearly. It isn't, though. It's everyone and everything I've worked for."
"Kian kya? Together we could—"
"Do nothing. Together we could do nothing, because you are leaving now. And odd as it sounds, I do understand. why you concealed what you did, why you told me now, and I hope ghosts haunt you and chew out your eyes at night. I hope all the gods there are damn you for making me love you and then doing this to me. Now get out. If you're here in half a hand's time, I will call for the guard.
Outside the window, a flutter of wings, and then the fluting melody of a songbird. The constant distant sound of the river, the scent of pine.
Do you believe me? She asked. That I'll call the guard on you if you stay?
I do, he said.
Then go.
I love you.
I know you do, Tanikya. Go.
House Sianti had quarters in the city for its people. Small rooms hardly large enough for a cot and a brazier, but the blankets were thick and soft, and the kitchen sold meals at half the price a cart on the street would. When the rain came that night, Ota lay in the glow of the coals and listened to the patter of water against leaves, mixed with the voices from the covered courtyard. Someone was playing a nomad's harp, and the music was lively and sorrowful at the same time. Sometimes voices would rise up together in song or laughter. He turned Kian's words over in his mind and noticed how empty they made him feel. He'd been a fool to tell her, a fool to say anything. If he had only kept his secret secret, he could have made a life for himself based on lies. And if the brothers he only knew as shadows and moments from a half-recalled childhood had ever discovered him, Kian and Old Money and anyone else unfortunate enough to know him might have been killed without even knowing why. Kian had not been wrong. A gentle murmur of thunder came and went. Ota rose from his cot and walked out. Amiit Foss kept late hours, and Ota found him sitting at a fire grate, poking the crackling flames with a length of iron while he joked over his shoulder with the 5 men and 4 women who lounged on cushions and low chairs. He smiled when he saw Ota and called for a bowl of wine for him. The gathering looked so calm and felt so relaxed that only someone in the gentleman's trade would have recognized it for the business meeting that it was. "Itanicha is one of the couriers I mean to send north, if I can pry him away from his love of sloth and comfort," Amiit said with a smile. The others greeted him and made him welcome. Ota sat by the fire and listened. There would be nothing said here that he was not permitted to know. Amiit's introduction had established, with the subtlety of a master, Ota's rank and the level of trust to be afforded him, and no one in the room was so thick as to misunderstand him. The news from the north was confusing. The 2 surviving sons of Machi had vanished. Neither had appeared in the other cities of the Kayem, going to courts and looking for support as tradition would have them do. Nor had the streets of Machi erupted in bloodshed, as their bases of power within the city vied for advantage. The best estimates were that the old Kai wouldn't see another winter, and even some of the houses of the Utkayem seemed to be preparing to offer up their sons as the new Kai, should the succession fail to deliver a single living heir. Something very quiet was happening, and House Sianti, like everyone else in the world, was aching with curiosity. Ota could hear it in their voices, could see it in the way they held their wine. Even when the conversation shifted to the glass-blowers of Setani and the collapse of the planned summer fair in Annatan, all minds were drawn toward Machi. He sipped his wine. Going north was dangerous. He knew that, and still it didn't escape him that the Kai Machi dying by inches was his father, that these men were the brothers he knew only as vague memories, and because of these men he had lost everything again. If he was going to be haunted his whole life by the city, perhaps he should at least see it. The only thing he risked was his life. At length the conversation turned to less weighty matters, and, without a word or shift in voice or manner, the meeting was ended. Ota spoke as much as any, laughed as much,
and sang as loudly when the pipe players joined them. But when he stretched and turned to leave, Amiet Foss was at his side. Ota and the overseer left together, as if they had only happened to rise at the same time, and Ota knew that no one in the drunken, boisterous room they left had failed to notice it.
So, it sounds as if all the interesting things in the world are happening in Machi,
Ota said, as they strode back through the hallways of the house compound.
You are still hoping to send me there?
I've been hoping, Amiet Foss agreed. But I have other plans, if you have some of your own.
I don't,
Ota said, and Amiet paused. In the dim lantern light, Ota let the old man search his face. Something passed over Amiet, the ghost of some old sorrow, and then he took a pose of condolence. I thought you had come to quit the house, Amiet said.
I had meant to,
Ota said, surprised at himself for admitting it. Amiet gestured Ota to follow him, and together they retired to Amiet's apartments. The rooms were large and warm, hung with tapestries and lit by a dozen candles. Ota sat on a low seat by a table, and Amiet took a box from his shelf. Inside were 2 small porcelain bowls and a white stoppered bottle that matched them. When Amiet poured, the scent of rice wine filled the room. "We drink to the gods," Amiet said, raising his bowl. "May they never drink to us." Ota drank the wine at a gulp. It was excellent, and he felt his throat grow warmer. He looked at the empty bowl in his fingers and nodded. Amiet grinned. "It was a gift from an old friend," Amiet said. "I love to drink it, but I hate to drink alone."
I'm pleased to be of service,
Ota said as Amiet filled the bowl again.
"So, things with the woman didn't work out?"
"No," Ota said.
"I'm sorry."
It was entirely my fault.
"If it's true, you're a wise man to know it, and if it's not, you're a good man for saying it. Either way."
I think it would be, that is, if there are any letters to be carried, I think travel might be the best thing just now. I don't really care to stay in Udun.
Amiet sighed and nodded.
"Tomorrow,"
he said.
"come to my offices in the morning. We'll arrange something."
Afterwards, they finished the rice wine and talked of nothing important, of old stories and old travels, the women they had known and loved, or else hated, or both. Ota said nothing of Kian or the north, and Amiet didn't press him. When Ota rose to leave, he was surprised to find how drunk he had become. He navigated his way to his room and lay on the couch, mustering the resolve to pull off his robes. Morning found him still dressed. He changed robes and went down to the bathhouse, forcing his mind back over his conversations of the night before. He was fairly certain he had said nothing to implicate himself or make Amiet suspect the nature of his falling out with Kian. He wondered what the old man would have made of the truth had he known it. The packet of letters waited for him, each sewn and sealed, in a leather bag on Amiet Foss's desk. Most were for trading houses in Machi, though there were 4 that were to go to members of the Utkayem. Ota turned the packet in his hands. Behind him, one of the apprentices said something softly, and another giggled.
"You have time to reconsider,"
Amiet said.
"You could go back to her on your knees. If the letters wait another day, there's little lost, and she might relent."
Ota tucked the letters into their pouch and slipped it into his sleeve.
An old lover of mine once told me that everything I'd ever won, I won by leaving, Ota said.
"The island girl?"
Did I mention her last night?
"At length,"
Amiet said, chuckling.
"That particular quotation came up twice, as I recall. There might have been a third time, too. I couldn't really say."
I'm sorry to hear that. I hope I didn't tell you all my secrets,
Ota said, making a joke of his sudden unease. He didn't recall saying anything about Madge. and it occurred to him exactly how dangerous that night had been.
"If you had, I'd make it a point to forget them,"
Amiot said.
"Nothing a drunk man says on the day his woman leaves him should be held against him. It's poor form. And this is, after all, a gentleman's trade, nay?"
Ota took a pose of agreement.
"I'll report what I find when I get back,"
he said unnecessarily,
assuming I haven't froze to death on the roads.
"Be careful up there, Itani. Things are uncertain when there's the scent of a new kai in the wind. It's interesting, and it's important, but it's not always safe."
Ota shifted to a pose of thanks, to which his supervisor replied in kind, his face so pleasantly unreadable that Ota genuinely didn't know how deep the warning ran. 3. When Ma'ati considered the mines, something he had rarely had occasion to do, he had pictured great holes going deep into the earth. He had not imagined the branchings and contortions of passages where miners struggled to follow veins of ore, the stench of dust and damp, the yelps and howls of the dogs that pulled the flat-bottomed sledges filled with gravel, or the darkness. He held his lantern low, as did the others around him. There was no call to raise it. Nothing more would be seen, and the prospect of breaking it against the stone overhead was unpleasant.
"There can be places where the air goes bad, too,"
Semai said as they turned another twisting corner.
"They take birds with them because they die first." "What happens then?" Ma'ati asked. "If the birds die?" "It depends on how valuable the ore is," the young poet said. "Abandon the mine, or try to blow out the bad air, or use slaves. There are men whose indentures allow that."
2 servants followed at a distance, their own torches glowing. Ma'ati had the sense that they would all, himself included, have been better pleased to spend the day in the palaces. All but the Andat. Stone made soft alone among them seemed untroubled by the weight over them, and the gloom that pressed in when the lanterns flickered. The wide, calm face, almost stupid to Ma'ati, the Andat's occasional pronouncements simplistic, compared with the 1,000-layered comments of Seedless, the only Andat he'd known intimately. He knew better than to be taken in. The form of the Andat might be different, the mental bindings that held it might place different strictures upon it, but the hunger at its center was as desperate. It was an Andat, and it would long to return to its natural state. They might seem as different as marble from a thorn, but at heart they were all the same. And Ma'ati knew he was walking through a tunnel not so tall he could stand to his full height, with 1,000 tons of stone above him. This placid-faced ghost could bring it down on him, as if they'd been crawling through a hole in the ocean.
"So, you see," Semai was saying, "the Daikani engineers find where they want to extend the mine out, or down, or up. We have to leave that to them. Then I will come through and walk through the survey with them, so that we all understand what they're asking." "And how much do you soften it?" "It varies," Semai said. "It depends on the kind of rock. Some of them you can almost reduce to putty if you're truly clear where you want it to be. Then other times, you only want it to be easier to dig through. Most often, that's when they're concerned about collapses." "I see," Ma'ati said. "And the pumps? How do those figure in?" "That was actually an entirely different agreement. The Kai's eldest son was interested in the problem. The mines here are some of the lowest that are still in use. The northern mines are almost all in the mountains, and so they aren't as likely to strike water." "So the Daikani pay more for being here?" "No, not really. The pumps he designed usually work quite well." "But the payment for them?"
Semai grinned. His teeth and skin were yellowed by the lantern light.
"It was a different agreement," Semai said again. "The Daikani let him experiment with his designs, and he let them use them. But if they worked well, other mines would pay the Kai for the use of the pumps if they wished for help building them. Usually, though, the mines will help each other on things like that. There's a certain, brotherhood? The miners take care of each other, whatever house they work for. Might we see the pumps? If you'd like, he said. They're back in the deeper parts of the mine, if you don't mind walking down farther.
Ma'ati forced a grin and did not look at the wide face of the Ondat turning toward him.
Not at all, he said. Let's go down.
The pumps, when he found them at last, were ingenious. A series of treadmills turned huge corkscrews that lifted the water up to pools, where another corkscrew waited to lift it higher again. They did not keep the deepest tunnels dry, the walls there seemed to weep as Ma'ati waded through warm, knee-high water, but they kept it clear enough to work. Machi had, Semai assured him, the deepest tunnels in the world. Ma'ati did not ask if they were the safest. They found the mine's overseer here in the depths. Voices seemed to carry better in the watery tunnels than up above, but Ma'ati could not make out the words clearly until they were almost upon him. A small, thick-set man with a darkness to him that made Ma'ati think of grime worked so deeply into skin that it would never come clean. He took a pose of welcome as they approached.
"We've an honored guest come to the city," Semai said. "We've had many honored guests in the city," the overseer said with a grin. "Damn few in the bottom of the hole, though. There's no palaces down here." "But Machi's fortunes rest on its mines," Ma'ati said. "So in a sense, these are the deepest cellars of the palaces, the ones where the best treasures are hidden."
The overseer grinned.
"I like this one," he said to Semai. "He's got a quick head on him." "I heard about the pumps the Kai's eldest son had designed," Ma'ati said. "I was wondering if you could tell me of them."
The grin widened, and the overseer launched into an expansive and delighted discussion of water and mines and the difficulty of removing the one from the other. Ma'ati listened, struggling to follow the vocabulary and grammar particular to the trade.
"He had a gift for them," the overseer said at last. His voice was melancholy. "They'll keep at them, these pumps, and they'll get better, but not like they would have with Betrayal on them." "He was here, I understand, on the day he was killed," Ma'ati said. He saw the young poet's head shift, turning to consider him, and he ignored it as he had the Ondats. "That's true, and I wish he'd stayed. His brothers aren't bad men, but they aren't miners, and, well, he'll be missed." "I had thought it odd, though," Ma'ati said. "Whichever brother killed him, they had to know where he would be, that he would be called out here, and that the work would take so much of the day that he wouldn't return to the city itself." "I suppose that's so," the overseer said. "Then someone knew your pumps would fail," Ma'ati said.
The lamplight flickered off the surface of the water, casting shadows up the overseer's face as this sank in. Semai coughed. Ma'ati said nothing, did not move, waited. If any man here had been involved with it, the overseer was most likely. But Ma'ati saw no rage or wariness in his expression, only the slow blooming of implication that might be expected in a man who had not thought the murder through. So perhaps he could be used after all. "You're saying someone sabotaged my pumps to get him out here?" the overseer said at last. Ma'ati wished deeply that Semai and his Ondat were not present. This was a thing better done alone. But the moment had arrived, and there was nothing to be done but go forward. The servants at least were far enough away not to overhear if he spoke softly. Ma'ati dug in his sleeve and came out with a letter and a small leather pouch, heavy with silver lengths. He pressed them both into the surprised overseer's hands. "If you should discover who did, I would very much like to speak with them before the officers of the Utkayim or the head of your house. That letter will tell you how to find me." The overseer tucked away the pouch and letter, taking a pose of thanks which Ma'ati waved away. Semai and the Ondat were as silent as stones. "And how long is it you've been working these mines?"
Ma'ati asked, forcing a lightness to his tone he did not feel.
Soon the overseer was regaling them with stories of his years underground, and they were walking together toward the surface again. By the time Ma'ati stepped out from the long, sloping throat of the mine and into daylight, his feet were numb. A litter waited for them, 12 strong men prepared to carry the 3 of them back to the palaces. Ma'ati stopped for a moment to wring the water from the hem of his robes and to appreciate having nothing but the wide sky above him.
"Why was it the Dai Quo sent you?" Samai asked, as they climbed into the wooden litter. His voice was almost innocent, but even the Andat was looking at Ma'ati oddly. "There are suggestions that the library may have some old references that the Dai Quo lacks. Things that touch on the grammars of the first poets." "Ah," Samai said. The litter lurched and rose, swaying slightly as the servants bore them away back to the palaces. "And nothing more than that?" "Of course not," Ma'ati said. "What more could there be?" He knew that he was convincing no one, and that was likely a fine thing. Ma'ati had spent his first days in Machi learning the city, the courts, the tea-houses. The Kai's daughter had introduced him to the gatherings of the younger generation of the Utkayem, as the poet Samai had to the elder. Ma'ati had spent each night walking a different quarter of the city, wrapped in thick wool robes with close hoods against the vicious cold of the spring air. He had learned the intrigues of the court, which houses were vying for marriages to which cities, who was likely to be extorting favors from whom, over what sorts of indiscretion, all the petty wars of a family of 1,000 children. He had used the opportunities to spread the name of Itani Noiga, saying only that he was an old friend Ma'ati had heard might be in the city, whom he would very much like to see. There was no way to say that it was the name Otamachi had invented for himself in Sareket, and even if there had been, Ma'ati would likely not have done so. He had come to realize exactly how little he knew what he ought to do. He had been sent because he knew Ota, knew how his old friend's mind worked, would recognize him should they meet. They were advantages, Ma'ati supposed, but it was hard to weigh them against his inexperience. There was little enough to learn of making discreet inquiries when your life was spent in the small tasks of the Dai Quo's village. An overseer of a trading house would have been better suited to the task, a negotiator, or a courier. Liat would have been better, the woman he had once loved, who had once loved him. Liat, mother of the boy Naiit, whom Ma'ati had held as a babe, and loved more than water or air. Liat, who had been Ota's lover as well. For the 1,000th time, Ma'ati put that thought aside. When they reached the palaces, Ma'ati again thanked Samai for taking the time from his work to accompany him, and Samai, still with the half-certain stance of a dog hearing an unfamiliar sound, assured him that he'd been pleased to do so. Ma'ati watched the slight young man and his thick-framed Andat walk away across the flagstones of the courtyard. Their hems were black and sodden, ruining the drape of the robes, much like his own, he knew. Thankfully, his own apartments were warm. He stripped off his robes, leaving them in a lump for the servants to remove to a launderer, and replaced them with the thickest he had, lamb's wool and heavy leather, with a thin cotton lining. It was the sort that natives of Machi wore in deep winter, but Ma'ati pulled it close about him, vowing to use it whenever he went out, whatever the others might think of him. His boots thrown into a corner, he stretched his pale, numb feet almost into the fire grate and shuddered. He would have to go to the way-house where Beitra Machi had died. The owners there had spoken to the officers of the Utkayem, of course. They had told their tale of the moon-faced man who had come with letters of introduction, worked in their kitchens, and been ready to take over for a night when the overseers all came down ill. Still, he could not be sure there was nothing more to know unless he made his visit. Some other day, when he could feel his toes. The summons came to him when the sun, red and angry, was just preparing to slide behind the mountains to the west.
Ma'ati pulled on thick, warm boots of soft leather, and added his brown poet's robes over the warmer ones, and let himself be led to the Kai Machi's private chambers. He passed through several rooms on his way, a hall of worked marble the color of honey with a fountain running through it like a creek, a meeting chamber large enough to hold 24 at a single table, then a small corridor that led to chambers of a more human size. Ahead of him, a woman passed from one side of the corridor to the other, leaving the impression of night-black hair, warm brown skin, and robes the yellow of sunrise. One of the wives, Ma'ati knew, of a man who had several. At last, the servant slid open a door of carved rosewood, and Ma'ati stepped into a room hardly larger than his own bedroom. The old man sat on a couch, his feet toward the fire that burned in the grate. His robes were lush, the silks seeming to take up the firelight and dance with it. They seemed more alive than his flesh. Slowly, the Kai raised a clay pipe to his mouth and puffed on it thoughtfully. The smoke smelled as rich and sweet as a cane field on fire. Ma'ati took a pose of greeting as formal as high court. The Kai Machi raised an ancient eyebrow and only smiled. With the stem of the pipe, he pointed to the couch opposite him and nodded to Ma'ati that he should sit.
"They make me smoke this," the Kai said. "Whenever my belly troubles me, they say. I tell them they might as well make it air, burn it by the bushel in all the firekeepers' kilns, but they only laugh as if it were wit, and I play along." "Yes, Most High."
There was a long pause as the Kai contemplated the flames. Ma'ati waited, uncertain. He noticed the catch in the Kai Machi's breath, as if it pained him. He had not noticed it before.
"Your search for my outlaw son," the Kai said. "It is going well?" "It is early yet, Most High. I have made myself visible. I have let it be known that I am looking into the death of your son." "You still expect Ota to come to you?"
"Yes."
"And if he does not?"
"Then it will take more time, Most High, but I will find him." The old man nodded, then exhaled a plume of pale smoke. He took a pose of gratitude, his wasted hands holding the position with the grace of a lifetime's practice.
"His mother was a good woman. I miss her. Ira, her name was. She gave me Ida'an, too. She was glad to have a child of her own that she could keep."
Ma'ati thought he saw the old man's eyes glisten for a moment, lost as he was in old memories of which Ma'ati could only guess the substance. Then the Kai sighed.
"Ida'an,"
the Kai said.
"She treated you gently?"
"She has been nothing but kind," Ma'ati said, "and very generous with her time." The Kai shook his head, smiling more to himself than to his audience.
"That's good. She was always unpredictable. Age has calmed her, I think. There was a time she would study outrages the way most girls study face paints and sandals. Always sneaking puppies into court or stealing dresses she fancied from her little friends. She relied on me to keep her safe, however far she flew,"
he said, smiling fondly.
"A mischievous girl, my daughter, but good-hearted. I'm proud of her."
Then he sobered.
"I am proud of all my children. It's why I am not of one mind on this,"
the Kai said.
"You would think that I should be, but I am not. With every day that the search continues, the truce holds, and Cain and Danat still live. I've known since I was old enough to know anything that if I took this chair, my sons would kill each other. It wasn't so hard before I knew them, when they were only the idea of sons. But then they were Betrayal, and Cain, and Danat, and I don't want any of them to die.
But tradition, Most High, if they did not,
I know why they must die,
the Kai said.
I was only wishing. It's something dying men do, I'm told. Sit with their regrets. It's likely that which kills us, as much as the sickness. I sometimes wish that this had all happened years ago, that they had slaughtered each other in their childhood. Then I might have at least one of them by me now. I have not wanted to die alone.
You are not alone, Most High. The whole court.
Ma'ati broke off. The Kai Machi took a pose accepting correction, but the amusement in his eyes and the angle of his shoulders made a sarcasm of it. Ma'ati nodded, accepting the old man's point.
I can't say which of them I would have wanted to live, though,
the Kai said, puffing thoughtfully on his pipe.
I love them all very dearly. I cannot tell you how deeply I miss Betrayal.
Had you known him, you would have loved Ota as well.
You think so? Certainly you knew him better than I. I can't think he would have thought well of me,
the Kai said. Then,
did you go back after you took your robes? Did you go to see your parents?
My father was very old when I went to the school,
Ma'ati said.
He died before I completed my training. We did not know each other.
So you have never had a family?
I have, Most High,
Ma'ati said, fighting to keep the tightness in his chest from changing the tone of his voice.
A lover and a son. I had a family once.
But no longer. They died.
They live, only not with me.
The Kai considered him, bloodshot eyes blinking slowly. With his thin, wrinkled skin, he reminded Ma'ati of a very old turtle, or else a very young bird. The Kai's gaze softened, his brows tilting in understanding and sorrow.
It's never easy for fathers,
the Kai said.
Perhaps if the world had needed less from us.
Ma'ati waited a long moment until he trusted his voice.
Perhaps, Most High.
The Kai exhaled a breath of gray, his gaze trapped by the smoke.
It isn't the world I knew when I was young,
the old man said.
Everything changed when Sareket fell.
The Kai Sareket has a poet,
Ma'ati said.
He has the power of the Andat.
It took the Daiko 8 years and 6 failed bindings,
the Kai said.
And every time word came of another failure, I could see it in the faces of the court. The Utkayim may put on proud faces, but I've seen the fear that swims under that ice. And you were there. You said so in the audience when I greeted you.
Yes, Most High.
But you didn't say everything you knew,
the Kai said.
did you?
The yellowed eyes fixed on Ma'ati. The intelligence in them was unnerving. Ma'ati felt himself squirming, and wondered what had happened to the melancholy dying man he'd been speaking with only moments before.
That is...
There were rumors that the poet's death was more than an angry East Island girl's revenge. The Gaults were mentioned.
And Edency, Ma'ati said, and Aemond. There was no end of accusations, Most High. Some even believed what they charged. When the cotton trade collapsed, a great number of people lost a great amount of money and prestige.
They lost more than that,
the Kai said, leaning forward and stabbing at the air with the stem of his pipe.
The money, the trade, the standing among the cities, they don't signify. Sariket was the death of certainty. They lost the conviction that the Kayem would hold the world at bay, that war would never come to Sariket. And we lost it here, too.
If you say so, Most High.
The priests say that something touched by chaos is never made whole,
the Kai said, sinking back into his cushions.
Do you know what they mean by that, Ma'ati Cha?
I have some idea,
Ma'ati said, but the Kai went on.
It means that something unthinkable can only happen once, because after that, it's not unthinkable any longer. We've seen what happens when a city is touched by chaos, and now it's in the back of every head, in every court, in all the cities of the Kayem.
Ma'ati frowned and leaned forward.
You think Semaicha is in some danger?
What?
the Kai said, then waved the thought away, stirring the smoky air.
No, not that. I think my city is at risk. I think Ota, my upstart son.
He's forgiven you.
A voice murmured in the back of Ma'ati's mind. The voice of Seedless, the Andat of Sareket. They were the words the Andat had spoken to Ma'ati in the instant before Heshai's death had freed it. It had been speaking of Ota.
I've called you here for a reason, Ma'ati Cha,
the Kai said, and Ma'ati pulled his attention back to the present.
I didn't care to speak of it around those who would use it to fuel gossip. Your inquiry into Beatra's death, you must move more quickly.
Even with a truce?
Yes, even at the price of my sons returning to their tradition. If I die without a successor chosen, especially if Danat and Kain are still gone to ground, there will be chaos. The families of the Uthkayim start thinking that perhaps they would sit more comfortably in my chair, and schemes begin. Your task isn't only to find Ota. Your task is to protect my city.
I understand, Most High.
You do not, Ma'ati Cha. The spring roses are starting to bloom, and I will not see high summer. Neither of us has the luxury of time.
The gathering was all that Samai had hoped for, and less. Spring breezes washed the pavilion with the scent of fresh flowers. Kilns set along the edges roared behind the music of reed organ, flute, and drum. Overhead, the stars shone like gems strewn on dark velvet. The long months of winter had given musicians time to compose and practice new songs, and the youth of the high families, week after weary week, to tire of the cold and dark, and the terrible constriction that deep winter brought to those with no business to conduct on the snow. Semai laughed and clapped time with the music and danced. Women and girls caught his eye, and he theirs. The heat of youth did, where heavier robes would otherwise have been called for, and the draw of body to body filled the air with something stronger than the perfume of flowers. Even the impending death of the Kai lent an air of license. Momentous things were happening, the world's order was changing, and they were young enough to find the thought romantic. And yet he could not enjoy it. A young man in an eagle's mask pressed a bowl of hot wine into his hand and spun away into the dance. Semai grinned, sipped at it, and faded back to the edge of the pavilion. In the shadows behind the kilns, stone made soft stood motionless. Semai sat beside it, put the bowl on the grass, and watched the revelry. Two young men had doffed their robes entirely, and were sprinting around the wide grounds in nothing but their masks, and long scarves trailing from their necks. The Ondat shifted like the first shudder of a landslide, then was still again. When it spoke, its voice was so soft that they would not be heard by the others.
It wouldn't be the first time the Dai Quo had lied.
Or the first time I'd wondered why, Semai said. It's his to decide what to say and to whom.
And yours?
And mine to satisfy my curiosity. You heard what he said to the overseer in the mines. If he truly didn't want me to know, he would have lied better. Ma'ati Quo is looking into more than the library, and that's certain. The Ondat sighed. Stone made soft had no more need of breath than did a mountainside. The exhalation could only be a comment. Semai felt the subject of their conversation changing even before the Ondat spoke.
She's come.
And there, dressed black as rooks and pale as morning, Ida'an Machi moved among the dancers. Her mask hid only part of her face and not her identity. Wrapped as he was by the darkness, she did not see him. Semai felt a lightning in his breast as he watched her move through the crowd, greeting friends and looking, he thought, for something, or perhaps someone, among them. She was not beautiful, well painted, but any number of the girls and women were more nearly perfect. She was not the most graceful, or the best spoken, or any of the 100 things that Semai thought of when he tried to explain to himself why this girl should fascinate him. The closest he could come was that she was interesting, and none of the others were.
It won't end well,
the Ondat murmured. It hasn't begun, Semai said. How can something end when it hasn't even started? Stone Made Soft sighed again, and Semai rose, tugging at his robes to smooth their lines. The music had paused, and someone in the crowd laughed long and high.
Come back when you've finished, and we'll carry on our conversation,
the Ondat said. Semai ignored the patience in its voice and strode forward, back into the light. The reed organ struck a chord just as he reached Ida'an's side. He brushed her arm, and she turned, first annoyed, and then surprised, and then, he thought, pleased. Ida'an-ja, he said, the exaggerated formality acting as its opposite without taking him quite into the intimacy that the Kya fix would have suggested. I'd almost thought you wouldn't be joining us.
I almost wasn't,
she said.
I hadn't thought you'd be here.
The organ set a beat, and the drums picked it up. The dance was beginning again. Semai held out a hand, and, after a pause that took 1,000 years and lasted perhaps a breath, Ida'an took it. The music began in earnest, and Semai spun her, took her under his arm, and was turned by her. It was a wild tune, rich and fast, with a rhythm like a racing heart. Around him the others were grinning, though not at him. Ida'an laughed, and he laughed with her. The paving stones beneath them seemed to echo back the song, and the sky above them received it. As they turned to face each other, he could see the flush in Ida'an's cheek, and felt the same blood in his own, and then the music whirled them off again. In the center of the frenzy, someone took Semai's elbow from behind, and something round and hard was pressing into his hands. A man's voice whispered urgently in his ear, "Hold this!" Semai faltered, confused, and the moment was gone. He was suddenly standing alone in a throng of people, holding an empty bowl, a thread of wine wetting the rim, while Adra Vaunyogi took Ida'an Machi through the steps and turns of the dance. The pair shifted away from him, left him behind. Semai felt the flush in his cheek brighten. He turned and walked through the shifting bodies, handing the bowl to his servant as he left.
"He is her lover,"
the Andat said.
"Everyone knows it."
"I don't," Semai said.
"I just told you."
"You tell me things all the time. It doesn't mean I agree to them."
"This thing you have in mind,"
Stone Maid Soft said,
"you shouldn't do it."
Semai looked up into the calm gray eyes set in the wide, placid face. He felt his own head rise in defiance, even as he knew the words were truth. It was stupid and mean and petty. Adra Vaunyogi wasn't even entirely in the wrong. There was a perspective by which the little humiliation Semai had been dealt was a small price for flirting so openly with another man's love. And yet... The Andat nodded slowly and turned to consider the dancers. It was easy enough to pick out Ida'an and Adra. They were too far for Semai to be sure, but he liked to think she was frowning. It hardly mattered. Semai focused on Adra's movements, his feet shifting in time with the drums, while Ida'an danced to the flutes. He doubled his attention, feeling it through his own body, and also the constant storm at the back of his mind. In that instant he was both of them, a single being with two bodies and a permanent struggle at the heart. And then, at just the moment when Adra's foot came back to catch his weight, Semai reached out. The paving stone gave way, the smooth stone suddenly soft as mud, and Adra stumbled backward and fell, landing on his rear, legs splayed. Semai waited a moment for the stone to flow back near to smooth, then let his consciousness return to its usual state. The storm that was Stone Maid Soft was louder, more present in his mind, like the proud flesh when a thorn had scratched skin. And like a scratch, Semai knew it would subside. "We should go," Semai said, "before I'm tempted to do something childish." The Andat didn't answer, and Semai led the way through the night-dark gardens. The music floated in the distance, and then faded. Far from the kilns and dancing, the night was cold, not freezing, but near it. But the stars were brighter, and the moon glowed, a rim of silver that made the starless thumbprint darker by contrast. They passed by the temple and the counting-house, the bathhouse, and base of the great tower. The Andat turned down a side path then, and paused when Semai did not follow. Stone Maid Soft took a pose of query.
"Is this not where you were going?"
it asked. Semai considered, and then smiled. "I suppose it is," he said, and followed the captive spirit down the curving pathway and up the wide, shallow steps that led to the library. The great stone doors were barred from within, but Semai followed the thin gravel path at the side of the building, keeping close to the wall. The windows of Bharath's apartments glowed with more than a night candle's light. Even with the night half gone, he was awake. The door-slave was an ancient man, and Semai had to shake him by the shoulder before he woke,
retreated into the apartments, and returned to lead them in. The apartment smelled of old wine, and the sandalwood resin that Ba'arat burned in his brazier. The tables and couches were covered with books and scrolls, and no cushion had escaped from some ink stain. Ba'arat, dressed in deep red robes as thick as tapestry, rose from his desk and took a pose of welcome. His copper torque of office was lying discarded on the floor at his feet.
"Samai-cha, to what do I owe this honor?"
Samai frowned. "Are you angry with me?" he asked.
"Of course not, great poet. How could a poor man of books dare to feel angry with a personage like yourself?"
"Gods," Samai said as he shifted a pile of papers from a wide chair. "I don't know, Ba'arat Kya. Do tell me."
"Kya? Oh, you are too familiar with me, great poet. I would not suggest so deep a friendship as that with a man so humble as myself."
"You're right," Samai said, sitting. "I was trying to flatter you. Did it work?"
"You should have brought wine,"
the stout man said, taking his own seat. The false graciousness was gone, and a sour impatience in its place.
"And come at an hour when living men could talk business. Isn't it late for you to be wandering around like a dazed rabbit?"
"There was a gathering at the Rose Pavilion. I was just going back to my apartments, and I noticed the lights burning." Ba'arat made a sound between a snort and a cough. Stone Made Soft gazed placidly at the marble walls, as thoughtful as a lumberman judging the best way to fell a tree. Samai frowned at it, and the Andat replied with a gesture more eloquent than a pose, as if to say,
"Don't blame me. He's your friend, not mine."
"I wanted to ask how things were proceeding with Ma'ati Valpatai," Samai said.
"About time someone took an interest in that annoying, feckless idiot. I've met cows with more sense than he has."
"Not proceeding well, then?"
"Who can tell? Weeks it's been. He's only here about half the morning, and then he's off dining with the dregs of the court, taking meetings with trading houses, and loafing about in the low towns. If I were the Daikwo, I'd pull that man back home and set him to plowing fields. I've eaten hens that were better scholars."
"Cows and hens. He'll be a whole farmyard soon," Samai said, but his mind was elsewhere. "What does he study when he is here?"
"Nothing in particular. He picks up whatever strikes him and spends a day with it, and then comes back the next for something totally unrelated. I haven't told him about the Kai's private archives, and he hasn't bothered to ask. I was sure, you know, when he first came, that he was after something in the private archives, but now it's like the library itself might as well not exist."
"Perhaps there is some pattern in what he's looking at, a common thread that places them all together."
"You mean maybe poor old Ba'arat is too simple to see the picture when it's being painted for him? I doubt it. I know this place better than any man alive. I've even made my own shelving system. I've read more of these books and seen more of their relationships than anyone. When I tell you he's wandering about like tree fluff on a breezy day, it's because he is."
Samai tried to feel surprise, and failed. The library was only an excuse. The Dai Quo had sent Ma'ati Valpatai to examine the death of Beitra Machi. That was clear. Why he would choose to do so was not. It wasn't the poet's business to take sides in the succession, only to work with and sometimes cool the ambitions of whichever son survived. The Khayyam administered the city, accepted the glory and tribute, passed judgment. The poets kept the cities from ever going to war one against the other, and fueled the industries that brought wealth from the Westlands and Galt, Bakta, and the East Islands. But something had happened, or was happening, that had captured the Dai Quo's interest. And Ma'ati Valpatai was an odd poet. He held no post, trained under no one. He was old to attempt a new binding. By many standards, he was already a failure.
The only thing Samai knew of him that stood out at all was that Maati had been in Sarayket when the city's poet was murdered and the Andat set free. He thought of the man's eyes, the darkness that they held, and a sense of unease troubled him.
"I don't know what the point of that sort of grammar would be,"
Bharat said.
"The Lani Toygus was better for one thing, and half the length."
Samai realized that Bharat had been talking this whole time, that the subject had changed, and in fact they were in the middle of a debate on a matter he couldn't identify. All this without the need that he speak. "I suppose you're right," Samai said. "I hadn't seen it from that angle." Stone Maid Soft's calm, constant, near smile widened slightly.
"You should have, though, that's my point. Grammars and translations and the subtleties of thought are your trade. That I know more about it than you and that Maati person is a bad sign for the world. Note this, Samai Kya. Write down that I said it. It's that kind of ignorance that will destroy the Kayem."
"I'll write down that you said it," Samai said. "In fact, I'll go back to my apartments right now and do that. And afterwards, I'll crawl into bed, I think."
"So soon?"
"The night candle's past its center mark," Samai said.
"Fine. Go. When I was your age, I would stay up nights in a row for the sake of a good conversation like this. But I suppose the generations weaken, don't they?"
Samai took a pose of farewell, and Bharat returned it.
"Come by tomorrow, though,"
Bharat said as they left.
"There's some old imperial poetry I've translated that might interest you."
Outside, the night had grown colder, and few lanterns lit the paths and streets. Samai pulled his arms in from their sleeves and held his fingers against his sides for warmth. His breath plumed blue-white in the faint moonlight, and even the distant scent of pine resin made the air seem colder.
"He doesn't think much of our guest," Samai said. "I would have thought he'd be pleased that Maati took little interest in the books, after all the noise he made."
When Stone Maid Soft spoke, its breath did not fog.
"He's like a girl, bent on protecting her virginity, until she finds no one wants it."
Samai laughed.
"That is entirely too apt,"
he said, and the Andat took a pose accepting the compliment.
"You're going to do something,"
it said.
"I'm going to pay attention," Samai said. "If something needs doing, I'll try to be on hand."
They turned down the cobbled path that led to the poet's house. The sculpted oaks that lined it rustled in the faint breeze, rubbing new leaves together like 1,000 tiny hands. Samai wished that he'd thought to bring a candle from Bharat's. He imagined Maati Vaupatai standing in the shadows with his appraising gaze and mysterious agenda.
"You're frightened of him,"
the Andat said, but Samai didn't answer. There was someone there among the trees, a shape shifting in the darkness. He stopped and slid his arms back into their sleeves. The Andat stopped as well. They weren't far from the house. Samai could see the glow of the lantern left out before his doorway. The story of a poet slaughtered in a distant city raced in his mind until the figure came out between him and his doorway, silhouetted in the dim light. Samai's heart didn't slow, but it did change contents. She still wore the half-mask she'd had at the gathering. Her black and white robes shifted, the cloth so rich and soft, and he could hear it even over the murmur of the trees. He stepped toward her, taking a pose of welcome.
"Idan," he said. "Is there something? I didn't expect to find you here. I mean, I'm doing this rather badly, aren't I?"
"Start again," she said.
"Idan."
"Samai." She took a step toward him. He could see the flush in her cheek and smell the faint, nutty traces of distilled wine on her breath. When she spoke, her words were sharp and precise.
"I saw what you did to Adra," she said. "He left the heel mark in the stone."
"Have I given offense?" he asked.
"Not to me. He didn't see it, and I didn't say."
In the back of his mind, or in some quarter of his flesh, Semai felt Stone made soft receding, as if in answer to his own wish. They were alone on the dark path.
"It's difficult for you, isn't it?" she said, "being a part of the court and yet not, being among the most honored men in the city, and yet not of Machi?"
"I bear it. You've been drinking."
"I have. But I know who I am, and where I am. I know what I'm doing."
"What are you doing, Idaan Kya?"
"Poets can't take wives, can they?"
"We don't, no. There's not often room in our lives for a family."
"And lovers?"
Semai felt his breath coming faster, and willed it to slow. An echo of amusement in the back of his mind was not his own thought. He ignored it. "Poets take lovers," he said. She stepped nearer again, not touching, not speaking. There was no chill to the air now. There was no darkness. Semai's senses were as fresh and bright and clear as midday, his mind as focused as the first day he'd controlled the Ondat. Idaan took his hand and slowly, deliberately, drew it through the folds of her robes until it cupped her breast. You have a lover, Idaan Kya? Adra."
"Do you want me to sleep here tonight?"
"Yes, Idaan, I do."
"And I want that too."
He struggled to think, but his skin felt as though he was basking in some hidden sun. There seemed to be some sound in his ears that he couldn't place that drove away everything but his fingertips and the cold, stippled flesh beneath them. "I don't understand why you're doing this," he said. Her lips parted, and she moved half an inch back. His hand pressed against her skin. His eyes were locked on hers. Fear sang through him that she would take another step back, that his fingers would only remember this moment, and that this chance would pass. She saw it in his face. She must have, because she smiled, calm and knowing and sure of herself, like something from a dream.
"Do you care?"
she asked. "No," he said, half surprised at the answer. "No, I truly don't." The caravan left the low town before dawn, cart-wheels rattling on the old stone paving, oxen snorting white in the cold, and the voices of carters and merchants light with the anticipation of journey's end. The weeks of travel were past. By midday, they would cross the bridge over the Tidat and enter Machi. The companionship of the road, already somewhat strained by differences in political opinions and some unfortunate words spoken by one of the carters early in the journey, would break apart, and each of them would be about his own business again. Ota walked with his hands in his sleeves, and his heart divided between dread and anticipation. Itani Noiga was going to Machi on the business of his house. The satchel of letters at his side proved that. There was nothing he carried with him that would suggest anything else. He had come away from this city as a child so long ago, he had only shreds of memory left of it. A scent of musk, a stone corridor, bathing in a copper tub when he was small enough to be lifted with a single hand, a view from the top of one of the towers. Other things as fragmentary, as fleeting. He could not say which memories were real and which only parts of dreams. It was enough, he supposed, to be here now, walking in the darkness. He would go and see it with a man's eyes. He would see this place that had sent him forth and, despite all his struggles, still had the power to poison the life he'd built for himself. Itani Noiga had made his way as an indentured laborer at the seafronts of Sareket, as a translator and fisherman and midwife's assistant in the East Islands, as a sailor on a merchant ship, and as a courier in House Sianti and all through the cities. He would write and speak in 3 tongues, play the flute badly, tell jokes well, cook his own meals over a half-dead fire, and comport himself well in any company from the ranks of the Utkayem to the denizens of the crudest dockhouse. This from a 12-year-old boy who had named himself, been his own father and mother, formed a life out of little more than the will to do so. Itani Noiga was by any sane standard a success. It was Ota Machi who had lost Kian's love. The sky in the east lightened to indigo and then royal blue, and Ota could see the road out farther ahead. Between one breath and the next, the oxen came clearer, and the plains before them opened like a vast scroll. Far to the north, mountains towered, looking as flat as a painting and blued by the distance. Smoke rose from low towns and mines on the plain. The greener pathway of trees marked the river, and on the horizon, as small as fingers, rose the dark towers of Machi, unnatural in the landscape. Ota stopped as sunlight lit the distant peaks like a fire. The brilliance crept down, and then the distant towers blazed suddenly, and a moment later the plain flooded with light. Ota caught his breath.
"This is where I started," he thought. "I come from here."
He had to trot to catch back up with the caravan, but the questioning looks were all answered with a grin and a gesture, the enthusiastic courier still naive enough to be amazed by a sunrise. There was nothing more to it than that. House Cianti kept no quarters in Machi, but the gentleman's trade had its provisions for this. Other houses would extend courtesy even to rivals, so long as it was understood that the intrigues and prying were kept to decorous levels. If a courier were to act against a rival house, or carried information that would too deeply tempt his hosts, it was better form to pay for a room elsewhere. Nothing Ota carried was so specific or so valuable, and once the caravan had made its trek across the plain and passed over the wide, sinuous bridge into Machi, Ota made his way to the compound of House Nan. The structure itself was a gray block 3 stories high that faced a wide square and shared walls with the buildings on either side. Ota stopped by a street cart and bought a bowl of hot noodles in a smoky black sauce for 2 lengths of copper, and watched the people passing by with a kind of double impression. He saw them as the subjects of his training. People clumped at the firekeepers' kilns, and street carts meant a lively culture of gossip. Women walking alone meant little fear of violence, and so on, in the manner that was his profession. He also saw them as the inhabitants of his childhood. A statue of the first Kai Machi stood in the square, his noble expression undermined by the pigeon streaks. An old rag-wrapped beggar sat on the street, a black lacquer box before her, and chanted songs. The forgers were only a few streets away, and Ota could smell the sharp smoke. Could even, he thought, hear the faint sound of metal on metal. He sucked down the last of the noodles and handed back the bowl to a man easily twice his age.
"You're new to the north," the man said, not unkindly. "Does it show?" Ota asked. "Thick robes. It's spring, and this is warm. If you'd been here over winter, your blood would be able to stand a little cold."
Ota laughed, but made note. If he were to fit in well, it would mean suffering the cold. He would have to sit with that. He did want to understand the place, to see it, if only for a time, through the eyes of a native, but he didn't want to swim in ice water just because that was the local custom. The door servant at the gray House Nan left him waiting in the street for a while, then returned to usher him to his quarters, a small windowless room with 4 stacked cots that suggested he would be sharing the small iron brazier in the center of the room with 7 other men, though he was the only one present just then. He thanked the servant, learned the protocols for entering and leaving the house, got directions to the nearest bathhouse, and after placing the oiled leather pouch that held his letters safely with the steward, went back out to wash off the journey. The bathhouse smelled of iron pipes and sandalwood, but the air was warm and thick. A launderer had set up shop at the front, and Ota gave over his robes to be scrubbed and kiln-dried, with the understanding that it doomed him to be in the baths for at least the time it took the sun to move the width of 2 hands. He walked naked to the public baths and eased himself into the warm water with a sigh.
"Hi-yi!"
A voice called, and Ota opened his eyes. 2 older men and a young woman sat on the same submerged bench on which he rested. One of the older men spoke.
"You've just come in with the van?"
"Indeed," Ota said, "though I hope you could tell by looking more than smell."
"Where from?"
"Udun, most recently." The trio moved closer. The woman introduced them all, overseers for a metalworkers group, silversmiths mostly. Ota was gracious and ordered tea for them all, and set about learning what they knew and thought, felt and feared and hoped for, and all of it with smiles and charm and just slightly less wit displayed than their own. It was his craft, and they knew it as well as he did, and would exchange their thoughts and speculations for his gossip. It was the way of traders and merchants the world over. It was not long before the young woman mentioned the name of Otamachi. 4.
"If it is the upstart behind it all, it's a poor thing for Machi," the older man said. "None of the trading houses would know him or trust him. None of the families of the Urtkayim would have ties to him, even if he's simply never found. The new Kai will always be watching over his shoulder. It isn't good to have an uncertain line in the Kai's chair. The best thing that could happen for the city would be to find him and put a knife through his belly. Him and any children he's got meantime."
Ota smiled because it was what a courier of Halcyanti would do. The younger man sniffed and sipped his bowl of tea. The woman shrugged, the motion setting small waves across the water.
"It might do us well to have someone new running the city,"
she said.
"It's clear enough that nothing will change with either of the 2 choices we have now. Beitra, he at least was interested in mechanism. The Galts have been doing more and more with their little devices, and we'd be fools to ignore what they've managed."
"Children's toys,"
the older man said, waving the thought away.
"Toys that have made them the greatest threat Edensea and Westlands have seen,"
the younger man said.
"Their armies can move faster than anyone else's. There isn't a warden who hasn't felt the bite of them. If they haven't been invaded, they've had to offer tribute to the Lord's Convocate, and that's just as bad."
"The ward being sacked might disagree," Ota said, trying for a joke to lighten the mood.
"The problem with the Galts," the woman said, "is they can't hold what they take. Every year it's another raid, another sack, another fleet carrying slaves and plunder back to Galt, but they never keep the land. They'd have much more money if they stayed and ruled the Westlands, or Emond, or Edensea."
"Then we'd have only them to trade with," the younger man said. "That'd be ugly."
"The Galts don't have the Andat," the older man said, and his tone carried the rest. "They don't have the Andat, so they are not worth considering." "But if they did," Ota said, hoping to keep the subject away from himself and his family, "or if we did not."
"If the sky dives into the sea, we'll be fishing for birds," the older man said. "It's this Otamachi who's uneasing things. I have it on good authority that Nanat and Kayin have actually called a truce between them until they can rout out the traitor."
"Traitor?" Ota asked.
"I hadn't heard that of him."
"There are stories," the younger man said.
"Nothing anyone has proved. 6 years ago, the Kai fell ill, and for a few days they thought he might die. Some people suspected poison."
"And hasn't he turned to poison again? Look at Beatra's death," the younger man said.
"And I tell you the Kai Machi hasn't been himself since then, not truly. Even if Ota were to claim the chair, it'd be better to punish him for his crimes and raise up one of the high families."
"It could have been bad fish," the woman said. "There was a lot of bad fish that year."
"No one believes that," the older man said.
"Which of the others would be best for the city now that Beatra's gone?" Ota asked. The older man named Cain, and the younger man and woman Danat, in the same moment, the syllables grinding against each other in the warm, damp air, and they immediately fell to debate. Cain was a master negotiator. Danat was better thought of by the Utkayem. Cain was prone to fits of temper, Danat weeks of sloth. Each man, to hear it, was a paragon of virtue and little better than a street thug. Ota listened, interjected comments, asked questions crafted to keep the conversation alive and on its course. His mind was hardly there. When at last he made his excuses, the three debaters hardly paused in their wrangle. Ota dried himself by a brazier and collected his robes, laundered now, smelling of cedar oil and warm from the kiln. The streets were fuller than when he had gone into the bathhouse. The sun would fall early, disappearing behind the peaks to the west long before the sky grew dark, but it still hovered 2 hands above the mountainous horizon. Ota walked without knowing where he was walking to. The black cobbles and tall houses seemed familiar and exotic at the same time. The towers rose into the sky, glowing in the sunlight. At the intersection of 3 large streets, Ota found a courtyard with a great stone archway inlaid with wood and metal sigils of chaos and order. Harsh forge smoke from the east mixed with the greasy scent of a cart-seller's roasting duck, and, for a moment, Ota was possessed by the memory of being a child no more than 4 summers old. The smoke scent wove with the taste of honey bread nearly too hot to eat, the clear open view of the valley and mountains from the top of the towers, and a woman's skin, mother or sister or servant, there was no way to know. It was a ghost memory, as strong and certain as stone, but without a place in his life. Something had happened once that tied all these senses together, but it was gone, and he would never have it. He was upstart and traitor, poisoner and villain. None of it was true, but it made for an interesting story to tell in the tea-houses and meeting-rooms, a variation on the theme of fratricide that the Khayyam replayed in every generation. A deep fatigue pressed into him. He had been an innocent to think that he might be forgotten, that Otamachi might escape the venomous speculation of the traders and merchants, high families and low townsmen. There was no use for truth when spectacle was at issue, and there was nothing in the city that could matter less than the half-recalled memories of a courier's abandoned childhood. The life he'd built mattered less than ashes to these people. His death would be a relief to them. He returned to House Nan just as the stars began to glimmer in the deep northern sky. There was fresh bread and pepper-baked lamb, distilled rice wine and cold water. The other men who were to share his room joined him at the table, and they laughed and joked, traded information and gossip from across the world. Ota slid back comfortably into Itani Noiga, and his smiles came more easily as the night wore on, though a cold core remained in his breast. It was only just before he went to crawl into his cot that he found the steward, recovered his pouch of letters, and prepared himself. All the letters were, of course, still sewn shut, but Ota checked the knots. None had been undone so far as he could tell. It would have been a breach of the gentleman's trade to open letters held in trust, and it would have been foolishness to trust to honor. Had House Nan been willing to break trust, that would have been interesting to know as well. He laid them out on his cot, considering. Letters to the merchant houses and lower families among the Utkayem were the most common. He didn't carry a letter for the Kai himself. He would have balked at so high a risk. But his work would take him to the palaces, and there were audiences, no doubt, to which he could get an invitation. If he chose, he could go to the Master of Tides and claim business with members of the court. It wouldn't even require stretching the truth very far. He sat in silence, feeling as if there were 2 men within him. One wanted nothing more than to embrace the fear and flee to some distant island, and be pleased to live wondering whether his brothers would still be searching him out. The other was consumed by an anger that drove him forward, deeper into the city of his birth, and the family that had first discarded him, and then fashioned a murderer from his memory. Fear and anger. He waited for the calm third voice of wisdom, but it didn't come. He was left with no better plan than to act as Itani Noiga would have, had he been nothing other than he appeared. When at last he repacked his charges and lay on his cot, he expected that sleep would not come. But it did, and he woke in the morning forgetful of where he was, and surprised to find that Kian was not in the bed beside him. The palaces of the Kai were deep within the city, and the gardens around them made it seem more like a walk into some glorious low town than movement into the center of a great city. Trees arched over the walkways, branches bright with new leaves. Birds fluttered past him, reminding him of Udun and the way house he had almost made his home. The greatest tower loomed overhead, dark stone rising up like 20 palaces, one above the other. Ota stopped in a courtyard before the lesser palace of the Master of Tides, and squinted up at the great tower, wondering whether he had ever been to the top of it. Wondering whether being here, now, was valor, cowardice, foolishness, or wisdom, the product of anger or fear, or the childish drive to show that he could defy them all if he chose. He gave his name to the servants at the door and was led to an antechamber larger than his apartments back in Udun. A slave girl plucked a lap harp, filling the high air with a sweet, slow tune. He smiled at her and took a pose of appreciation. She returned his smile and nodded, but her fingers never left the strings. The servant, when he came, wore robes of deep red shot with yellow and a silver armband. He took a pose of greeting so brief it almost hadn't happened. "Itani Noiga. You're Itani Noiga, then. Ah, good. I am Piyun Se'e, the Master of Tide's assistant. He's too busy to see you himself. So, House Sianti has taken an interest in Machi, then?" he said. Ota smiled, though he meant it less this time.
"I couldn't say. I only go where they send me, Piyun-cha."
The assistant took a pose of agreement.
"I had hoped to know the court's schedule in the next week," Ota said. "I have business."
"With the poet, yes, I know. He left your name with us. He said we should keep a watch out for you. You're wise to come to us first. You wouldn't imagine the people who simply drift through on the breeze as if the poets weren't members of the court."
Ota smiled, his mouth tasting of fear, his heart suddenly racing. The poet of Machi, Semai Tian his name was, had no reason to know Itani Noiga or expect him. This was a mistake or a trap. If it was a trap, it was sloppy, and if a mistake, dangerous. The lie came to his lips as gracefully as a rehearsed speech.
"I'm honored to have been mentioned. I hadn't expected that he would remember me. But I'm afraid the business I've come on may not be what he had foreseen."
"I wouldn't know," the assistant said as he shifted. "Visiting dignitaries might confide in the Master of Tides, but I'm like you. I follow orders. Now, let me see. I can send a runner to the library, and if he's there—"
"Perhaps it would be best if I went to the poet's house," Ota said. "He can find me there when he isn't—"
"Oh, we haven't put him there. Gods, he has his own rooms."
"His own rooms?"
"Yes. We have a poet of our own, you know. We aren't going to put Semai-cha on a cot in the granary every time the Daikwo sends us a guest. Maati-cha has apartments near the library."
The air seemed to leave the room. A dull roar filled Ota's ears, and he had to put a hand to the wall to keep from swaying. Maati-cha. The name came like an unforeseen blow. Maati Valpatai. Maati, whom Ota had known briefly at the school, and to whom he had taught the secrets he had learned before he turned his back on the poets and all they offered.
Maati, whom he had found again in Sareket, who had become his friend, and who knew that Itani Noiga was the son of the Kai Machi. The last night they had seen one another, 13-14 summers ago, Maati had stolen his lover, and Ota had killed Maati's master. He was here now, in Machi, and he was looking for Ota. He felt like a deer surprised by the hunter at its side. The servant girl fumbled with her strings, the notes of the tune coming out a jangle, and Ota shifted his gaze to her as if she'd shouted. For a moment their eyes met, and he saw discomfort in her as she hurried back to her song. She might have seen something in his face, might have realized who was standing before her. Ota balled his fists at his sides, pressing them into his thighs to keep from shaking. The assistant had been speaking. Ota didn't know what he'd said.
"Forgive me, but before we do anything, would you be so kind?"
Ota feigned an embarrassed simper.
"I'm afraid I had one bowl of tea too many this morning, and waters that run in, run out."
"Of course, I'll have a slave take you to—"
"No need,"
Ota said as he stepped to the door. No one shouted, no one stopped him.
"I'll be back with you in a moment."
He walked out of the hall, forcing himself not to run, though he could feel his heartbeat in his neck, and his ribs seemed too small for his breath. He waited for the warning yell to come, armsmen with drawn blades, or the short, simple pain of an arrow in his breast. Generations of his uncles had spilled their blood, spat their last breaths perhaps here, under these arches. He was not immune. Itani Noiga would not protect him. He controlled himself as best he could, and when he reached the gardens, boughs shielding him from the eyes of the palaces, he bolted. Ida'an sat at the open sky doors, her legs hanging out over the void, and let her gaze wander the moonlit valley. The glimmers of the low towns to the south, the Daikani mine, where her brother had gone to die, the Poinyat mines to the west and southeast, and below the soles of her bare feet, Machi itself. The smoke rising from the forges, the torches and lanterns glimmering in the streets and windows smaller and dimmer than fireflies. The winches and pulleys hung in the darkness above her, long lengths of iron chain and guides and hooks set in the stone, ready to be freed, should there be call to haul something up to the high reaches of the tower, or lower something down. Chains that clanked and rattled, uneasy in the night breeze. She leaned forward, forcing herself to feel the vertigo twist her stomach and tighten her throat, savoring it. Scoot forward a few inches, no more effort really than standing from a chair, and then the sound of wind would fill her ears. She waited as long as she could stand, and then drew back, gasping and nauseated and trembling. But she did not pull her legs back in. That would have been weakness. It was an irony that the symbols of Machi's greatness were so little used. In the winter, there was no heating them. All the traffic of the city went in the streets, or over the snows, or through the networks of tunnels. And even in summer, the endless spiraling stairways and the need to haul up any wine or food or musical instruments made the gardens and halls nearer the ground more inviting. The towers were symbols of power, existing to show that they could exist, and little enough more. A boast in stone and iron used for storage and exotic parties to impress visitors from the other courts of the Khayyam. And still, they made Ida'an think that perhaps she could imagine what it would be to fly. In her way she loved them, and she loved very few things these days. It was odd, perhaps, that she had two lovers and still felt alone. Adra had been with her for longer, it felt, than she had been herself. And so it had surprised her that she was so ready to betray him in another man's bed. Perhaps she'd thought that by being a new man's lover, she would strip off that old skin and become innocent again. Or perhaps it was only that Samai had a sweet face and wanted her. She was young, she thought, to have given up flirtation and courtship. She'd been angry with Adra for embarrassing Samai at the dance. She'd promised herself never to be owned by a man, and also killing Beitra had left a hunger in her, a need that nothing yet had sated. She liked Samai. She longed for him. She needed him in a way she couldn't quite fathom, except to say that she hated herself less when she was with him.
"Idan,"
a voice whispered from the darkness behind her.
"come away from there. You'll be seen."
"Only if you're fool enough to bring a torch," she said, but she pulled her feet back in from the abyss and hauled the great bronze-bound oaken sky doors shut. For a moment there was nothing, black darker than closing her eyes, and then the scrape of a lantern's hood and the flame of a single candle. Crates and boxes threw deep shadows on the stone walls and carved cabinets. Adra looked pale, even in the dim light. Ida'an found herself amused and annoyed, pulled between wanting to comfort him and the desire to point out that it wasn't his family they were killing. She wondered if he knew yet that she had taken the poet to bed, and whether he would care, and whether she did. He smiled nervously and glanced around at the shadows.
"He hasn't come,"
Ida'an said.
"He will, don't worry,"
Adra said, and then a moment later,
"My father has drafted a letter, proposing our union. He's sending it to the Kai tomorrow."
"Good," Ida'an said. "We'll want that in place before everyone finishes dying."
"Don't."
"If we can't speak of it to each other, Adra Kya, when will we ever? It isn't as if I can go to our friends or the priest." Ida'an took a pose of query to some imagined confidant. "Adra's going to take me as his wife, but it's important that we do it now, so that when I've finished slaughtering my brothers, he can use me to press his suit to become the new Kai without it seeming so clearly that I'm being traded at market. And don't you love this new robe? It's Westland silk." She laughed bitterly. Adra did not step back, quite, but he did pull away.
"What is it, Ida'an Kya?"
he said, and Ida'an was surprised by the pain in his voice. It sounded genuine.
"Have I done something to make you angry with me?"
For a moment she saw herself through his eyes, cutting, ironic, cruel. It wasn't who she had been with him. Once, before they had made this bargain with chaos, she had had the luxury of being soft and warm. She had always been angry, only not with him. How lost he must feel. Ida'an leaned close and kissed him. For one terrible moment she meant it, the softness of his lips against hers stirring something within her that cried out to hold and be held, to weep and wail and take comfort. Her flesh also remembered the poet, the strange taste of another man's skin, the illusion of hope and of safety that she'd felt in her betrayal of the man who was destined to share her life. "I'm not angry, sweet, only tired. I'm very tired."
"This will pass, Ida'an Kya. Remember that this part only lasts a while."
"And is what follows it better?" He didn't answer. The candle had hardly burned past another mark when the moon-faced assassin appeared, moving like darkness itself in his black cotton robe. He put down his lantern and took a pose of welcome before dusting a crate with his sleeve and sitting. His expression was as pleasant as that of a fruit seller in a summer market. It only made Ida'an like him less.
"So,"
Oshai said,
"you called, I've come. What seems to be the problem?"
She had intended to begin with Ma'ati Valpatai, but the pretense of passive stupidity in Oshai's eyes annoyed her. Ida'an raised her chin and her brows, considering him as she would a garden slave. Adra looked back and forth between the two. The motion reminded her of a child watching his parents fighting. When she spoke, she had to try not to spit. I would know where our plans stand, she said. My father's ill, and I hear more from Adra and the palace slaves than from you.
My apologies, great lady,
Oshai said, without a hint of irony.
It's only that meetings with you are a risk, and written reports are insupportable. Our mutual friends—
The Galtic High Council,
Ida'an said, but Oshai continued as if she had not spoken.
Have placed agents and letters of intent with 6 houses, contracts for iron, silver, steel, copper, and gold. The negotiations are underway, and I expect we will be able to draw them out for most of the summer, should we need to. When all 3 of your brothers die, you will have been wed to Adra, and between the powerful position of his house, his connection with you, and the influence of 6 of the great houses whose contracts will suddenly ride on his promotion to Kai, you should be sleeping in your mother's bed by candles night.
My mother never had a bed of her own. She was only a woman, remember? Traded to the Kai for convenience, like a gift.
It's only an expression, great lady. And remember, you'll be sharing Adra here with other wives in your turn.
I won't take others, Adra said. It was part of our agreement.
Of course you won't,
Oshai said with a nod and an insincere smile.
My mistake.
Ida'an felt herself flush, but kept her voice level and calm when she spoke.
And my brothers? Danat and Cain?
They are being somewhat inconvenient, it's true. They've gone to ground, frightened, I'm told, by your ghost brother Ota. We may have to wait until your father actually dies before they screw up the courage to stand against each other. But when they do, I will be ready. You know all of this, Ida'an Shah. It can't be the only reason you've asked me here.
The round, pale face seemed to harden without moving.
There had best be something more pressing than seeing whether I'll declaim when told.
Ma'ati Valpatai,
Ida'an said.
The Daiko sent him to study in the library.
Hardly a secret,
Oshai said, but Ida'an thought she read a moment's unease in his eyes.
And it doesn't concern your owners that this new poet has come for the same prize they want? What's in those old scrolls that makes this worth the risk for you anyway?
I don't know, great lady,
the assassin said.
I'm trusted with work of this delicate nature because I don't particularly care about the points that aren't mine to know.
And the Galts? Are they worried about this Ma'ati Valpatai poking through the library before them?
It's of interest,
Oshai said, grudgingly.
It was the one thing you insisted on,
Ida'an said, stepping toward the man.
When you came to Adra and his father, you agreed to help us in return for access to that library, and now your price may be going away.
Will your support go too? The unasked question hung in the chill air. If the Galts could not have what they wanted from Adra and Ida'an and the books of Machi, would the support for this mad, murderous scheme remain? Ida'an felt her heart tripping over faster, half hoping that the answer might be no.
It is the business of the poet to concern himself with ancient texts,
Oshai said.
If a poet were to come to Machi and not avail himself of its library, that would be odd. This coincidence of timing is of interest, but it's not yet a cause for alarm.
He's looking into the death of Beitra. He's been down to the mines. He's asking questions.
About what?
Oshai said. The smile was gone. She told him all she knew, from the appearance of the poet to his interest in the court and high families, the low towns, and the mines. She recounted the parties at which he had asked to be introduced, and to whom, the name he kept mentioning, Itani Noiga. The way in which his interest in the accession of the next Kai Machi seemed to be more than academic. She ended with the tale she'd heard of his visit to the Daikani mines and to the wayhouse where her brother had died at Oshai's hands. When she was finished, neither man spoke. Adra looked stricken.
Oshai merely thoughtful. At length, the assassin took a pose of gratitude.
"You were right to call me Ida Ansha,"
he said.
"I doubt the poet knows precisely what he's looking for, but that he's looking at all is bad enough."
What do we do?
Adra said. The desperation in his voice made Oshai look up like a hunting dog hearing a bird.
"You do nothing, Most High,"
Oshai said.
"Neither you nor the great lady does anything. I will take care of this."
You'll kill him,
Ida'an said.
"If it seems the best course, I may."
Ida'an took a pose appropriate to correcting a servant. Oshai's words faded.
I was not asking, Oshai-cha. You'll kill him.
The assassin's eyes narrowed for a moment, but then something like amusement flickered at the corners of his mouth, and the glimmer of candlelight in his eyes grew warmer. He seemed to weigh something in his mind, and then took a pose of acquiescence. Ida'an lowered her hands.
"Will there be anything else, Most High?"
Oshai asked, without taking his gaze from her.
No,
Adra said.
that will be all.
"Wait half a hand after I've gone,"
Oshai said.
"I can explain myself, and the two of you together borders on the self-evident. All three would be difficult."
And with that he vanished. Ida'an looked at the sky doors. She was tempted to open them again, just for a moment, to see the land and sky laid out before her.
It's odd, you know,
She said.
If I had been born a man, they would have sent me away to the school. I would have become a poet or taken the brand. But instead, they kept me here, and I became what they're afraid of. Cain and Danat are hiding from the brother who has broken the traditions and come back to kill them for the chair. And here I am Otamachi. Only they can't see it. I love you, Ida'an-kya.
She smiled because there was nothing else to do. He had heard the words but understood nothing. It would have meant as much to talk to a dog. She took his hand in hers, laced her fingers with his.
I love you too, Adra-kya, and I will be happy once we've done all this and taken the chair. You'll be the Kaimachi, and I will be your wife. We'll rule the city together, just as we always planned, and everything will be right again. It's been half a hand by now. We should go.
They parted in one of the night gardens, he to the east in his family compound, and she to the south, to her own apartments, and past them, and west, to a tree-lined path that led to the poet's house. If the shutters were closed, if no light shone but the night candle, she told herself she wouldn't go in. But the lanterns were lit brightly, and the shutters open. She paced quietly through the grounds, peering in through windows, until she caught the sound of voices. Samai's soft and reasonable, and then another, a man's loud and full of rich self-importance, Ba'arat, the librarian. Ida'an found a tree with low branches and deep shadows and sat, waiting with as much patience as she could muster, and silently willing the man away. The full moon was halfway across the sky before the two came to the door, silhouetted. Ba'arat swayed like a drunkard, but Samai, though he laughed as loud and sang as poorly, didn't waver. She watched as Ba'arat took a sloppy pose of farewell and stumbled off along the path. Samai watched him go, then looked back into the house, shaking his head. Ida'an rose and stepped out of the shadows. She saw Samai catch sight of her, and she waited. He might have another guest. He might wave her away, and she would have to go back through the night to her own apartments, her own bed. The thought filled her with black dread until the poet put one hand out to her, and with the other motioned toward the light within his house. Stone made soft brooded over a game of stones, its massive head cupped in a hand twice the size of her own. The white stones, she noticed, had lost badly. The Andat looked up slowly and, its curiosity satisfied,
it turned back to the ended game. The scent of mulled wine filled the air. Semai closed the door behind her and then set about fastening the shutters.
"I didn't expect to see you," the poet said.
Do you want me to leave?
There were 100 things he could have said, graceful ways to say yes, or graceless ways to deny it. He only turned to her with the slightest smile and went back to his task. Ida'an sat on a low couch and steeled herself. She couldn't say why she was driven to do this, only that the impulse was much like draping her legs out the sky doors, and that it was what she had chosen to do.
The Ayavaun Yogi is approaching the Kai tomorrow. He is going to petition that Adra and I be married.
Semai paused, sighed, turned to her. His expression was melancholy, but not sorrowful. He was like an old man, she thought, amused by the world and his own role in it. There was a strength in him, and an acceptance.
"I understand," he said.
Do you?
"No."
He is of a good house. Their bloodlines...
"And he's well off, and likely to oversee his family's house when his father passes. And he's a good enough man for what he is. It isn't that I can't imagine why he would choose to marry you, or you him, but given the context, there are other questions."
I love him,
Ida'an said.
We have planned to do this we have been lovers for almost 2 years.
Semai sat beside a brazier and looked at her with the patience of a man studying a puzzle. The coals had burned down to a fine white ash.
"And you've come to be sure I never speak of what happened the other night, to tell me that it can never happen again."
The sense of vertigo returned. Her feet held over the abyss.
No,
she said. "You've come to stay the night?"
if you'll have me, yes.
The poet looked down, his hands laced together before him. A cricket sang, and then another. The air seemed thin.
"Ida'an kya, I think it might be better if..."
Then lend me a couch and a blanket. If you let me stay here as a friend might. We are friends, at least. Only don't make me go back to my rooms. I don't want to be there. I don't want to be with people, and I can't stand being alone. And I like it here.
She took a pose of supplication. Semai rose, and for a moment she was sure he would refuse. She almost hoped he would. Scoot forward, no more effort than sitting up, and then the sound of wind. But Semai took a pose that accepted her. She swallowed, the tightness in her throat lessening.
"I'll be back. The shutters. It might be awkward if someone were to happen by and see you here."
Thank you, Semaikya.
He leaned forward and kissed her mouth, neither passionate nor chaste, then sighed again and went to the back of the house. She heard the rattle of wood as he closed the windows against the night. Ida'an looked at her hands, watching them tremble as she might watch a waterfall or a rare bird, an effect of nature outside herself. The Andat shifted and turned to look at her. She felt her brows rise, daring the thing to speak. Its voice was the low rumble of a landslide.
"I have seen generations pass, girl. I've seen young men die of age. I don't know what you are doing, but I know this. It will end in chaos. For him and for you."
Stone Made Soft went silent again, stiller than any real man, not even a pulse of breath in it. She glared into the wide, placid face and took a pose of challenge.
Is that a threat?
She asked. The Andat shook its head once, left and then right, and then still as if it had never moved in all the time since the world was young. When it spoke again, Ida'an was almost startled at the sound.
"It's a blessing,"
it said.
"What did he look like?"
Ma'ati asked. Piyun Se'e, chief assistant to the Master of Tides, frowned and glanced out the window. The man sensed that he had done something wrong, even if he could not say what it had been. It made him reluctant. Ma'ati sipped tea from a white stone bowl and let the silence stretch. A courier. He wore decent robes. He stood half a head taller than you and had a good face, long as a Northman's.
"Well, that will help me,"
Ma'ati said. He couldn't keep his impatience entirely to himself. Piyun took a pose of apology formal enough to be utterly insincere.
"He had 2 eyes and 2 feet and 1 nose, Ma'ati-cha. I thought he was your acquaintance. Shouldn't you know better than I what he looks like?"
"If it is the man—"
"He didn't seem pleased to hear you'd been asking after him. He made an excuse and lit out almost as soon as he heard of you. It isn't as if I knew that he wasn't to be told of you. I didn't have orders to hold back your name."
"Did you have orders to volunteer me to him?"
Ma'ati asked.
"No, but—"
Ma'ati waved the objection away.
"How's Sianti? You're sure of that?"
"Of course I am."
"How do I reach their compound?"
"They don't have one. Halcyone doesn't trade in the winter cities. He would be staying at a way house, or sometimes the houses here will let couriers take rooms."
"So other than the fact that he came, you can tell me nothing,"
Ma'ati said. This time the pose of apology was more sincere. Frustration clamped Ma'ati's jaw until his teeth hurt, but he forced himself into a pose that thanked the assistant and ended the interview. Piyun Se'e left the small meeting room silently, closing the door behind him. Ota was here, then. He had come back to Machi, using the same name he had had in Sarekat. And that meant— Ma'ati pressed his fingertips to his eyes. That meant nothing certain. That he was here suggested that Beatra's death was his work, but as yet it was only a suggestion. He doubted that the Dai Quo or the Kai Machi would see it that way. His presence was as much as proof to them, and there was no way to keep it secret. Piyun Se'e was no doubt spreading the gossip across the palaces even now, the visiting poet and his mysterious courier. He had to find Ota himself, and he had to do it now. He straightened his robes and stalked out to the gardens, and then the path that would lead him to the heart of the city. He would begin with the tea-houses nearest the forges. It was the sort of place couriers might go to drink and gossip. There might be someone there who would know of Halcyone and its partners. He could discover whether Itani Noiga had truly been working for Sianti. That would bring him one step nearer, at least, and there was nothing more he could think of to do now. The streets were busy with children playing street games with rope and sticks, with beggars and slaves and water carts and firekeepers' kilns, with farmers' carts loaded high with spring produce, or lambs and pigs on their way to the fresh butcher. Voices jabbered and shouted and sang. The smells of forge smoke and grilling meat and livestock pressed like a fever. The city seemed as busy as an anthill, and Ma'ati's mind churned as he navigated his way through it all. Ota had come to the winter cities. Was he killing his brothers? Had he chosen to become the Kai Machi? And if he had, would Ma'ati have the strength to stop him? He told himself that he could. He was so focused and among so many distractions that he almost didn't notice his follower. Only when he found what looked like a promising alley, hardly more than a shoulder-wide crack between 2 long, tall buildings, did he escape the crowds long enough to notice. The sounds of the street faded in the dim twilight that the band of sky above him allowed. A rat, surprised by him, scuttled through an iron grating and away. The thin alley branched, and Ma'ati paused, looked down the 2 new paths, and then glanced back. The path behind him was blocked. A dark cloak, a raised hood, and shoulders so broad they touched both walls. Ma'ati hesitated, and the man behind him didn't move. Ma'ati felt the skin at the back of his neck tighten. He picked one turning of the alleyway and walked down it briskly until the dark figure reached the intersection as well and turned after him. Then Ma'ati ran. The alley spilled out into another street, this less populous. The smoke of the forges made the air acrid and hazy.
Maati raced toward them. There would be men there, smiths and tradesmen, but also firekeepers and armsmen. When he reached the mouth where the street spilled out onto a major thoroughway, he looked back. The street behind him was empty. His steps slowed, and he stopped, scanning the doorways, the rooftops. There was nothing. His pursuer, if that was what he had been, had vanished. Maati waited there until he'd caught his breath, then let himself laugh. No one was coming. No one had followed. It was easy to see how a man could be eaten by his fears. He turned to the metalworkers' quarter. The streets widened here, with shops and stalls facing out, filled with the tools of the metal trades as much as their products. The forges and smiths' houses were marked by the greened copper roofs, the pillars of smoke, the sounds of yelling voices and hammers striking anvils. The businesses around them, sellers of hammers and tongs, suppliers of ore and wax blocks and slaked lime, all did their work loudly and expansively, waving hands in mock fury and shouting even when there was no call to. Maati made his way to a tea-house near the center of the district where sellers and workers mixed. He asked after Halcyanti, where their couriers might be found, what was known of them. The brown poet's robes granted him an unearned respect, but also wariness. It was 3 hands before he found an answer. The overseer of a consortium of silversmiths had had word from Halcyanti. The courier had said the signed contracts could be delivered to House None, but only after they'd been sewn and sealed. Maati gave the man 2 lengths of silver and his thanks, and had started away before he realized he would also need better directions. An older man in a red and yellow robe with a face round and as pale as the moon overheard his questions, and offered to guide him there.
"You're Maati Valpatai?"
the moon-faced man said as they walked.
"I've heard about you."
"Nothing scandalous, I hope," Maati said.
"Speculations," the man said. "The Gayam run on gossip and wine more than gold or silver. My name is Oshai. It's a pleasure to meet a poet."
They turned south, leaving the smoke and cacophony behind them. As they stepped into a smaller, quieter street, Maati looked back, half expecting to see the looming figure in the dark robes. There was nothing.
"Rumor has it you've come to look at the library,"
Oshai said.
"That's truth. The Daikwo sent me to do research for him."
"Pity you've come at such a delicate time. Succession, it's never an easy thing."
"It doesn't affect me,"
Maati said.
"Court politics rarely reach the scrolls on the back shelves."
"I hear the Kai has books that date back to the Empire, before the war."
"He does. Some of them are older than the copies the Daikwo has, though, in all, the Daikwo's libraries are larger."
"He's wise to look as far afield as he can, though,"
Oshai said.
"You never know what you might find. Was there something in particular he expected our Kai to have?"
"It's complex," Maati said. "No offense, it's just—"
Oshai smiled and waved the words away. There was something odd about his face, a weariness or an emptiness around his eyes.
"I'm sure there are many things that poets know that I can't comprehend,"
the guide said.
"Here, there's a faster way down through here."
Oshai moved forward, taking Maati by the elbow and leading him down a narrow street. The houses around them were poorer than those near the palaces or even the metal workers' quarter. Shutters showed the splinters of many seasons. The doors on the street level and the second-floor snow doors both tended to have cheap leather hinges rather than worked metal. Few people were on the street, and few windows open. Oshai seemed perfectly at ease despite his heightened pace, so Maati pushed his uncertainty away.
"I've never been in the library myself," Oshai said. "I've heard impressive things of it. The power of all those minds in all that time. It isn't something that normal men can easily conceive."
"I suppose not,"
Ma'ati said, trotting to keep up. "Forgive me, Oshai-cha, but are we near House Nan?"
"We won't be going much further," his guide said. "Just around this next turning."
But when they made the turn, Ma'ati found not a trading house's compound, but a small courtyard covered in flagstone, a dry cistern at its center. The few windows that opened onto the yard were shuttered or empty. Ma'ati stepped forward, confused. "Is this?" he began, and Oshai punched him hard in the belly. Ma'ati stepped back, surprised by the attack, and astounded at the man's strength. Then he saw the blade in the guide's hand, and the blood on it. Ma'ati tried to back away, but his feet caught the hem of his robe. Oshai's face was a grimace of delight and hatred. He seemed to jump forward, then stumbled and fell. When his hands, out before him to catch his fall, touched the ground, the flagstone splashed. Oshai's hands vanished to the wrist. For a moment that seemed to last for days, Ma'ati and his attacker both stared at the ground. Oshai began to struggle, pulling with his shoulders to no effect. Ma'ati could hear the fear in the muttered curses. The pain in his belly was lessening, and a warmth taking its place. He tried to gather himself, but the effort was such that he didn't notice the dark-robed figures until they were almost upon him. The larger one had thrown back its hood, and the wide, calm face of the Andat considered him. The other form, smaller and more agitated, knelt and spoke in Samai's voice. "Ma'ati-kwo, you're hurt!" "Be careful," Ma'ati said. "He's got a knife." Samai glanced at the assassin struggling in the stone and shook his head. The poet looked very young and yet familiar in a way that Ma'ati hadn't noticed before. Intelligent, sure of himself. Ma'ati was struck by an irrational envy of the boy, and then noticed the blood on his own hand. He looked down and saw the wetness blackening his robes. There was so much of it. "Can you walk?" Samai said, and Ma'ati realized it wasn't the first time the question had been asked. He nodded. "Only help me up," he said. The younger poet took one arm and the Andat the other, and gently lifted him. The warmth in Ma'ati's belly was developing a profound ache in its center. He pushed it aside, walked 2 steps, then 3, and the world seemed to narrow. He found himself on the ground again, the poet leaning over him. "I'm going for help," Samai said. "Don't move, don't try to move, and don't die while I'm gone." Ma'ati tried to raise his hands in a pose of agreement, but the poet was already gone, pelting down the street, shouting at the top of his lungs. Ma'ati rolled his head to one side to see the assassin struggling in vain, and allowed himself a smile. A thought rolled through his mind, elusive and dim, and he shook himself, willing a lucidity he didn't possess. It was important. Whatever it was bore the weight of terrible significance. If he could only bring himself to think it. It had something to do with Otakwo, and all the 1,000 times Ma'ati had imagined their meeting. The Andat sat beside him, watching him with the impassive distance of a statue, and Ma'ati didn't know that he intended to speak to it until he heard his own words. "It isn't Otakwo," he said. The Andat shifted to consider the captive trapped by stone, then turned back.
"No,"
it agreed.
"Too old."
"No," Ma'ati said, struggling. "I don't mean that. I mean he wouldn't do this. Not to me. Not without speaking to me. It isn't him."
The Andat frowned and shook its massive head.
"I don't understand."
"If I die," Ma'ati said, forcing himself to speak above a whisper, "you have to tell Samai it isn't Otakwo that did this. There's someone else."
5. The chamber was laid out like a temple or a theater. On the long, sloping floor, representatives of all the high families sat on low stools or cushions. Beyond them sat the emissaries of the trading houses, the people of the city, and past them rank after rank of servants and slaves. The air was rich with the smells of incense and living bodies. Ida'an looked out over the throng, though she knew proper form called for her gaze to remain downcast. Across the dais from her, Adra knelt, his posture mirroring hers, except that his head was held high. He was, after all, a man. His robes were deep red and woven gold, his hair swept back and tied with bands of gold and iron like a child of the empire. He had never looked more handsome. Her lover, her husband. She considered him as she might a fine piece of metalwork, or a well-rendered drawing, as a likeness of himself. His father sat beside him on a bench, dressed in jewels and rich cloth. The Ayah Vaunyogi was beaming with pride, but Ida'an could see the unease in the way he held himself. The others would see only the patriarch of one high family marrying his son into the blood of the Khayyam. It was reason enough for excitement. Of all the people there, only Ida'an would also see a traitor against his city, forced to sit before the man whose sons he conspired to slaughter, and act as if his pet assassin were not locked in a room with armsmen barring the way, his intended victim alive. Ida'an forced herself not to smirk at his weakness. Her father spoke. His voice was thick and phlegmy, and his hands trembled so badly that he took no formal poses.
I have accepted a petition from House Vaunyogi. They propose that the son of their flesh, Adra, and the daughter of my blood, Ida'an, be joined.
He waited while the appointed whisperers repeated the words. The hall filled, it seemed, with the sound of a breeze. Ida'an let her eyes close for a long moment, and opened them again when he continued.
This proposal pleases me,
her father said,
and I lay it before the city. If there is cause that this petition be refused, I would know of it now.
The whisperers dutifully passed this new statement through the hall as well. There was a cough from nearby, as if in preparation to speak. Ida'an looked over. There in the first rank of cushions sat Semai and his Andat. Both of them were smiling pleasantly, but Semai's eyes were on hers, his hand in a pose of offering. It was the same pose he might have used to ask if she wanted some of the wine he was drinking, or a lap blanket on a cold night. Here, now, it was a deeper thing. Would you like me to stop this? Ida'an could not reply. No one was looking at Semai, and half the eyes in the chamber were on her. She looked down instead, as a proper girl would. She saw the movement in the corner of her eye when the poet lowered his hands.
Very well,
her father said.
Adra Vaunyogi, come here before me.
Ida'an did not look up as Adra rose and walked with slow, practiced steps until he stood before the Kai's chair. He knelt again, with his head bowed, his hands in a pose of gratitude and submission. The Kai, despite the grayness in his skin and the hollows in his cheeks, held himself perfectly, and when he did move, the weakness did not undo the grace of a lifetime study. He put a hand on the boy's head.
Most High, I place myself before you as a man before his elder,
Adra said, his voice carrying the ritual phrases through the hall. Even with his back turned, the whisperers had little need to speak.
I place myself before you and ask your permission. I would take Ida'an, your blood issue, to be my wife. If it does not please you, please only say so, and accept my apology.
I am not displeased,
her father said.
Will you grant me this, Most High?
Ida'an waited to hear her father accept, to hear the ritual complete itself. The silence stretched, profound and horrible. Ida'an felt her heart begin to race, fear rising up in her blood. Something had happened. Oshai had broken. Ida'an looked up, prepared to see armsmen descending upon them.
But instead, she saw her father bent close to Adra, so close their foreheads almost touched. There were tears on the sunken cheeks. The formal reserve and dignity were gone. The Kai was gone. All that remained was a desperately ill man in robes too gaudy for a sick house.
Will you make her happy? I would have one of my children be happy.
Adra's mouth opened and shut like a fish pulled from the river. Ida'an closed her eyes, but she could not stop her ears.
"My Most High, I will do. Yes, I will."
Ida'an felt her own tears forcing their way into her eyes like traitors. She bit her lip until she tasted blood.
Let it be known,
her father said,
that I have authorized this match. Let the blood of the Kai Machi enter again into House Yogi, and let all who honor the Kayim respect this transfer and join in our celebration. The ceremony shall be held in 34 days, on the opening of summer.
The whisperers began, but the hush of their voices was quickly drowned out by cheering and applause. Ida'an raised her head and smiled as if the smears on her cheeks were from joy. Every man and woman in the chamber had risen. She turned to them and took a pose of thanks, and then to Adra and his father, and then, finally, to her own. He was still weeping, a show of weakness that the gossips and backbiters of the court would be chewing over for days. But his smile was so genuine, so hopeful, that Ida'an could do nothing but love him and taste ashes.
"Thank you, Most High,"
she said. He bowed his head, as if honoring her. The Kai Machi left the dais first, attended by servants who lifted him into his litter, and others who bore him away. Then Ida'an herself retreated. The others would escape according to the status of their families and their standing within them. It would be a hand and a half before the chamber was completely empty. Ida'an strode along white marble corridors to a retiring room, sent away her servants, locked the door, and sobbed until her heart was empty again. Then she washed her face in cool water from her basin, arrayed her kohl and blush, whitener and lip rouge before a mirror, and carefully made a mask of her skin. There would be talk, of course, even without her father's unseemly display of humanity, and she hated them all for the laughter and amusement that would occasion. There would be enough to pick apart. The strength of Adra's voice would be commented on, the way in which he carried himself. Even his unease when the ritual slipped from its form might speak well of him in people's memory. It was a small thing, of course. In the minds of the witnesses, it had been clear that she would be the daughter of a Kai only very briefly, and merely sister to the Kai was a lower status. House Yogi was buying something whose value would soon drop. It must be a love match, they would say, and pretend to be touched. She wondered if it wouldn't be better, cleaner, to simply burn the city and everyone in it, herself included. Let a hot iron clean and seal it like searing a wound. It was a passing fantasy, but it gave her comfort. A knock came, and she arranged her robes before unlocking the door. Adra stood, his house servants behind him. He had not changed out of his ritual robes.
"Madame Kya," he said, "I was hoping you might come have a bowl of tea with my father."
"I have gifts to present to your honored father," Ida'an said, gesturing to a cube of cloth and bright paper the size of a boar. It was already lashed to a carrying pole.
"It is too much for me. Might I have the aid of your servants?"
2 servants had already moved forward to lift the burden. Adra took a pose of command, and she answered with one of acquiescence, following him as he turned and left.
They walked side by side through the gardens, not touching. Ida'an could feel the gazes of the people they passed, and kept her expression demure. By the time they reached the palaces of the Valnyogi, her cheeks ached with it. Ida'an and Adra walked with their entourage through a hall of worked rosewood and mother-of-pearl, and to the summer garden where Da'aya Valnyogi sat beneath a stunted maple tree and sipped tea from a stone bowl. His face was weathered but kindly. Seeing him in this place was like stepping into a woodcut from the old empire, the honored sage in contemplation. The gift package was placed on the table before him as if it were a meal. Adra's father put down his bowl and took a pose that dismissed the servants.
"The garden is closed,"
he said.
"We have much to discuss, my children and I."
As soon as the doors were shut and the three were alone, his face fell. He sank back to his seat like a man struck by fever. Adra began to pace. Ida'an ignored them both and poured herself tea. It was overbrewed and bitter.
"You haven't heard from them, then, Da'aya-cha?"
"The Gaults?"
the man said.
"The messengers I send come back empty-handed. When I went to speak to their ambassador, they turned me away. Things have gone wrong. The risk is too great. They won't back us now."
"Did they say that?"
Ida'an asked. Da'aya took a pose that asked clarification. Ida'an leaned forward, holding back the snarl she felt twisting at her lip.
"Did they say they wouldn't back us? Or is it only that you fear they won't?"
"Oh, shy,"
Da'aya said.
"He knows everything. He's been my intermediary from the beginning. If he tells what he knows—"
"If he does, he'll be killed."
Ida'an said.
"That he injured a poet is bad enough, but he murdered a son of the Khayyam without being a brother to him. He knows what would happen. His best hope is that someone intercedes for him. If he speaks what he knows, he dies badly."
"We have to free him,"
Adra said.
"We have to get him out. We have to show the Gaults that we can protect them."
"We will,"
Ida'an said. She drank down her tea.
"the three of us. And I know how we'll do it."
Adra and his father looked at her as if she'd just spat out a serpent. She took a pose of query.
"Shall we wait for the Gaults to take action instead? They've already begun to distance themselves. Shall we take some members of your house into our confidence? Hire some armsmen to do it for us? Assume that our secret will be safer the more people know?"
"But,"
Adra said.
"If we falter, we fail," Ida'an said. "I know the way to the cages. He's kept underground now. If they move him to the towers, it gets harder. I asked that we meet in a place with a private exit. This garden. There is a way out of it."
Da'aya took an acknowledging pose, but his face was as pale as bread dough.
"I thought there would be others you wished to consult,"
he said.
"There's nothing to consult over,"
Ida'an said, and pulled open the gifts she had brought to her new marriage. 3 dark cloaks with deep hoods, 3 blades in dark leather sheaths, 2 unstrung hunter's bows with dark shafted arrows, 2 torches, a pot of smoke pitch, and a bag to carry it. And beneath it, a wall stand of silver with the sigils of order and chaos, worked in marble and bloodstone. Ida'an passed the blades and cloaks to the men.
"The servants will only know of the wall stand. These others we can give to Oshai to dispose of once we have him," Ida'an said. "The smoke pitch we can use to frighten the armsmen at the cages. The bows and blades are for those that don't flee."
"Ida'an-kya,"
Adra said.
"this is madness. We can't—"
She slapped him before she knew she meant to. He pressed a palm to his cheek, and his eyes glistened. But there was anger in him, too. That was good.
"We do the thing now, while there are servants to swear it was not us. We do it quickly, and we live. We falter and wail like old women, and we die. Pick one."
Da'aya Valnyogi broke the silence by taking a cloak and pulling it on. His son looked to him, then to her, then trembling began to do the same.
"You should have been born a man."
her soon-to-be father said. There was disgust in his voice. The tunnels beneath the palaces were little traveled in spring. The long winter months, trapped in the warrens that laced the earth below Machi, made even the slaves yearn for daylight. Ida'an knew them all. Long winter months stealing unchaperoned up these corridors to play on the river ice and snow-shrouded city streets had taught her how to move through them unseen. They passed the alcove where she and Janat Saya had kissed once, when they were both too young to think it more than something they should wish to do. She led them through the thin servants' passage she'd learned of when she was stealing fresh apple cakes from the kitchens. Memories made the shadows seem like old friends from better times, when her mischief had been innocent. They made their way from tunnel to tunnel, passing through wide chambers unnoticed, and passages so narrow they had to stoop and go singly. The weight of stone above them made the journey seem like traveling through a mine. They knew they were nearing the occupied parts of the tunnels, as much by the smell of shit from the cages and acrid smoke as by the torchlight that danced at the corridor's mouth. Thick timber beams framed the hall. Ida'an paused. This was only a side gallery, little used, rarely trafficked, but it would do, she thought.
"What now?" Adra asked. "We light the pitch? Simulate a fire?"
Ida'an took the pot from its bag and weighed it in her hands.
"We simulate nothing, Adra Kya," she said.
She threw the pot at the base of a thick timber support and tossed her lit torch onto the blackness. It sputtered for a moment, then caught. Ida'an unslung the bow from her shoulder and draped a fold of the cloak over it.
"Be ready."
She waited as the flames caught. If she waited too long, they might not be able to pass the fire. If she was too quick, the armsmen might be able to put out the blaze. A deep calm seemed to descend upon her, and she felt herself smile. Now would be a fine moment, she thought, and screamed, raising the alarm. Adra and Daaya followed her as she stumbled through the darkness and into the cages. In the time it took for her to take 2 breaths of the thickening air, they found themselves in the place she'd hoped, a wide gallery in torchlight, the air already becoming dense with smoke, and iron cages set into the stone where prisoners waited on the justice of the Kai. 2 armsmen in leather and bronze armor scuttled to the 3 of them, their eyes round with fear.
"There's fire in the gallery!" Daaya shrilled. "Get water! Get the watch!"
The prisoners were coming to the front of the cages now. Their cries of fear added to the confusion. Ida'an pretended to cough as she considered the problem. There were 2 more armsmen at the far end of the cages, but they were coming closer. Of the first 2 who had approached, one had raced off toward the fire, the other down a well-lit tunnel, she presumed towards aid. And then, midway down the row of cages on the left, she caught a glimpse of the Galt's creature. There was real fear in his eyes. Adra panicked as the second pair came close. With a shriek, he drew his blade, hewing at the armsman like a child playing at war. Ida'an cursed, but Daaya was moving faster, drawing his bow and sinking a dark shaft into the man's belly, as Ida'an shot at his chest and missed. But Adra was lucky. A wild stroke caught the armsman's chin and seemed to cleave his jaw apart. Ida'an raced to the cages, to Oshai. The moon-faced assassin registered a moment's surprise when he saw her face within the hood, and then Oshai closed his eyes and spat. Adra and Daaya rushed to her side.
"Do not speak," Oshai said. "Nothing. Every man here would sell you for his freedom, and there are people who would buy. Do you understand?"
Ida'an nodded and pointed toward the thick lock that barred the door. Oshai shook his head.
"The Kai's master of blades keeps the keys," Oshai said. "The cages can't be opened without him. If you meant me to leave with you, you didn't think this through very well."
Adra whispered a curse, but Oshai's eyes were on Ida'an. He smiled thinly, his eyes dead as a fish's. He saw it when she understood, and he nodded, stepped back from the bars, and opened his arms like a man overwhelmed by the beauty of a sunrise. Ida'an's first arrow took him in the throat. There were 2 others after that, but she thought that they likely didn't matter. The first shouts of the watch echoed. The smoke was thickening. Ida'an walked away, down the route she had meant to take when the prisoners were free. She'd meant to free them all, adding to the chaos. She'd been a fool.
"What have you done?"
the Ayah Vaunyogi demanded once they were safely away in the labyrinth.
"What have you done?"
Ida'an didn't bother answering. Back in the garden, they sank the blades and the cloaks in a fountain to lie submerged, until Adra could sneak back in under cover of night and get rid of them. Even with the dark hoods gone, they all reeked of smoke. She hadn't foreseen that, either. Neither of the men met her eyes, and yet Oshai was beyond telling stories to the Utkayem. So perhaps things hadn't ended so badly. She gave her farewells to the Ayah Vaunyogi. Adra walked with her back through the evening-dimmed streets to her rooms. That the city seemed unchanged struck her as odd. She couldn't say what she had expected, what the day's events should have done to the stones, the air, but that it should all be the same seemed wrong. She paused by a beggar, listening to his song, and dropped a length of silver into the lacquered box at his feet. At the entrance to her rooms she sent her servants away. She did not wish to be attended. They would assume she smelled of sex, and best that she let them. Adra peered at her, earnest as a puppy, she thought. She could see the distress in his eyes.
"You had to,"
he said, and she wondered if he meant to comfort her or convince himself. She took a pose of agreement. He stepped forward, his arms curving to embrace her. "Don't touch me," she said, and he stepped back, paused, lowered his arms. Ida'an saw something die behind his eyes, and felt something wither in her own breast. So this is what we are, she thought. "Things were good once," he said, as if willing her to say, "and they will be again." The most she could give him was a nod. They had been good once. She had wanted and admired and loved him once, and even now a part of her might love him. She wasn't sure. The pain in his expression was unbearable. Ida'an leaned forward, kissed him briefly on the lips, and went inside to wash the day off her skin. She heard his footsteps as he walked away. Her body felt wrung out and empty. There were dried apples and sugared almonds waiting for her, but the thought of food was foreign. Gifts had arrived throughout the day, celebrations of her being sold off. She ignored them. It was only after she had bathed, washing her hair 3 times before it smelled more of flowers than smoke, that she found the note. It rested on her bed, a square of paper folded in quarters. She sat naked beside it, reaching out a hand, hesitated, and then plucked it open. It was brief, written in an unsteady hand.
"Daughter," it said, "I had hoped that you might be able to spend some part of this happy day with me. Instead, I will leave this. Know that you have my blessings, and such love as a weary old man can give. You have always delighted me, and I hope for your happiness in this match."
When her tears and sobbing had exhausted her, Ida'an carefully gathered the scraps of the note together and placed them under her pillow. Then she bowed and prayed to all the gods, and with all her heart, that her father should die, and die quickly, that he should die without discovering what she was. Ma'ati was lost for a time in pain, then discomfort, and then pain again. He didn't suffer dreams so much as a pressing sense of urgency without goal or form, though for a time he had the powerful impression that he was on a boat, rocked by waves. His mind fell apart and reformed itself at the will of his body. He came to himself in the night, aware that he had been half awake for some time, that there had been conversations in which he had participated, though he couldn't say with whom or on what matters. The room was not his own, but there was no mistaking that it belonged to the Kai's palace. No fire burned in the grate, but the stone walls were warm with stored sunlight. The windows were shuttered with shaped stone, the only light coming from the night candle that had burned almost to its quarter mark. Maathi pulled back the thin blankets, and considered the puckered grey flesh of his wound, and the dark silk that laced it closed. He pressed his belly gently with his fingertips, until he thought he knew how delicate he had become. When he stood, tottering to the night pot, he found he had underestimated, but that the pain was not so excruciating that he could not empty his bladder. After, he pulled himself back into bed, exhausted. He intended only to close his eyes for a moment and gather his strength, but when he opened them, it was morning. He had nearly resolved to walk from his bed to the small writing-table near the window when a slave entered and announced that the poet Samai and the Andat, stone made soft, would see him if he wished. Maathi nodded and sat up carefully. The poet arrived with a wide plate of rice and river fish and a sauce that smelled of plums and pepper. The Andat carried a jug of water so cold it made the stones sweat. Maathi's stomach came to life with a growl at the sight. "You're looking better, Maatikwo," the young poet said, putting the plate on the bed. The Andat pulled 2 chairs close to the bed and sat in one, its face calm and empty. "I looked worse than this?" Maathi asked. "I wouldn't have thought that possible. How long has it been?" 4 days. The injury brought on a fever, but when they poured onion soup down you, the wound didn't smell of it, so they decided you might live after all." Maathi lifted a spoon of fish and rice to his mouth. It tasted divine. "I think I have you to thank for that," Maathi said. "My recollection isn't all it could be, but—" "I was following you," Samai said, taking a pose of contrition. "I was curious about your investigations." "Yes, I suppose I should have been more subtle." "The assassin was killed yesterday." Maathi took another bite of fish. "Executed?"
"Disposed of,"
the Andat said and smiled. Samai told the story. The fire in the tunnels, the deaths of the guards. The other prisoners said that there had been 3 men in black cloaks, that they had rushed in, killed the assassin, and vanished. 2 others had choked to death on the smoke before the watchmen put the fire out. "The story among the Utkayem is that you discovered Otamachi. The Master of Tide's assistant said that you'd been angry with him for being indiscreet about your questions concerning a courier from Udun. Then the attack on you, and the fire. They say the Kaimachi sent for you to hunt his missing son, Ota." "Part true," Maathi said. "I was sent to look for Ota. I knew him once, when we were younger. But I haven't found him, and the knife man was something else. It wasn't Ota."
"You said that,"
the Andat rumbled.
"When we found you, you said it was someone else."
"Otakwo wouldn't have done it, not that way. He might have met me himself, but sending someone else to do it? No, he wasn't behind that,"
Maathi said, and then the consequence of that fell into place.
"And so I think he must not have been the one who killed Beitra."
Samai and his Andat exchanged a glance, and the young poet drew a bowl of water for Maathi. The water was as good as the food, but Maathi could see the unease in the way Samai looked at him. If he had ached less or been farther from exhaustion, he might have been subtle.
"What is it?"
Maathi asked. Samai drew himself up, then sighed.
"You called him Otakwo." "He was my teacher. At the school, he was in the black robes when I was new arrived. He helped me."
"And you saw him again, when you were older?"
"Did I?"
Maathi asked. Samai took a pose that asked forgiveness. "The Daikwo would hardly have trusted a memory that old. You were both children at the school. We were all children there. You knew him when you were both men, yes?"
"Yes,"
Maathi said.
He was in Sareket when Heshai Kvo died.
And you call him Ota Kvo, Samai said. He was a friend of yours, Ma'ati Kvo, someone you admired. He's never stopped being your teacher.
Perhaps. But he stopped being my friend. That was my doing, but it's done.
I'm sorry, Ma'ati Kvo, but are you certain Ota Kvo is innocent because he's innocent, or only because you're certain? It would be hard to accept that an old friend might wish you ill.
Ma'ati smiled and sipped the water.
Ota Machi may well wish me dead. I would understand it if he did. And he's in the city, or was 4 days ago. But he didn't send the assassin.
You think he isn't hoping for the Kai's chair?
I don't know, but I suppose that's something worth finding out, along with who it was that killed his brother and started this whole thing rolling.
He took another mouthful of rice and fish, but his mind was elsewhere.
Will you let me help you?
Ma'ati looked up, half surprised. The young poet's face was serious, his hands in a pose of formal supplication. It was as if they were back in the school, and Samai was a boy asking a boon of the teachers. The Andat had its hands folded in its lap, but it seemed mildly amused. Before Ma'ati could think of a reply, Samai went on.
You aren't well yet, Ma'ati Kvo. You're the center of all the court gossip now, and anything you do will be examined from 8 different views before you finish doing it. I know the city. I know the court. I can ask questions without arousing suspicion. The Dai Quo didn't choose to take me into his confidence, but now that I know what's happening...
It's too much of a risk,
Ma'ati said.
The Dai Quo sent me because I know Ota Quo, but he also sent me because my loss would mean nothing. You hold the Andat.
It's fine with me,
Stonemaid Soft said.
Really, don't let me stop you.
If I ask questions without you, I run the same risks, and without the benefits of shared information, Samai said. And expecting me not to wonder would be unrealistic.
The Kai Machi would expel me from his city if he thought I was endangering his poet,
Ma'ati said.
And then I wouldn't be of use to anyone.
Samai's dark eyes were both deadly serious and also, Ma'ati thought, amused.
This wouldn't be the first thing I've kept from him, the young poet said. Please, Ma'ati Kvo, I want to help.
Ma'ati closed his eyes. Having someone to talk with, even if it was only a way to explore what he thought himself, wouldn't be so bad a thing. The Dai Quo hadn't expressly forbidden that Samai know, and even if he had, the secret investigation had already sent Ota Quo to flight, so any further subterfuge seemed pointless. And the fact was, he likely couldn't find the answers alone.
You have saved my life once already.
I thought it would be unfair to point that out, Samai said.
Ma'ati laughed, then stopped when the pain in his belly bloomed. He lay back, blowing air until he could think again. The pillows felt better than they should have. He'd done so little, and he was already tired. He glanced mistrustfully at the Andat, then took a pose of acceptance.
Come back tonight, when I've rested,
Ma'ati said.
We'll plan our strategy. I have to get my strength back, but there isn't much time.
May I ask one other thing, Ma'ati Kvo?
Ma'ati nodded, but his belly seemed to have grown more sensitive for the moment, and he tried not to move more than that. It seemed laughing wasn't a wise thing for him just now.
Who are Liat and Naiit?
My lover, our son,
Ma'ati said.
I called out for them, did I? When I had the fever?
Samai nodded.
I do that often,
Ma'ati said.
Only not usually allowed.
6. There were 4 great roads that connected the cities of the Kayem, one named for each of the cardinal directions. The north road that linked Setani, Machi, and Amnat Tan was not the worst, in part because there was no traffic in the winter, when the snows let men make a road wherever desire took them. Also the stones were damaged more by the cycle of thaw and frost that troubled the north only in spring and autumn. In high summer it rarely froze, and for a third of the year it did not thaw. The west road, far from the sea and not so far south as to keep the winters warm, required the most repair.
They'll have crews of indentured slaves and laborers out in shifts,
the old man in the cart beside Ota said, raising a finger as if his oratory was on par with the high emperor's, back when there had been an empire.
They start at one end, reset the stones until they reach the other, and begin again. It never ends.
Ota glanced across the cart at the young woman nursing her babe and rolled his eyes. She smiled and shrugged so slightly that their orator didn't notice the movement. The cart lurched down into and up from another wide hole where the stones had shattered and not yet been replaced.
I have walked them all, the old man said, though they've warned me more than I've warned them. Oh, yes, much more than I've warned them.
He cackled, as he always seemed to when he made this observation. The little caravan, 4 carts hauled by old horses, was still 6 days from Setani. Ota wondered whether his own legs were rested enough that he could start walking again. He had bought an old laborer's robe of blue-gray wool from a rag shop, chopped his hair to change its shape, and let his thin beard start to grow in. Once his whiskers had been long enough to braid, but the East Islanders he'd lived with had laughed at him and pretended to mistake him for a woman. After Setani, it would take another 20 days to reach the docks outside Amnat Tan, and then, if he could find a fishing boat that would take him on, he would be among those men again, singing songs in a tongue he hadn't tried out in years, explaining again, either with the truth or outrageous stories, why his marriage mark was only half done. He would die there, on the islands or on the sea, under whatever new name he chose for himself. Itani Noiga was gone. He had died in Machi. Another life was behind him, and the prospect of beginning again, alone in a foreign land, tired him more than the walking.
Now, southern wood is too soft to really build with. The winters are too warm to really harden them. Up here there's trees that would blunt a dozen axes before they fell, the old man said.
You know everything, don't you, grandfather? Ota said. If his annoyance was in his voice, the old man noticed nothing, because he cackled again.
It's because I've been everywhere and done everything, the old man said. I even helped hunt down the Amnat Tan's older brother when they had their last succession. There were a dozen of us, and it was the dead of winter. Your fish would freeze before it touched the ground. Oh, yeah.
The old man took a pose of apology to the young woman and her babe, and Ota swung himself out of the cart. It wasn't a story he cared to hear. The road wound through a valley, high pine forest on either side, the air sharp and fragrant with the resin. It was beautiful, and he pictured it thick with snow, the image coming so clear that he wondered whether he might once have seen it that way. When the clatter of hooves came from the west, he forced himself again to relax his shoulders and look as curious and excited as the others. Twice before, couriers on fast horses had passed the van, laden with news, Ota knew, of the search for him. It had taken an effort of will not to run as fast as he could after he had been discovered, but the search was for a false courier, either plotting murder or fleeing like a rabbit. No one would pay attention to a plodding laborer off to stay with his sister's family in a low town outside Setani. And yet, as the horses approached, tension grew in his breast. He prepared himself for the shock if one of the riders had a familiar face. There were 3 this time, Utkayam to judge by their robes and the quality of their mounts, and none of them men he knew. They didn't slow for the van, but the arms men of the van, the drivers, the dozen hangers-on like himself, all shouted at them for news. One of them turned in his saddle and yelled something, but Ota couldn't make it out, and the rider didn't repeat it. 10 days on the road, 6 more to Setani. The only challenge was not to be where they were looking for him. They reached a way house with the sun still 3½ hands above the treetops. The building was of northern design, stone walls as thick as the span of a man's arm, and stables and goat pen on the ground floor, where the heat of the animals would rise and help warm the place in the winter. While the merchants and armsmen argued over whether to stop now or go farther and sleep in the open, Ota ran his eyes over the windows and walked around to the back, looking for all the signs Kian had taught him to know whether the keeper was working with robbers or keeping an unsafe kitchen. The house met all of her best marks. It seemed safe. By the time he'd returned to the carts, his companions had decided to stay. After Ota had helped stable the horses, they shifted the carts into a locked courtyard. The caravan's leader haggled with the keeper about the rooms and came to an agreement that Ota privately thought gave the keeper the better half. Ota made his way up 2 flights of stairs to the room he was to share with 5 armsmen, 2 drivers, and the old man. He curled himself up in a corner on the floor. It was too small a room, and one of the drivers snored badly. A little sleep when things were quiet would only make the next day easier. He woke in darkness to the sound of music. A drum throbbed and a flute sighed. A man's voice and a woman's moved in rough harmony. He wiped his eyes with the sleeve of his robe and went down to the main room. The members of his van were all there, and 6 other men besides. The air smelled of hot wine and roast lamb, pine trees, and smoke. Ota sat at a rough, worn table beside one of the drivers and watched. The singer was the keep himself, a pot-bellied man with a nose that had been broken and badly set. He drew the deep beat from a skin and earthenware drum as he sang. His wife was as shapely as a potato, with an ugly face and a missing eye tooth, but their voices were well suited, and their affection for each other forgave them much. Ota found himself tapping his fingertips against the table to match the drum beats. His mind went back to Kian, and the nights of music and stories and gossip he had spent in her wayhouse, far away to the south. He wondered what she was doing tonight. What music filled the warm air and competed with the murmur of the river. When the last note had faded to silence, the crowd applauded, yelped, and howled their appreciation. Ota made his way to the singer. He was shorter than Ota had thought, and took his hand. The keeper beamed and blushed when Ota told him how good the music had been.
"We've had a few years' practice, and there's only so much to do when the days are short," the keep said. "The winter choirs in Machi make us sound like street beggars."
Ota smiled, regret pulling at him that he would never hear those songs, and a moment later he heard his name being spoken.
"Itani Noiga's what he was calling himself," one of the merchants said. "Played a courier for Halcyanti."
"I think I met him," a man said, whom Ota had never met. "I knew there was something odd about the man."
"And the poet, the one that had his belly open for him? He's picking the other Scianti men apart like they were baked fish. The upstart has to wish that job had been done right the first time."
"Sounds as if I've missed something," Ota said, putting on his most charming smile. "What's this about a poet's belly?" The merchant frowned at the interruption, until Ota motioned to the keep's wife and bought bowls of hot wine for the table. After that, the gossip flowed more freely. Maati Valpatai had been attacked, and the common wisdom held that Ota had arranged it. The most likely version was that the upstart had been passing as a courier, but others said that he had made his way into the palaces dressed as a servant or a meat seller. There was no question, though, that the Kai had sent out runners to all the winter cities, asking for the couriers and overseers of House Scianti to attend him at court. Amiit Fos, the man who'd been the upstart's overseer in Udun, was being summoned in particular. It wasn't clear yet whether Cianti had knowingly backed Otamachi, but if they had, it would mean the end of their expansion into the north. Even if they hadn't, the house would suffer.
"And they're sure he was the one who had the poet killed?"
Ota asked, using all the skill the gentleman's trade had taught him to hide his deepening despair and disgust.
"It seems they were in Sarayket together, this poet and the upstart. That was just before Sarayket fell."
The implications of that hung over the room. Perhaps Otamachi had somehow been involved with the death of Heshai, the poet of Sarayket. Who knew what depravity the sixth son of the Kaimachi might sink to? It was a ghost story for them, a tale to pass a night on the road, a sport to follow. Ota remembered the old frog-mouthed poet, remembered his kindness and his weakness and his strength. He remembered the regret and the respect and the horrible complicity he'd felt in killing him all those years ago. It had been so complicated then. Now they said it so simply and spoke as if they understood.
"There's rumor of a woman, too. They say he had a lover in Udun."
If he was a courier, he's likely got a woman in half the cities of the Kayam. The gods know I would.
"No," the merchant said, shaking his head. He was more than half drunk.
"No, they were very clear. All the Cianti men say he had a lover in Udun, and never took another. Loved her like the world, they said, but she left him for another man. I say it's that turned him evil. Love turns on you like milk."
Gentlemen,
the keep's wife said, her voice powerful enough to cut through any conversation.
it's late, and I'm not sleeping until these rooms are cleaned, so get you all to bed. I'll have bread and honey for you at sunrise.
The guests slurped down the last of the wine, ate the last mouthfuls of dried cherries and fresh cheese, and made their various ways toward their various beds. Ota walked down the inner stairs to the stables and the goat-yard, then out through a side door and into the darkness. His body felt like he'd just run a race, or else like he was about to. Kian in the way house her father had run. Old Mani. He had set the dogs on them, and that he hadn't intended to would count for nothing if his brothers found her. Whatever happened, whatever they did, it would be his fault. He found a tall tree and sat with his back against it, looking out at the stars nearest the horizon. The air had the bite of cold in it. Winter never left this place. It made a little room for summer, but it never left. He thought of writing her a letter, of warning her. It would never reach her in time. It was 10 days' walk back to Machi, 6 days forward to Setani, and his brother's forces would already be on the road south. He could send to Amiit Foss, beg his old overseer to take Kian in, to protect her. But there, too, word would reach him too late. Despair settled into his belly, too deep for tears. He was destroying the woman he loved most in the world simply by being who he was, by doing what he'd done. He thought of the boy he had been marching away from the school across the western snows. He remembered his fear and the warmth of his rage at the poets and his parents and all in the world that treated boys so unfairly. What a pompous little ass he'd been, young and certain, and alone. He should have taken the Dai-Quo's offer and become a poet. He might have tried to bind an Ondat, and maybe failed and paid the price, dying in the attempt. And then Kian would never have met him. She would be safe.
"There's still a price,"
he thought, as clear as a voice speaking in his head.
"You could still pay it."
Machi was 10 days' walk, perhaps as little as 4.5 days' ride. If he could turn all eyes back to Machi, Kian might have at least the chance to escape his idiocy. And what would she matter if no one need search for him? He could take a horse from the stables now. After all, if he was an upstart and a poisoner and a man turned evil by love, it hardly mattered being a horse thief as well. He closed his eyes an angry bark of laugh forcing its way from his throat. Everything you have won, you've won by leaving, he thought, remembering a woman whom he had known almost well enough to join his life with, though he had never loved her, nor she him. Well, Marge, perhaps this time I'll lose. The night candle was past its middle mark. The air was filled with the songs of crickets. Somewhere in the course of things, the pale mist of netting had been pulled from the bed, and the room looked exposed without it. Semai could feel Stone made soft in the back of his mind, but the effort of being truly aware of the Ondot was too much. His body was thick and heavy and content. Focus and rigor would have their place another time. Idaan traced her fingertips across his chest, raising goose-flesh. He shivered, took her hand, and folded it in his own. She sighed and lay against him. Her hair smelled of roses.
"Why do they call you poets?"
she asked.
"It's an old Empire term," Semai said. "It's from the binding."
"The Ondot are poems?"
she said. She had the darkest eyes, like an animal's. He looked at her mouth. The lips were too full to be fashionable. With the paint worn off, he could see how she narrowed them. He raised his head and kissed them again, gently this time. His own mouth felt bruised from their coupling. And then his head grew too heavy, and he let it rest again.
"They're like that. Binding one is like describing something perfectly, understanding it, and expanding it. I'm not saying this well. Have you ever translated a letter? Taken something in the Kayate tongues and tried to say the same thing in Westland or an East Island tongue?"
"No," she said. "I had to take something from the Empire and rewrite it for a tutor once."
Semai closed his eyes. He could feel sleep pulling at him, but he fought against it a bit. He wasn't ready to let the moment pass.
"That's near enough. You had to make choices when you did that. Tilfa could mean take, or it could mean give, or it could mean exchange. It's yours to choose, depending on how it's used in the original document. And so, a letter or a poem doesn't have a set translation. You could have any number of ways that you say the same thing. Binding the Ondot means describing them, what the thought of them is, so well that you can translate it perfectly into a form that includes will and volition, like translating a Galtic contract, so that all the nuances of the trade are preserved perfectly.
"But there's any number of ways to do that,"
she said.
"There are very few ways to do it perfectly, and if a binding goes wrong, existing isn't normal for them. If you leave an imprecision or an inaccuracy, they escape through it, and the poet pays a price for that. Usually it comes as some particularly gruesome death, and knowing what an Ondot is can be subtle. Stone made soft. What do you mean by stone? Iron comes from stone, so is it stone? Sand is made of tiny stones, is it stone? Bones are like stone, but are they like enough to be called the same name? All those nuances have to be balanced, or the binding fails. Happily, the Empire produced some formal grammars that were very precise."
"And you describe this thing?"
"And then you hold that in your mind until you die. Only it's the kind of thought that can think back, so it's wearing sometimes."
"Do you resent it?"
Idaan asked, and something in her voice had changed. Semai opened his eyes. Idaan was looking past him. Her expression was unfathomable.
"I don't know what you mean," he said.
"You have to carry this thing all your life. Do you ever wish that you hadn't been called to do it?"
"No," he said. "Not really. It's work, but it's work that I like, and I get to meet the most interesting women." Her gaze cooled, flickered over him, and then away. "Lucky to be you," she said as she sat up. He watched her as she pulled the robes from the puddle of cloth on the floor. Samai sat up. "I have meetings in the morning. I'll need to be in my own rooms to be ready anyway. I might as well go now." "I might say fewer things that angered you if you talked to me," Samai said gently. Ida'an's head snapped around to him like a hunting cat's, but then her expression softened to chagrin, and she took an apologetic pose. "I'm overtired," she said. "There are things that I'm carrying, and I don't do it as gracefully as you. I don't mean to take them out on you." "Why do you do this, Ida'an Kya? Why do you come here? I don't think it's that you love me." "Do you want me to stop?" "No," Samai said. "I don't, but if you choose to, that will be fine as well." "That's flattering," she said, sarcasm thick in her voice. "Are you doing this to be flattered?" He was awake again now. He could see something in her expression, pain, anger, something else. She didn't answer him now, only knelt by the bed and felt beneath it for her boots. He put his hand on her arm and drew her up. He could sense that she was close to speaking, that the words were already there, just below the surface. "I don't mind only being your bedmate," he said. "I've known from the start that Adra is the man you plan to be with, and that I couldn't be that for you even if you wanted it. I assume that's part of why you've chosen me. But I am fond of you, and I would like to be your friend." "You'd be my friend," she said. "That's nice to hear. You've bedded me, and now you'll condescend to be a friend?" "I think it's more accurate to say you bedded me," Samai said. "And it seems to me that people do what we've done quite often without caring about the other person, or even while wishing them ill. I'll grant that we haven't followed the usual order. I understand people usually know each other first and then fall into bed afterwards, but in a way that means you should take me more seriously." She pulled back and took a pose of query. "You know, I'm not just saying it to get your robes open," he said. "When I say I want to be someone you can speak with, it's truth. I've nothing to gain by it but the thing itself." She sighed and sat on the bed. The light of the single candle painted her in shades of orange. "Do you love me, Samai Kya?" she asked. Samai took a deep breath and then slowly let it out. He had reached the gate. Her thoughts, her fears, everything that had driven this girl into his bed was waiting to be loosed. All he would have to do was tell one simple, banal lie. A lie thousands of men had told for less reason. He was badly tempted. "Ida'an Kya?" he said. "I don't know you." To his surprise, she smiled. She pulled on her boots, not bothering to lace the bindings, leaned over and kissed him again. Her hand caressed his cheeks. "Lucky to be you," she said softly. Neither spoke as they walked down the corridor to the main rooms. The shutters were closed against the night, and the air felt stuffy and thick. He walked with her to the door, then through it, and sat on the steps, watching her vanish among the trees. The crickets still sang. The moon still hung overhead, bathing the night in blue. He heard the high squeak of bats as they skimmed the ponds and pools, the flutter of an owl's wings.
"You should be sleeping,"
the low gravel voice said from behind him. "Yes, I imagine so."
"First light there's a meeting with the stone potters."
"Yes, there is." Stone Made Soft stepped forward and lowered itself to sit on the step beside him. The familiar bulk of its body rose and fell in a sigh that could only be a comment. "She's up to something," Samai said.
She might only find herself drawn to two different men.
the Ondot said.
It happens. And you're the one she couldn't build a life with. The other boy...
No, Samai said, speaking slowly, letting the thoughts form as he gave them voice. She isn't drawn to me. Not me.
She could be flattered that you want her. I've heard that's endearing.
She's drawn to you. The Ondot shifted to look at him. Its wide mouth was smiling.
That would be a first,
it said.
I'd never thought of taking a lover. I don't think I'd know what to do with her.
Not like that, Samai said. She wants me because of you, because I'm a poet. If I weren't, she wouldn't be here.
Does that offend you?
A gnat landed on the back of Samai's hand. The tiny wings tickled, but he looked at it carefully. The small gray insect unaware of its danger. With a puff of breath, he blew it into the darkness. The Ondot waited silently for an answer. It should, Samai said at last.
Perhaps you can work on that.
Being offended?
If you think you should be.
The storm in the back of his mind shifted. The constant thought that was this thing at his side moved, kicking like a babe in the wound, or a prisoner testing the walls of its cell. Samai chuckled. You aren't trying to help, he said.
No,
the Ondot agreed.
Not particularly.
Did the others understand their lovers? The poets before me?
How can I say? They loved women, and were loved by them. They used women, and were used by them. You may have found a way to put me on a leash, but you're only men.
The irony was that, his wound not fully healed, Ma'ati spent more time in the library than he had when he had been playing at scholarship. Only now, instead of spending his mornings there, he found it a calm place to retire when the day's work had exhausted him, when the hunt had worn him thin. It had been 15 days now since Itani Noiga had walked away from the palaces and vanished. 14 days since the assassin had put a dagger in Ma'ati's own guts. 13 days since the fire in the cages. He knew now as much as he was likely to know of Itani Noiga, the courier for House Sianti, and almost nothing of Otakvo. Itani had worked in the gentleman's trade for nearly 8 years. He had lived in the eastern islands. He was a charming man, decent at his craft, if not expert. He'd had lovers in Tansadar and Utani, but had broken things off with both after he started keeping company with a way-housekeeper in Udun. His fellows were frankly disbelieving that this could be the rogue Ota Machi, knight gaunt that haunted the dreams of Machi. But where he probed and demanded, where he dug and pried, pleaded and coddled and threatened, there was no sign of Otakvo. Where there should have been secrecy, there was nothing. Where there should have been meetings with high men in his house, or another house, or somebody, there was nothing. There should have been conspiracy against his father, his brothers, the city of his birth. There was nothing. All of which went to confirm the conclusion that Ma'ati had reached, bleeding on the paving stones. Ota was not scheming for his father's chair, had not killed Beitra, had not hired the assassin to attack him. And yet Ota was here, or had been. Ma'ati had written to the Dai Quo, outlining what he knew and guessed, and only wondered. But he had received no word back as yet, and might not for several weeks, by which time he suspected the old Kai would be dead. That thought alone tired him, and it was the library that he turned to for distraction. He sat back now on one of the thick chairs, slowly unfurling a scroll with his left hand and furling it again with his right. In the space between, ancient words stirred. The pale ink formed the letters of the empire, and the scroll purported to be an essay by Jaet Kai, a man named the Servant of Memory from the great years when the word Kai had still meant servant. The grammar was formal and antiquated. The tongue was nothing spoken now. It was unlikely that anyone but a poet would be able to make sense of it. There are two types of impossibility in the Andat, the man long since dust had written. The first of these are those thoughts which cannot be understood. Time and mind are examples of this type. Mysteries so profound that even the wise cannot do more than guess at their deepest structure. These bindings may someday become possible with greater understanding of the world and our place within it. For this reason, they are of no interest to me. The second type is made up of those thoughts by their nature impossible to bind, and no greater knowledge shall ever permit them. Examples of this are imprecision and freedom from bondage. Holding time or mind would be like holding a mountain in your hands. Holding imprecision would be like holding the backs of your hands in your palms. One of these images may inspire awe, it is true, but the other is interesting.
"Is there anything I can do for you, Ma'aticha?"
the librarian asked again.
"Thank you, Bharatcha, but no, I'm quite well."
The librarian took a step forward all the same. His hands seemed to twitch toward the books and scrolls that Ma'ati had gathered to look over. The man's smile was fixed, his eyes glassy. In his worst moments, Ma'ati had considered pretending to catch one of the ancient scrolls on fire, if only to see whether Ba'arath's knees would buckle.
"Because if there's anything—"
"Ma'aticha!" The familiar voice of the young poet rang from the front of the library. Ma'ati turned to see Samai stride into the chamber with a casual pose of welcome to Ba'arath. He dropped into a chair across from Ma'ati's own. The librarian was trapped for a moment between the careful formality he had with Ma'ati and the easy companionship he appeared to enjoy with Samai. He hesitated for a moment, then, frowning, retreated. "I'm sorry about him," Samai said. "He's an ass sometimes, but he is good at heart."
"If you say so. And what brings you? I thought there was another celebration of the Kai's daughter making a match."
"A messenger's come from the Dai Klo," Samai said, lowering his voice so that Bharat, no doubt just behind the corner and listening, might not make out the words. "He says it's important." Ma'ati sat up, his belly twinging a bit. His messages couldn't have reached the Dai Klo's village and returned so soon. This had to be something that had been sent before word of his injury had gone out, which meant the Dai Klo had found something, or wished something done, or— He noticed Samai's expression and paused.
"Is the seal not right?"
"There is no seal," Samai said. "There is no letter. The messenger says he was instructed to only speak the message to you, in private. It was too important, he said, to be written."
"That seems unlikely,"
Ma'ati said. "Doesn't it?"
"Where is he now?"
"They brought him to the poet's house when they heard who had sent him. I've had him put in a courtyard in the fourth palace, a walled one, with armsmen to keep him there. If this is a fresh assassin—"
"Then he'll answer more questions than the last one can,"
Ma'ati said.
"Take me there."
As they left, Ma'ati saw Ba'arath swoop down on the books and scrolls like a mother reunited with her babe. Ma'ati knew that they would all be hidden in obscure drawers and shelves by the time he came back. Some he would likely never see again. The sun was moving toward the mountain peaks in the west, early evening descending on the valley. They walked together down the white gravel path that led to the fourth palace, looking, Ma'ati was sure, like nothing so much as a teacher and his student in their matching brown poet's robes. Except that Samai was the man who held the Andat, and Ma'ati was only a scholar. They didn't speak, but Ma'ati felt a knot of excitement and apprehension tightening in him.
At the palace's great hall, a servant met them with a pose of formal welcome that couldn't hide the brightness in her eyes. At a gesture, she led them down a wide corridor and then up a flight of stairs to a gallery that looked down into the courtyard. Ma'ati forced himself to breathe deeply as he stepped to the edge and looked down, Semai at his side. The space was modest, but lush. Thin vines rose along one wall and part of another. 2 small sculpted maple trees stood, one at either end of a long, low stone bench. It looked like a painting, the perfectly balanced garden, with the laborer in his ill-cut robes the only thing out of place. A breeze stirred the branches of the trees with a sound equal parts flowing water and dry pages turning. Ma'ati stepped back. His throat was tight, but his head felt perfectly clear. So this was how it would happen. Very well. Semai was frowning down warily at Otakwo. Ma'ati put his hand on the young man's shoulder.
I have to speak with him,
Ma'ati said.
Alone. You don't think he's a threat? It doesn't matter. I still need to speak with him. Matikwo, please take one of the armsmen. Even if you keep him at the far end of the yard, you can...
Ma'ati took a pose that refused this, and saw something shift in the young man's eyes. Respect, Ma'ati thought. He thinks I'm being brave. How odd that I was that young once.
Take me there,
Ma'ati said. Ota sat in the garden, his back and neck tight from riding and from fear, and remembered being young in the summer cities. In one of the low towns outside Sareket, there had been a rock at the edge of a cliff that jutted out over the water so that, when the tide was just right, a boy of 13 summers might step out to its edge and peer past his toes at the ocean below him and feel like a bird. There had been a band of them, the homeless young scraping by on pity and small labor, who had dared each other to dive from that cliff. The first time he had made the leap himself, he had been sure the moment his feet left the rough, hot stone that he would die. That pause, divorced from earth and water, willing himself back up, trying to force himself to fly and take back that one irrevocable moment, had felt very much like sitting quiet and alone in this garden. The trees shifted like slow dancers. The flowers trembled. The stone glowed where the sun struck it, and faded to gray where it did not. He rubbed his fingers against the gritty bench to remind himself where he was, and to keep the panic in his breast from possessing him. He heard the door slide open with a whisper, and then shut again. He rose, forcing his body to move deliberately, and took a pose of greeting even before he looked up. Ma'ati Vaupatai. Time had thickened him, and there was a sorrow in the lines of his face that hadn't been there even in the weary days when he had stood between his master Hishai Quo and the death that had eventually come. Ota wondered whether that change had sprung from Hishai's murder, and whether Ma'ati had ever guessed that Ota had been the one who drew the cord across the old poet's throat. Ma'ati took a pose of welcome appropriate for a student to a teacher.
It wasn't me, Ota said. My brother, you. I had nothing to do with any of it.
I had guessed that, Ma'ati said. He did not come nearer.
Are you going to call the armsmen? There must be half a dozen out there. Your student could have been more subtle in calling them. There's more than that, and he isn't my student. I don't have any students. I don't have anything.
A strange smile twitched at the corner of his mouth.
I have been something of a disappointment to the Daikwo. Why are you here?
Because I need help, Ota said,
and I hoped we might not be enemies.
Ma'ati seemed to weigh the words. He walked to the bench, sat, and leaned forward with clasped hands. Ota sat beside him, and they were silent. A sparrow landed on the ground before them, cocked its head, and fluttered madly away again.
I came back because it was controlling me, Ota said. This place, these people. I've spent a lifetime leaving them, and they keep coming back and destroying everything I built. I wanted to see it. I wanted to look at the city, and my brothers, and my father.
He looked at his hands.
I don't know what I wanted,
Ota said.
Yes,
Maati said, and then awkwardly,
It was foolish, though, and there will be consequences. There have been already. There'll be more.
Again, the silence loomed. There was too much to say, and no order for it. Ota frowned hard, opened his mouth to speak, and closed it again.
I have a son,
Maati said.
Liat and I have a son. His name's Nait. He's probably just old enough now that he started to notice that girls aren't always repulsive. I haven't seen them in years.
I didn't know, Ota said.
How would you? The Daikwo said that I was a fool to keep a family. I am a poet, and my duty is to the world. And when I wouldn't renounce them, I fell from favor. I was given duties that might as well have been done by an educated slave. And you know, there was an odd kind of pride about it for a while. I was given clothing, shelter, food for myself, only for myself. I thought of leaving, of folding my robes on the bed and running away as you did. I thought of you, the way you had chosen your own shape for your life, instead of the shapes that were offered you. I thought I was doing the same. Gods, Otakwo, I wish you had been there. All these years, I wish I had been able to talk to you, to someone. I'm sorry.
Maati raised a hand to stop him.
My son,
Maati said. Then his voice thickened, and he coughed and began again.
Liat and I parted ways. My low status among the poets didn't have the air of romance for her that I saw in it. And there were other things. Raising my son called for money and time, and I had little to spare of either. My son is 13 summers. 13. She was carrying him before we left Sareket.
Ota felt the words as if he'd been struck an unexpected blow, a sensation of shock without source or location, and then the flood. Maati glanced over at him and read his thoughts from his face, and he nodded.
I know,
Maati said.
She told me about betting you that one time after you came back, before you left again, before Heshai Kwo died and Seedless vanished. I suppose she was afraid that if I discovered it someday, and she hadn't said anything, it would make things worse. She told me the truth, and she swore that my son was mine. And I believe her.
Do you?
Of course not. I mean, some days I did. When he was young and I could hold him in one arm, I was sure that he was mine. And then some nights I would wonder. And even in those times when I was sure that he was yours, I still loved him. That was the worst of it. The nights I lay awake in a village where women and children aren't allowed, in a tiny cell that stank of the disapproval of everyone I had ever hoped to please. I knew that I loved him, and that he wasn't mine. No, don't. Let me finish. I couldn't be a father to him. And if I hadn't fathered him either, what was there left but watching from a distance while this little creature grew up, and away from me, without even knowing my heart was tucked in his sleeve?
Maati wiped at his eyes with the back of one hand.
Liat said she was tired of my always mourning, that the boy deserved some joy, that she did too. So after that I didn't have them, and I didn't have the respect of the people I saw and worked beside. I was eaten by guilt over losing them and having taken her from you. I thought that she would have been happy with you, that you would have been happy with her. If only I hadn't broken faith with you, the world might have been right after all, and you might have stayed. And that has been my life.
until the day they called on me to hunt you."
"I see," Ota said.
"I have missed your company so badly, Otakya, and I have never hated anyone more. I have been waiting for years to say that. So, now I have. What was it you wanted from me?"
Ota caught his breath. "I wanted your help," he said. "There's a woman. She was my lover once. When I told her about my family, my past, she turned me out. She was afraid that knowing me would put her and the people she was responsible for in danger."
"She was wise then,"
Ma'ati said. "I hoped you would help me protect her," Ota said. His heart was a lump of cold lead. Perhaps that was optimistic. Ma'ati laughed. The sound was hollow.
"And how would I do that?" Ma'ati asked. "Kill your brothers for you? Tell the Kai that the Daiko had decreed that she was not to be harmed? I don't have that power. I don't have any power at all. This was my chance at redemption. They called upon me to hunt you because I knew your face, and I failed at that until you walked into the palaces and asked to speak with me."
"Go to my father with me. I refused the brand, but I won't now. I'll renounce my claim to the chair in front of anyone he wants. Only don't let him kill me before I do it." Ma'ati looked across at him. The sparrow returned for a moment to perch between them.
"It won't work," he said. "Renunciation isn't a simple thing, and once you've stepped outside of form, stepping back in. But they won't believe you, and even if they did, they'd still fear you enough to see you dead."
Ota took a deep breath, and then slowly let it out, letting his head sink into his hands. The air itself seemed to have grown heavier, thicker. It had been a mad hope, and even in its failure, at least Kian would be safe. It was past time, perhaps, that people stopped paying prices for knowing him. He could feel himself shaking. When he sat, his hands were perfectly still, though he could still feel the trembling in them.
"So what are you going to do?"
Ota asked.
"In a moment, I'm going to call in the armsmen that are waiting outside that door,"
Ma'ati said, his voice deceptively calm. He was trembling as well.
"I am going to bring you before the Kai, who will at some point decide either that you are a murderer who has killed his son Beitra and put you to the sword, or else a legitimate child of Machi, who should be set loose for one of your older brothers to kill. I will speak on your behalf, and any evidence I can find that suggests Beitra's murder wasn't your work, I will present."
"Well, thank you for that, at least."
"Don't,"
Ma'ati said.
"I'm doing it because it's true. If I thought you'd arranged it, I'd have said that."
"Loyalty to the truth isn't something to throw out either." Ma'ati took a pose that accepted the gratitude, and then dropped his hands to his sides. "There's something you should know," Ota said. It seems to be your business. When I was in the islands, after Sareket, there was a woman, not much, another woman. I shared a bed with her for 2, almost 3 years.
"Otakwo, I admire your conquests, but—"
"She wanted a child. From me. But it never took. Almost 3 years, and she bled with the moon the whole time. I heard that after I left, she took up with a fisherman from a tribe to the north and had a baby girl."
"I see,"
Ma'ati said, and there was something in his voice, a brightness.
"Thank you, Otakwo."
"I missed you as well. I wish we had had more time. Or other circumstances."
"As do I. But it isn't ours to choose. Shall we do this thing?"
"I don't suppose I should shave first," Ota said, touching his chin.
"I don't see how,"
Maati said, rising. "But perhaps we can get you some better robes." Ota didn't mean to laugh. It simply came out of him. And then Maati was laughing as well, and the birds startled around them, rising up into the sky. Ota rose and took a pose of respect appropriate to the closing of a meeting. Maati responded in kind, and they walked together to the door. Maati slid it open, and Ota looked to see whether there was a gap in the men, a chance to dodge them and sprint out to the streets. He might as well have looked for a stone cloud. The armsmen seemed to have doubled in number, and 2 already had bare blades at the ready. The young poet, the one Maati said wasn't his student, was there among them, his expression serious and concerned. Maati spoke as if the bulky men and their weapons weren't there. "Semaicha," he said, "good that you're here. I would like to introduce you to my old friend, Ota, the 6th son of the Kai Machi. Otako, this is Semai Tian, and that small mountain in the back is the Andat stone made soft which he controls. Semai assumed you were an assassin, come to finish me off. I'm not," Ota said, with a levity that seemed at odds with his situation, but which felt perfectly natural. "But I understand the misconception. It's the beard. I'm usually better shaved." Semai opened his mouth, closed it, and then took a formal pose of welcome. Maati turned to the armsman. "Chain him," he said. Even at the height of morning, the wives' quarters of the high palace were filled with the small, somber activity of a street market starting to close at twilight. In the course of his life, the Kai Machi had taken 11 women as wives. Some had become friends, lovers, companions. Others had been little more than permanent guests in his house, sent as a means of assuring favor, as one might send a good hunting dog or a talented slave. Ida'an had heard that there were several of them with whom he had never shared a bed. It had been Bietra's wife, Hiami, who told her that, trying to explain to a young girl that the Kayem had a different relationship to their women than other men had, that it was traditional. It hadn't worked. Even the words the older woman had used, "Your father chooses not to," had proven her point that this was a comfort house with high ceilings, grand halls, and only a single client. But now that was changing, not in character, but in the particulars. The succession would have the same effect on the 8 wives who remained, whoever took the seat. It would be time for them to leave, make the journey back to whatever city or family had sent them forth in the first place. The oldest of them, a sharp-tongued woman named Sarai, would be returning to a high family in Yalakat, where the man who would choose her disposition had been a delighted toddler, grinning and filling his pants the last time she'd seen him. Another woman, one of the recent ones hardly older than Ida'an herself, had taken a lover in the court. She was being sent back to Jaburitan, likely to be turned around and shipped off to another of the Kayem, or traded between the houses of the Utkayem as a token of political alliance. Many of the wives had known each other for decades, and would now scatter and lose the friends and companions they had known best. And on, every one of them, a life shaped by a man's will, constrained by tradition. Ida'an walked through the wide, bright corridors, listened to these women preparing to depart when the inevitable news came, anticipating the grief in a way that was as hard as the grief itself, perhaps harder. She accepted their congratulations on her marriage. She would be able to remain in the city, and should her man die before her, her family would be there to support her. She, at least, would never be uprooted. Hiami had never understood why Ida'an had objected to this way of living. Ida'an had never understood why these women hadn't set the palaces on fire. Her rooms were set in the back, small apartments with rich tapestries of white and gold on the walls. They might almost have been mistaken for the home of some merchant leader, the overseer of a great trading house,
or a trade-master who spoke with the voice of a city's craftsman. If only she had been born one of those. As she entered, one of her servants met her with an expression that suggested news. Ida'an took a pose of query.
Adra Valnyogi is waiting to see you, Ida'an Cha,
The servant girl said.
It was approaching midday, so I've put him in the dining hall. There is food waiting. I hope I haven't—
No, Ida'an said.
You did well. Please see that we're left alone.
He sat at the long wooden table, and he did not look up when she came in. Ida'an was willing to ignore him, as well as to be ignored, so she gathered a bowl of food from the platters, early grapes from the south, sticky with their own blood, hard, crumbling cheese with a ripe scent that was both appetizing and not, twice-baked flatbread that cracked sharply when she broke off a piece, and retired to a couch. She forced herself to forget that he was here, to look forward at the bare fire grate. Anger buoyed her up, and she clung to it. She heard it when he stood, heard his footsteps approaching. It was a little victory, but it pleased her. As he sat cross-legged on the floor before her, she raised an eyebrow and sketched a pose of welcome before choosing another grape.
I came last night, he said. I was looking for you. I wasn't here,
she said. The pause was meant to injure her. Look how sad you've made me, Ida'an. It was a child's tactic, and that it partially worked infuriated her.
I've had trouble sleeping,
she said.
I walk. Otherwise, I'd spend the whole night staring at netting and watching the candle burn down. No call for that.
Adra sighed and nodded his head.
I've been troubled, too, he said. My father can't reach the Gaults. With O'Shai, with what happened to him, he's afraid they may withdraw their support. Your father is an old woman, frightened there's a snake in the night bucket,
Ida'an said, breaking a corner of her bread.
They may lie low now, but once it's clear that you're in a position to become Kai, they'll do what they promised. They've nothing to gain by not. Once I'm Kai, they'll still own me, Adra said. They'll know how I came there. They'll be able to hold it over me. If they tell what they know, the gods only know what would happen.
Ida'an took a bite of grape and cheese, both, the sweet and the salt mingling pleasantly. When she spoke around it.
They won't dare, Adra. Give the worst. We're exposed by the Gaults. We're deposed and killed horribly in the streets. Fine. Lift your gaze up from your own corpse for a moment and tell me what happens next. There's a struggle. Some other family takes the chair. Yes, and what will the new Kai do? He'll slaughter my family,
Adra said, his voice hollow and ghostly. Ida'an leaned forward and slapped him.
He'll have stone made soft, level a few Galtic mountain ranges, and sink some islands. Do you think there's a Kai in any city that would sit still at the word of the Galtic council arranging the death of one of their own? The Gaults won't own you, because your exposure would mean the destruction of their nation and the wholesale slaughter of their people. So worry a little less. You're supposed to be overwhelmed with the delight of marrying me. Shouldn't you be delighted too, then? I'm busy mourning my father,
she said dryly.
Do we have any wine? How is he, your father? I don't know, Ida'an said. I try not to see him these days. It makes me feel weak. I can't afford that just now. I heard he's failing. Men can fail for a long time,
she said, and stood. She left the bowl on the floor and walked back to her bedroom, holding her hands out before her, sticky with juice. Adra followed along behind her and lay on her bed. She poured water into her stone basin and watched him as she washed her hands. He was a boy, lost in the world. Perhaps now was as good a time as any. She took a deep breath. I've been thinking, Adraka, she said, about when you become Kai. He turned his head to look at her, but did not rise to speak. It's going to be important.
especially at first, to gather allies. Founding a line is a delicate thing. I know we agreed that it would always be only the two of us, but perhaps we were wrong in that. If you take other wives, you'll have more the appearance of tradition and the support of the families who bind themselves to us. My father said the same. He said, "Oh, did he?" Ida thought, but she held her face still and calm.
She dried her hands on the basin cloth and came to sit on the bed beside him. To her surprise, he was weeping, small tears coming from the outer corners of his eyes, thin tracks shining on his skin. Without willing it, her hand went to his cheek, caressing him. He shifted to look at her.
"I love you, Ida. I love you more than anything in the world. You are the only person I've ever felt this way about."
His lips trembled, and she pressed a finger against them to quiet him. These weren't things she wanted to hear, but he would not be stopped.
"Let's end this," he said. "Let's just be together here. I'll find another way to move ahead in the court. And your brother, you'll still be his blood, and we'll still be well kept. Can't we? Can't we, please?" "All this because you don't want to take another woman?"
she said softly, teasing him.
"I find that hard to believe."
He took her hand in his. He had soft hands. She remembered thinking that the first time they'd fallen into bed together. Strong, soft, wide hands. She felt tears forming in her own eyes.
"My father said that I should take other wives," he said. "My mother said that, knowing you, you'd only agree to it if you could take lovers of your own, too. And then you weren't here last night, and I waited until it was almost dawn, and you want to—" "You think I've taken another man?" she asked.
His lips pressed, thin and bloodless, and he nodded. His hand squeezed hers as if she might save his life, if only he held on to her. 100 things came to her mind all at once.
"Yes, of course I have. How dare you accuse me? Samai is the only clean thing left in my world, and you cannot have him."
She smiled as if Adra were a boy being silly, as if he were wrong.
"That would be the stupidest thing I could possibly do just now," she said, neither lying nor speaking the truth of it.
She leaned forward to kiss him, but before their mouths touched, a voice, wild with excitement, called out from the atrium.
"Ida Ancha, come quickly!"
Ida leapt up as if she'd been caught doing something she ought not, then gathered herself, straightened her robes. The mirror showed that the paint on her mouth and eyes was smudged from eating and weeping, but there wasn't time to reapply it. She pushed back a stray lock of hair and stormed out. The servant girl took a pose of apology as Ida approached. She wore the colors of her father's personal retinue, and Ida heart sank to her belly. He had died. It had happened. But the girl was smiling, her eyes bright.
"What happened?"
Ida demanded.
"Everything," the girl said. "You're summoned to the court. The Kai is calling everyone." "Why? What's happened?" "I'm not to say, Ida Ancha," the girl said.
Ida felt the rage blood in her face as if she were standing near a fire. She didn't think, didn't plan. Her body seemed to move on its own accord as she slid forward and clapped her hand on the servant girl's throat and pressed her to the wall. There was a shock in the girl's expression, and Ida sneered at it. Adra fluttered like a bird in the corner of her vision.
"Say," Ida said, "because I asked you twice, tell me what's happened, and do it now." "The upstart," the girl said. "They've caught him."
Ida stepped back, dropping her hand. The girl's eyes were wide. The air of excitement and pleasure were gone. Adra put a hand on Ida's shoulder, and she pushed it away.
"He was here," the girl said. "In the palaces. The visiting poet caught him, and they're bringing him before the Kai."
Ida licked her lips. Otamachi was here. He had been here for the gods only knew how long. She looked at Adra, but his expression spoke of an uncertainty and surprise as deep as her own, and a fear that wasn't entirely about their conspiracy.
"What's your name?"
she asked.
"Choya,"
the girl said. Ida'an took a pose of abject apology. It was more than a member of the Utkayem would have normally presented to a servant, but Ida'an felt her guilt welling up like blood from a cut.
"I am very sorry, Choya-cha. I was wrong to— But that isn't all,"
the servant girl said.
"A courier came this morning from Tansadar. He'd been riding for 3 weeks. Kain Machi is dead. Your brother Danat killed him, and is coming back. The courier guessed he might be a week behind him. Danat Machi is going to be the new Kai Machi, and Ida'an-cha, he'll be back in the city in time for your wedding."
7. On one end, the chain ended at a cube of polished granite the color of soot that stood as high as a man's waist. On the other, it linked to a rough iron collar around Ota's neck. Sitting with his back to the stone, the chain was not so long that he could stand. Ota remembered seeing a brown bear tied to a pole in the main square of a low town outside Tansadar. Dogs had been set upon it 3 at a time, and with each new wave, the men had wagered on which animal would survive. Armsmen stood around him with blades drawn and leather armor, stationed widely enough apart to allow anyone who wished it a good view of the captive. Beyond them, the representatives of the Utkayem, in fine robes and ornate jewelry, crowded the floor, and 2 tiers of the balconies that rose up to the base of the domed ceiling far above him. The dais before him was empty. Ota wondered what would happen if he should need to empty his bladder. It seemed unlikely that they would let him piss on the fine parquet floor, but neither could he imagine being led away decorously. He tried to picture what they saw, this mob of nobility, when they looked at him. He didn't try to charm them or play on their sympathies. He was the upstart, and there wasn't a man or woman in the hall who wasn't delighted to see him debased and humiliated. The first of the servants appeared, filing out from a hidden door and spacing themselves around the chair. Ota picked out the brown poet's robe, but it was Semai with the bulk of his andat moving behind him. Ma'ati wasn't with him. Semai was speaking with a woman in the robes of the Kayem. Ota's sister, she would be. He wondered what her name was. The last of the servants and counselors took their places, and the crowd fell silent. The Kai Machi walked out, as graceful as a dying man could be. His robes were lush and full, and served to do little more than show how wasted his frame had become. Ota could see the rouge on his sunken cheeks, trying to give the appearance of vigor long since gone. Whisperers fanned out from the dais and into the crowd. The Kai took a pose of welcome appropriate to the opening of a ritual judgment. Ota rose to his knees.
"I am told that you are my son, Otamachi, whom I gave over to the poet's school."
The whisperers echoed it through the hall. It was his moment to speak now, and he found his heart was so full of humiliation and fear and anger that he had nothing to say. He raised his hands and took a pose of greeting, a casual one that would have been appropriate for a peasant's son to his father. There was a murmur among the Utkayem.
"I am further told that you were once offered the poet's robes, and you refused that honor."
Ota tried to rise, but the most the chain allowed was a low stoop. He cleared his throat and spoke, pushing the words out clear enough to be heard in the farthest gallery. "That is true. I was a child, Most High, and I was angry."
"And I hear that you have come to my city and killed my eldest child. Beitra Machi is dead by your hand."
"That is not true, father," Ota said.
I won't say that no man has ever died by my hand, but I didn't kill Beitra. I have no wish or intention to become the Kai Machi.
Then why have you come here?
The Kai shouted, rising to his feet. His face was twisted in rage. His fists trembled. In all his travels, Ota had never seen the Kai of any city look more like a man. Ota felt something like pity through his humiliation and rage, and it let him speak more softly when he spoke again. I heard that my father was dying. It seemed that the murmur of the crowds would never end. It rolled like waves against the seashore. Ota knelt again. The awkward stooping hurt his neck and back, and there was no point trying to maintain dignity here. They waited, he and his father, staring at each other across the space. Ota tried to feel some bond, some kinship that would bridge this gap, but there was nothing. The Kai Machi was his father by an accident of birth, and nothing more. He saw the old man's eyes flicker, as if unsure of himself. He couldn't have always been this way. The Kayam were inhumanly studied in ritual and grace. It was the mark of their calling. Ota wondered what his father had been when he was young and strong. He wondered what he would have been like as a man among his children. The Kai raised a hand, and the crowd's susurrus tapered down to silence. Ota did not move.
You have stepped outside tradition,
he said.
Whether you took a hand against my son is a question that has already gathered an array of opinion. It is something I must think on. I have had other news this day. Danat Machi has won the right of succession. He is returning to the city even now. I will consult with him on your fate. Until then, you shall be confined in the highest room in the great tower. I do not care to have your accomplices taking your death in their own hands this time. Danat and I, the Kai Machi and the Kai yet to come, shall decide together what kind of beast you are.
Ota took a pose of supplication. That he was on his knees only made the gesture clearer. He was dead, whatever happened. He could see that now. If there had been a chance of mercy, and likely there hadn't, having father and son converse would remove it. But in the black dread, there was this one chance to speak as himself, not as Itani Noiga or some other mask. And if it offended the court, there was little worse they could do to him than he faced now. His father hesitated, and Ota spoke. I have seen many of the cities of the Kayam, Most High. I have been born into the highest of families, and I have been offered the greatest of honors. And if I am here to meet my death at the hands of those who should by all rights love me, at least hear me out. Our cities are not well, Father. Our traditions are not well. You stand there on that dais now because you killed your own. You are celebrating the return of Danat, who killed his brother, and at the same time prepared to condemn me on the suspicion that I did the same. A tradition that calls men to kill their brothers and discard their sons cannot be. Enough! The Kai roared, and his voice carried. The whisperers were silent and unneeded. I have not carried this city on my back for all these years to be lectured now by a rebel and a traitor and a poisoner. You are not my son.
You lost that right. You squandered it. Tell me that this...
The Kai raised his hands in a gesture that seemed to encompass every man and woman of the court, the palaces, the city, the valley, the mountains, the world.
This is evil, because our traditions are what hold all this from chaos. We are the Kayam. We rule with the power of the Andat, and we do not accept instruction from couriers and laborers who killed.
The Kai closed his eyes and seemed to sway for a moment. The woman to whom Semai had been speaking leapt up, her hand on the old man's elbow. Ota could see them murmuring to each other, but he had no idea what they were saying. The woman walked with him back to the chair and helped him to sit. His face seemed sunken in pain. The woman was crying, streaks of coal black on her cheeks, but her bearing was more regal and sure than their father's had been. She stepped forward and spoke.
"The Kai is weary,"
she said, as if daring anyone present to say anything else.
"He has given his command. The audience is finished."
The voices rose almost as high and ran almost as loud as they had in anything that had gone before. A woman, even if she was his daughter, taking the initiative to speak for the Kai? The court would be scandalized. Ota already imagined them placing bets as to whether the man would live the night, and if he died now, whether it would be this woman's fault for shaming him so deeply when he was already weak. And Ota could see that she knew this. The contempt in her expression was as eloquent as any oratory. He caught her eye and took a pose of approval. She looked at him as if he were a stranger who had spoken her name, then turned away to help their father walk back to his rooms. The march up to his cage led through a spiral stone stair so small that his shoulders touched each wall, and his head stayed bent. The chain stayed on his neck, his hands now bound behind him. He watched the armsmen before him, half walking, half climbing the steep blocks of stone. When Ota slowed, the man behind him struck with the butt of a spear and laughed. Ota, his hands bound, sprawled against the steps, ripping the flesh of his knees and chin. After that, he made a point to slow as little as possible. His thighs burned with each step, and the constant turning to the right left him nauseated. He thought of stopping, of refusing to move. They were taking him up to wait for death anyway. There was nothing to be gained by collaborating with them. But he went on, cursing under his breath. When the stairs ended, he found himself in a wide hall. The sky doors in the north wall were open. A platform hung level with them and shifted slightly in the breeze, the great chains taut. Another 4 armsmen stood waiting. "Relief?" the man who had pushed him asked. The tallest of the new armsmen took a pose of affirmation and spoke.
"We'll take the second half. You 4 head up and we'll all go down together."
The new armsman led Ota to a fresh stairway, and the ordeal began again. He had begun almost to dream in his pain by the time they stopped. Thick, powerful hands pushed him into a room, and the door closed behind him, with a sound like a capstone being shoved over an open tomb. The armsman said something through a slit in the door, but Ota couldn't make sense of it, and didn't have the will to try. He lay on the floor until he realized that his arms had been freed and the iron collar taken from around his neck. The skin where it had rested was chafed raw. The voices of men seeped through the door, and then the sound of a winch creaking as it lowered the platform and its cargo of men. Then there were only 2 voices speaking in light conversational tones. He couldn't make out a word they said. He forced himself to sit up and take stock. The room was larger than he'd expected, and bare. It could have been used as a storage room, or set with table and chairs for a small meeting. There was a bowl of water in one corner, but no food, no candles, nothing but the stone to sleep on. The light came from a barred window. His hip and knees ached as Ota pulled himself up and stumbled over to it. He was facing south, and the view was like he'd become a bird. He leaned out. The bars were not so narrowly spaced that he couldn't climb out and fall to his death if he chose. Below him, the carts in the streets were like ants shuffling along in their lines. A crow launched itself from a crack or beam and circled below him, the sun shining on its black back. Trembling, he pulled himself back in. There were no shutters to close off the sky. He tried the door's latch, but it had been barred from without, and the hinges were leather and worked iron. Not the sort of thing a man could take apart with teeth. Ota knelt by the bowl of water and drank from his cupped hand. He washed out the worst of his wounds and left a third in the bowl. There was no knowing how long it might be before they saw fit to give him more. He wondered if there were birds that came up this high to rest, and whether he would be able to trap one. Not that he would have the chance to cook it. There was nothing to burn here, and no grate to burn it in. Ota ran his hands over his face, and despite himself, laughed. It seemed unlikely they would allow him anything sharp enough to shave with. He would die with his sad little beard. Ota stretched out in a corner, his arm thrown over his eyes, and tried to sleep, wondering as he did whether the sense of movement came from his own abused and exhausted body, or if it were true that so far up, even stone swayed. Ma'ati looked at the floor. His face was hard with frustration and anger.
"If you want him dead, Most High," he said, his voice measured and careful, "you might at least have the courtesy to kill him."
The Kai Machi raised the clay pipe to his lips. He seemed less to breathe the smoke in than to drink it. The sweet resin from it had turned every surface in the room slightly tacky to the touch. The servant in the blue and gold robes of a physician sat discreetly in a dim corner, pretending not to hear the business of the city. The rosewood door was closed behind them. Lanterns of sanded glass filled the room with soft light, rendering them all shadowless.
"I've listened to you, Ma'ati-chan. I didn't end him there, in the audience chamber. I am giving you the time you asked,"
the old man said.
"Why do you keep pressing me?"
"He has no blankets or fire. The guards have given him 3 meals in the last 4 days, and Danat will return before I have had word back from the Dai Quo. If this is all you can offer, Most High—"
"You can state your case to Danatcha as eloquently as you could to me," the Kai said.
"There will be no point if Ota dies of cold or throws himself out of the tower window before then," Ma'ati said. "Let me take him food and a thick robe. Let me talk with him."
"It's hopeless," the Kai said.
"Then there's nothing lost but my effort, and it will keep me from troubling you further."
"Your work here is complete, isn't it? Why are you bothering me, Ma'ati-cha? You were sent to find Ota. He's found."
"I was sent to find if he was behind the death of Beitra, and if he was not, to discover who was. I have not carried out that task. I won't leave until I have."
The Kai's expression soured, and he shook his head. His skin had grown thinner, the veins at his temples showing dark. When he leaned forward, tapping the bowl of his pipe against the side of the iron brazier with a sound like pebbles falling on stone, his grace could not hide his discomfort.
"I begin to wonder, Ma'ati-cha, whether you have been entirely honest with me. You say that there is no great love between you and my upstart son. You bring him to me, and for that reason alone, I believe you.
Everything else you have done suggests the other. You argue that it was not he who arranged Betra's death, though you have no suggestion who else might have. You ask for indulgences for the prisoner. You appeal to the Dai Quo in hopes.
A sudden pain seemed to touch the old man's features, and one near-skeletal hand moved toward his belly.
"There is a shadow in your city,"
Ma'ati said.
"You've called it by Ota's name, but none of it shows any connection with Ota. Not Betra, not the attack on me, not the murder of the assassin. None of the other couriers of any house report anything that would suggest he was more than he appeared. By his own word, he'd fled the city before the attack on me, and didn't return before the assassin was killed. How is it that he arranged all these things with no one seeing him, no one knowing his name? How is it that, now he's trapped, no one has offered to sell him in trade for their own lives?"
Who, then?
"I don't."
Who else gained from these things?
"Your son, Danat,"
Ma'ati said.
"He broke the pact. If all this talk of Ota was a ploy to distract Cain from the real danger, then it worked, Most High. Danat will be the new Kaimachi."
Ask him when he comes. He will be the Kaimachi, and if he has done as you said, then there's no crime in it, and no reason that he should hide it.
"A poet was attacked."
And did you die? Are you dying? No. Then don't ask sympathy from me. Go, my teacher. Take the prisoner anything you like. Take him a pony and let him ride around his cell, if that pleases you. Only don't return to me. Any business you have with me now, you have with my son.
The Kai took a pose of command that ended the audience, and Ma'ati stood, took a pose of gratitude that he barely felt, and withdrew from the meeting room. He stalked along the corridors of the palace, seething. Back in his apartments, he took stock. He had gathered together his bundle even before he'd gone to the audience. A good wool robe, a rough cloth bag filled with nut breads and dry cheeses, and a flask of fresh water. Everything that he thought the Kai's men would permit. He folded it all together and tied it with twine. At the base of the great tower, armsmen stood guard at the platform, a metal work that ran on tracks set into the stone of the tower, large enough to carry 12 men. The chains that held it seemed entirely too thin. Ma'ati identified himself, thinking his poet's robe, reputation, and haughty demeanor might suffice to make the men do as he instructed. Instead, a runner was sent to the Kai's palace to confirm that Ma'ati was indeed permitted to see the prisoner and to give him the little gifts that he carried. Once word was brought back, Ma'ati climbed on the platform, and the signalman on the ground blew a call on a great trumpet. The chains went taut, and the platform rose. Ma'ati held onto the rail, his knuckles growing whiter as the ground receded. Wind plucked at his sleeves as the roofs of even the greatest palaces fell away below him. The only thing so high as he was were the towers, the birds, and the mountains. It was beautiful and exhilarating, and all he could think the whole time was what would happen if a single link in any of the 4 chains gave way. When he reached the open sky doors at the top, the captain of the armsmen took him solidly by his arm and helped him step in.
First time, huh?
The captain said, and his men chuckled, but not cruelly. It was a journey each of them risked, Ma'ati realized, every day. These men were more likely to die for the vanity of Machi than he. He smiled and nodded, stepping away from the open space of the sky door.
"I've come to see the prisoner," he said.
"I know,"
the captain said.
"The trumpet said as much, if you knew to listen for it. But understand, if he attacks you, if he tries to bargain your life for his freedom, I'll send your body down. You make your choice when you go in there. I can't be responsible for it."
The captain's expression was stern. Maati saw that he thought this possible, the danger real. Maati took a pose of thanks, hampered somewhat by the bundle under his arm. The captain only nodded and led him to a huge wooden door. 4 of his men drew their blades as he unbarred it and let it swing in. Maati took a deep breath and stepped through. Ota was huddled in a corner, his arms wrapped around his knees. He looked up and then back down. Maati heard the door close behind him, heard the bar slide home. All those men to protect him from this half-dead rag.
"I've brought food," Maati said. "I considered wine, but it seemed too much like a celebration."
Ota chuckled, a thick, phlegmy sound.
"It would have gone to my head too quickly anyway,"
he said, his voice weak.
"I'm too old to go drinking without a good meal first."
Maati knelt and unfolded the robe and arranged the food he'd brought. It seemed too little now, but when he broke off a corner of nut bread and held it out, Ota nodded his gratitude and took it. Maati opened the flask of water, put it beside Ota's feet, and sat back.
"What news?"
Ota asked.
"I don't hear much gossip up here." "It's all as straightforward as a maze," Maati said. "House Sianti is calling in every favor it has, not to be banned from the city. Your old overseer has been going to each guild chapter house individually. There's even a rumor he's been negotiating with hired armsmen." "He must be frightened for his life,"
Ota said, and shook his head wearily.
"I'm sorry to have done that to him, but I suppose there's little enough I can do about it now. There does always seem to be a price people pay for knowing me."
Maati looked at his hands. For a moment he considered holding his tongue. It would be worse, he thought, holding out hope, if there was none. But it was all that he had to offer.
"I've sent to the Daikwu. I may have a way that you can survive this,"
he said.
"There's no precedent for someone refusing the offer to become a poet. It's possible that—"
Ota sipped the water and put down the flask. His brow was furrowed.
"You've asked him to make me a poet?"
Ota asked.
"I didn't say it would work," Maati said, "only that I'd done it." "Well, thank you for that much."
Ota reached out, took another bit of bread, and leaned back. The effort seemed to exhaust him. Maati rose and paced the room. The view from the window was lovely and inhuman. No one had ever been meant to see so far at once. A thought occurred, and he looked in the corners of the room.
"There's no night bucket,"
he said. Ota raised one arm in a wide gesture toward the world outside.
"I've been using the window,"
he said. Maati smiled, and Ota smiled with him. Then for a moment they were laughing together.
"Well, that must confuse people in the streets,"
Maati said.
"Very large pigeons,"
Ota said.
"They blame very large pigeons."
Maati grinned, and then felt the smile fade.
"They're going to kill you, Otakro. The Kai and the Nut. They can't let you live. You're too well known, and they think you'll act against them."
"They won't make do with blinding me and casting me into the wilderness, eh?"
"I'll make the suggestion if you like."
Ota's laugh was thinner now. He took up the cheese, digging into its pale flesh with his fingers. He held a sliver out to Maati, offering to share it. Maati hesitated, and then accepted it. It was as smooth as cream, and salty. It would go well with the nut bread, he guessed.
"I knew this was likely to happen when I chose to come back,"
Ota said.
"I'm not pleased by it, but it will spare Kian, won't it? They won't keep pressing her." "I can't see why they would," Maati said.
"Dying isn't so bad, then," Ota said.
"At least it does something for her." Do you mean that? I might as well, Ma'atikya. Unless you plan to sneak me out in your sleeve, I think I'm going to be spared the rigors of a northern winter. I don't see there's anything to be done about that.
Ma'ati sighed and nodded. He rose and took a pose of farewell. Even just a little food and the short time seemed to have made Ota stronger. He didn't rise, but he took a pose that answered the farewell. Ma'ati walked to the door and pounded to be let out. He heard the scrape of the bar being raised. Ota spoke.
Thank you for all this. It's kind. I'm not doing it for you, Watakwo. All the same, thank you.
Ma'ati didn't reply. The door opened, and he stepped out. The captain of the armsmen started to speak, but something in Ma'ati's expression stopped him. Ma'ati strode to the sky doors and out to the platform as if he were walking into a hallway and not an abyss of air. He clasped his hands behind him and looked out over the roofs of Machi. What had been vertiginous only recently failed to move him now. His mind and heart were too full. When he reached the ground again, he walked briskly to his apartments. The wound in his belly itched badly, but he kept himself from worrying it. He only gathered his papers, sat on a deck of oiled wood that looked out over gardens of summer trees and ornate flowers a brighter red than blood, and planned out the remainder of his day. There were still 2 armsmen from the cages with whom he hadn't spoken. If he knew who had killed the assassin, it would likely lead him nearer the truth, and the slaves and servants of the third palace might be persuaded to speak more of Danat Machi, now that he was coming back covered in the glory of his brother's blood. If he had used the story of Ota the upstart to distract his remaining brother from his schemes... A servant boy interrupted, announcing Samai. Ma'ati took a pose of acknowledgment, and had the young poet brought to him. He looked unwell, Ma'ati thought. His skin was too pale, his eyes troubled. He couldn't think that Otakwo was bothering Samai badly, but surely something was. Still, the boy managed a grin, and when he sat, he moved with more energy than Ma'ati himself felt.
You sent for me, Ma'atikwo? I have work, he said. You offered to help me with this project once, and I could do with your aid, if you still wish to lend it. You aren't stopping?
Ma'ati considered. He could say again that the Daikwo had told him to discover the murderer of Beitra Machi, and whether Otakwo had had a hand in it, and that until he'd done so, he would keep to his task. It had been a strong enough argument for the Utskayem, even for the Kai. But Samai had known the Daikwo as well as he had, and more recently. He would see how shallow the excuse was. In the end, he only shook his head.
I'm not stopping, he said. May I ask why not? They are going to kill Otakwo.
Yes, Samai agreed, his voice calm and equable. Ma'ati might as well have said that winter would be cold.
And I have a few days to find whose crimes he's carrying.
Samai frowned and took a pose of query. They'll kill him anyway, Samai said. If he killed Beitra, they'll execute him for that. If he didn't, Danat will do the thing to keep his claim to be the Kai. Either way, he's a dead man.
That's likely true, Ma'ati said. But I've done everything else I can think to do, and this is still left, so I'll do this. If there is anything at all I can do, I have to do it.
In order to save your teacher, Samai said, as if he understood.
To sleep better 20 years from now, Ma'ati said, correcting him. If anyone asks, I want to be able to say that I did what could be done, and I want to be able to mean it. That's more important to me than saving him.
Samai seemed puzzled, but Ma'ati found no better way to express it without mentioning his son's name, and that would open more than it would close. Instead, he waited, letting the silence argue for him. Samai took a pose of acceptance at last, and then tilted his head. Ma'atikwo, I'm sorry, but when was the last time you slept? Ma'ati smiled and ignored the question.
"I'm going to meet with one of the armsmen who saw my assassin killed," he said. "I was wondering if I could impose on you to find some servant from Danat's household with whom I might speak later this evening. I have a few questions about him."
Danat Machi arrived like a hero. The streets were filled with people cheering and singing. Festivals filled the squares. Young girls danced through the streets in lines, garlands of summer blossoms in their hair. And from his litter strewn with woven gold and silver, Danat Machi looked out like a protective father indulging a well-loved child. Ida'an had been present when the word came that Danat Machi waited at the bridge for his father's permission to enter the city. She had gone down behind the runner to watch the doors fly open and the celebration that had been building spill out into the dark stone streets. They would have sung as loud for Cain if Danat had been dead. While Danat's caravan slogged its way through the crowds, Ida'an retreated to the palaces. The panoply of the Utkayam was hardly more restrained than the common folk. Members of all the high families appeared as if by chance outside the third palace's great hall. Musicians and singers entertained with beautiful ballads of great warriors returning home from the field, of time and life renewed in a new generation. They were songs of the proper function of the world. It was as if no one had known Beitra or Cain, as if the wheel of the world were not greased with her family's blood. Ida'an watched with a calm, pleasant expression, while her soul twisted with disgust. When Danat reached the long, broad yard and stepped down from his litter, a cheer went up from all those present, even from her. Danat raised his arms and smiled to them all, beaming like a child on candles night. His gaze found her, and he strode through the crowd to her side. Ida'an raised her chin and took a pose of greeting. It was what she was expected to do. He ignored it and picked her up in a great hug, swinging her around as if she weighed nothing, and then placed her back on her own feet.
"Sister,"
he said, smiling into her eyes.
"I can't say how glad I am to see you."
Danat kya?
She said, and then failed.
"How are things with our father?"
The sorrow that was called for here was at least easier than the feigned delight. She saw it echoed in Danat's eyes. So close to him, she could see the angry red in the whites of his eyes, the pallor in his skin. He was wearing paint, she realized, rouge on his cheeks and lips, and some warm-toned powder to lend his skin the glow of health. Beneath it, he was sallow. She wondered if he'd grown sick, and whether there was some slow poison that might be blamed for his death.
He has been looking forward to seeing you,
she said.
Yes, of course. And I hear that you're to become a Valyogi. I'm pleased for you. Adra's a good man."
I love him,
she said, surprised to find that in some dim way it was still truth.
But how are you, brother? Are things well with you?
For a moment, Danat seemed about to answer. She thought she saw something weaken in him, his mouth losing its smile, his eyes looking into a darkness like the one she carried. In the end, he shook himself and kissed her forehead, then turned again to the crowd and made his way to the Kai's palace, greeting and rejoicing with everyone who crossed his path. And it was only the beginning. Danat and their father would be closeted away for a time, and then the ritual welcome from the heads of the families of the Utkayam would begin. And then festivities and celebrations, feasts and dances, and revelry in the streets and palaces and tea-houses. Ida'an made her way to the compound of the Valyogi, and to Adra and his father. The house servants greeted her with smiles and poses of welcome. The chief overseer led her to a small meeting room in the back. If it seemed odd that this room, windowless and dark, was used now in the summer, when most gatherings were in gardens or open pavilions, the overseer made no note of it. Nothing could have been more different from the mood in the city than the one here, like a winter night that had crept into summer.
Has House Valyogi forgotten where it put its candles? she asked, and turned to the overseer. "Find a lantern or two. These fine men may be suffering from their drink, but I've hardly begun to celebrate."
The overseer took a pose that acknowledged the command and scampered off, returning immediately with his gathered light. Adra and his father sat at a long stone table. Dark tapestries hung from the wall, red and orange and gold. When the doors were safely closed behind them, Ida'an pulled out one of the stools and sat on it. Her gaze moved from the father's face to the son's. She took a pose of query.
"You seem distressed," she said. "The whole city is loud with my brother's glory, and you two are skulking in here like criminals."
"We have reason to be distressed,"
the Ayah Yogi said. She wondered whether Adra would age into the same loose jowls and watery eyes.
"I've finally reached the Gults. They've cooled. Killing O'Shai's made them nervous, and now with the knot back, we expected to have the fighting between your brothers to cover our work. There's no hope of that now, and that poet hasn't stopped hunting around, even with the holes O'Shai poked in him."
"The more reason you have to be distressed,"
Ida'an said.
"the more important that you should not seem it. Besides, I still have 2 living brothers."
"Ma, and you have some way to make the knot die at Ota's hand?"
the old man said. There was mockery in his voice, but there was also hope and fear. He had seen what she had done, and perhaps now he thought her capable of anything. She supposed that would be something worthy of his hope and fear.
"I don't have the details, but yes. The longer we wait, the more suspicious it will look when Danat and the poet die."
"You still want Ma'ati Valpatai dead?"
the Ayah asked.
"Ota is locked away, and the poet's digging. Ma'ati Valpatai isn't satisfied to blame the upstart for everything, even if the whole city besides him is. There are 3 breathing men between Adra and my father's chair, Danat, Ota, and the poet. I'll need armsmen, though, to do what I intend. How many could you put together? They would have to be men you trust."
The Ayah looked at his son, as if expecting to find some answer there, but Adra neither spoke nor moved. He might very nearly not have been there at all. Ida'an swallowed her impatience and leaned forward, her palms spread on the cool stone of the table. One of the candles sputtered and spat.
"I know a man, a mercenary lord. He's done work for me before and kept quiet,"
the Ayah said at last. He didn't seem certain.
"We'll free the upstart and slit the poet's throat," Ida'an said. "There won't be any question who's actually done the thing. No sane person would doubt that it was Ota's hand. And when Danat rides out to find him, our men will be ready to ride with him. That will be the dangerous part. You'll have to find a way to get him apart from anyone else who goes."
"And the upstart?"
the Ayah asked.
"He'll go where we tell him to go. We'll just have to save him after all. There will be no reason to think we mean him harm. They'll all be dead in time for the wedding, and if we do it well, the joy that is our bonding will put us as the clear favorites to take the chair. That should be enough to push the Galts into action. Adra will be Kai before the harvest."
Ida'an leaned back, smiling in grim satisfaction. It was Adra who broke the silence, his voice calm and sure, and unlike him.
"It won't work."
Ida'an began to take a pose of challenge, but she hesitated when she saw his eyes. Adra had gone cold as winter. It wasn't fear that drove him, whatever his father's weakness. There was something else in him, and Ida'an felt a stirring of unease.
"I can't see why not,"
Ida'an said, her voice still strong and sure.
"Killing the poet and freeing Ota would be simple enough to manage, but the other, no. It supposes that Danat would lead the hunt himself. He wouldn't, and if he doesn't, the whole thing falls apart. It won't work."
"I say that he would,"
Ida'an said.
And I say that your history planning these schemes isn't one that inspires confidence,
Adra said and stood. The candlelight caught his face at an angle, casting shadows across his eyes. Ida'an rose, feeling the blood rushing into her face.
I was the one who saved us when Oshai fell, she said. You two were mewling like kittens and crying despair. That's enough, Adra said. I don't recall you being in a position to order me when to speak and when to be silent.
The ayah coughed, looking from one to the other of them like a lamb caught between wolf and lion. The smile that touched Adra's mouth was thin and unamused.
Ida'an kya? Adra said. I am to be your husband and the Kai of this city. Sit with that. Your plan to free Oshai failed. Do you understand that? It failed. It lost us the support of our backers. It killed the man most effective in carrying out these unfortunate duties we've taken on. And it exposed me and my father to risk. You failed before, and this scheme you've put before us now would also fail if we did as you propose.
Adra began to pace slowly, one hand brushing the hanging tapestries. Ida'an shook her head, remembering some epic she'd seen when she was young. A performer in the role of Black Chaos had moved as Adra moved now. Ida'an felt her heart grow tight.
It isn't that it's without merit. The shape of it generally is useful, but the specifics are wrong. If Danat is to grab what men he can find and rush out into the night, it can't be because he's off to avenge a poet. He would have to be possessed by some greater passion, and it would help if he were drunk. But I don't know that we can arrange that. So, if not Ma'ati Valpatai,
she began, and her throat closed. Samai, she thought. He means to kill Samai and free the Andat. Her hands balled into fists. Her heart thudded, as if she'd been sprinting. Adra turned to face her, his arms folded, his expression as calm as a butcher in the slaughterhouse.
You said there were 3 breathing men blocking us. There's a 4th. Your father.
No one spoke. When Ida'an laughed, it sounded shrill and panicked in her own ears. She took a pose that rejected the suggestion.
You've gone mad, Adrakya. You've lost all sense. My father is dying. He's dying. There's no call to... What else would enrage Danat enough to let his caution slip? The upstart escapes. Your father is murdered. In the confusion, we come to him, a hunting party in hand, ready to ride with him. We can put it out today that we're planning to ride out before the end of the week. Fresh meat for the wedding feast, we'll say. It won't work, Ida'an said, raising her chin. And why not?
Adra replied.
Because I won't let you.
She spun and grabbed for the door. As she hauled it open, Adra was around her, his arms pressing it shut again. The ayah was there too, his wide hands patting at her in placating gestures that filled her with rage. Her mind left her, and she shrieked and howled and wept. She clawed at them both and kicked and tried to bite her way free, but Adra's arms locked around her, lifted her, tightened until she lost her breath, and the room spun and grew darker. She found herself sitting again without knowing when she'd been set down. Adra was raising a cup to her lips, strong, unwatered wine. She sipped it, then pushed it away.
Have you calmed yourself yet?
Adra asked. There was warmth in his voice again, as if she'd been sick and was only just recovering.
You can't do it, Adrakya. He's an old man, and...
Adra let the silence stretch before he leaned toward her and wiped her lips with a soft cloth. She was trembling, and it annoyed her. Her body was supposed to be stronger than that.
It will cost him a few days,
Adra said.
A few weeks at most. Ida'an, his murder is the thing that will draw your brother out, if anything will. You said it to me, love. If we falter, we fail.
He smiled and caressed her cheek with the back of his hand. The ayah was at the table, drinking wine of his own. Ida'an looked into Adra's dark eyes, and despite the smiles, despite the caresses, she saw the hardness there. I should have said no, she thought. When he asked if I had taken another lover, I shouldn't have danced around it. I should have said no. She nodded.
"We can make it quick, painless," Adra said. "It will be a mercy, really. His life as it is now can hardly be worth living. Sick, weak. That's no way for a proud man to live."
She nodded again. Her father. The simple pleasure in his eyes.
"He wanted so much to see us wed,"
she murmured.
"He wanted so much for me to be happy."
Adra took a pose that offered sympathy, but she wasn't such a fool as to believe it. She rose shakily to her feet. They did not stop her.
"I should go,"
she said.
"I'll be expected at the palaces. I expect there will be food and song until the sun comes up."
The ayah looked up. His smile was sickly, but Adra took a pose of reassurance, and the old man looked away again.
"I'm trusting you, Ida Ankhya,"
Adra said,
"to let you go. It's because I trust you." "It's because you can't lock me away without attracting attention. If I vanish, people will wonder why, and my brother not the least. We can't have that, can we? Everything must seem perfectly normal."
"It still might be wise locking you away," Adra said. He pretended to be joking, but she could see the debate going on behind his eyes. For a moment her life spread out before her, the first wife of the Kai Machi, looking into these eyes. She had loved him once. She had to remember that. Ida'an smiled, leaned forward, kissed his lips.
"I'm only sad," she said. "It will pass. I'll come and meet you tomorrow. We can plan what needs to be done."
Outside, the revelry had spread. Garlands arched above the streets. Choirs had assembled, and their voices made the city chime like a struck bell. Joy and relief were everywhere, except in her. For most of the afternoon she moved from feast to feast, celebration to celebration, always careful not to be touched or bumped, afraid she might break like a girl made from spun sugar. As the sun hovered 3 hands' widths above the mountains to the west, she found the face she had been longing for. Semai and Stone Made Soft were in a glade, sitting with a dozen children of the Utkayem. The little boys and girls were sitting on the grass, grinding green into their silk robes with knees and elbows, while 3 slaves performed with puppets and dolls. The players squealed and whistled and sang. The puppets hopped and tumbled, beat one another, and fled. The children laughed. Semai himself was stretched out like a child, and 2 adventurous girls were sitting in Stone Made Soft's wide lap, their arms around each other. The Andat seemed mildly amused. When Semai caught sight of her, he came over immediately. She smiled as she had been doing all day, took a greeting pose that her hands had shaped 100 times since morning. He was the first one, she thought, to see through pose and smile both.
"What's happened?"
he asked, stepping close. His eyes were as dark as Adra's, but they were soft. They were young. There wasn't any hatred there yet, or any pain. Or perhaps she only wished that was true. Her smile faltered.
"Nothing,"
she said, and he took her hand. Here, where they might be seen, where the children at least were sure to see them, he took her hand, and she let him.
"What's happened?"
he repeated, his voice lower and closer. She shook her head.
"My father is going to die,"
she said, her voice breaking on the words, her lips growing weak.
"My father's going to die, and there's nothing I can do to help it. No way for me to stop it. And the only time crying makes me feel better is when I can do it with you. Isn't that strange?"
8. Semai rode up the wide track, switchbacking up the side of the mountain.
The ore chute ran straight from the mine halfway up the mountain's face to the carter's base at its foot. When the path turned toward it, Samai considered the broad beams and pillars that held the chute smooth and even down the rough mountainside. When they turned away, he looked south to where the towers of Machi stood like reeds in the noonday sun. His head ached.
"We do appreciate your coming, Samai-cha,"
the mine's engineer said again.
"With the new Kai come home, we thought everyone would put business off for a few days."
Samai didn't bother taking a pose accepting the thanks as he had the first few times. Repetition had made it clear that the gratitude was less than wholly sincere. He only nodded and angled his horse around the next bend, swinging around to a view of the ore chute. There were 6 of them, Samai and Stone Made Soft, the mine's engineer, the overseer with the diagrams and contracts in a leather satchel on his hip, and 2 servants to carry the water and food. Normally there would have been twice as many people. Samai wondered how many miners would be in the tunnels, then found he didn't particularly care, and returned to contemplating the ore chute and his headache. They had left before dawn, trekking to the Raadani mines. It had been arranged weeks before, and business and money carried a momentum that even Stone didn't. A landslide might overrun a city, but it only went down. Something had to have tremendous power to propel something as tired and heavy as he felt up the mountainside. Something in the back of his mind twitched at the thought, attention shifting of its own accord, like an extra limb moving without his willing it.
"Stop!"
Samai snapped. The overseer and engineer hesitated for a moment before Samai understood their confusion.
"Not you," he said, and gestured to Stone Made Soft. "Him. He was judging what it would take to start a landslide."
Only as an exercise,
the Ondat said, its low voice sounding both hurt and insincere.
I wasn't going to do it.
The engineer looked up the slope with an expression that suggested Samai might not hear any more false thanks. Samai felt a spark of vindictive pleasure at the man's unease, and saw Stone Made Soft's lips thin so slightly that no other man alive would have recognized the smile. Ida'an had spent the first night of the festival with him, weeping and laughing, taking comfort and coupling, until they had both fallen asleep in the middle of their pillow talk. The night candle had hardly burned down to a full quarter mark when the servant had come, tapping on his door to wake him. He'd risen for the trek to the mines, and Ida'an, alone in his bed, had turned, wrapping his bedclothes around her naked body, and watched him as if afraid he would tell her to leave. By the time he had found fresh robes, her eyelids had closed again, and her breath was deep and slow. He'd paused for a moment, considering her sleeping face. With the paint worn off and the calm of sleep, she looked younger. Her lips, barely parted, looked too soft to bruise his own, and her skin glowed like honey in sunlight. But instead of slipping back into bed and sending out a servant for new apples, old cheese, and sugared almonds, he'd strapped on his boots and gone out to meet his obligations. His horse plodded along, flies buzzed about his face, and the path turned away from the ore chute and looked back toward the city. There would be celebrations from now until Ida'an's wedding to Adra Vaunyogi. Between those 2 joys, the finished succession and the marriage of the high families, there would also be the preparations for the Kai Machi's final ceremony. And, despite everything Ma'atikfo had done, likely the execution of Otamachi in there as well. With as many rituals and ceremonies as the city faced, they'd be lucky to get any real work done before winter. The yipping of the mine dogs brought him back to himself, and he realized he'd been half-dozing for the last few switchbacks. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his palm. He would have to pull himself together when they began working in earnest. It would help, he told himself, to have some particular problem to set his mind to, instead of the tedium of travel. Thankfully, Stone Made Soft wasn't resisting him today. The effort it would have taken to force the unwilling Ondat to do as it was told could have pushed the day from merely unpleasant to awful. They reached the mouth of the mine and were greeted by several workers and minor functionaries. Semai dismounted and walked unsteadily to the wide table that had been set up for their consultations. His legs and back and head ached. When the drawings and notes were laid out before him, it took effort to turn his attention to them. His mind wandered off to Ida'an, or his own discomfort, or the mental windstorm that was the Ondat.
"We would like to join these 2 passages," the overseer was saying, his fingers tracing lines on the maps.
Semai had seen hundreds of sets of plans like this, and his mind picked up the markings and translated them into holes dug through the living rock of the mountain only slightly less easily than usual.
"The vein seems richest here and then here. Our concern is—"
"My concern," the engineer broke in, "is not bringing half the mountain down on us while we do it."
The structure of tunnels that honeycombed the mountain wasn't the most complicated Semai had ever seen, but neither was it simple. The mines around Machi were capable of a complexity difficult in the rest of the world, mostly because he himself was not in the rest of the world, and the mines in the Westlands and Galt weren't interested in paying the Kai Machi for his services. The engineer made his case, where the stone would support the tunnels and where it would not. The overseer made his counter-case, pointing out where the ores seemed richest. The decision was left to him. The servants gave them bowls of honeyed beef and sausages that tasted of smoke and black pepper, a tart, sweet paste made from last year's berries, and salted flatbread. Semai ate and drank and looked at the maps and drawings. He kept remembering the curve of Ida'an's mouth, the feeling of her hips against his own. He remembered her tears, her reticence. He would have sacrificed a good deal to better understand her sorrow. It was more, he thought, than the struggle to face her father's mortality. Perhaps he should talk to Ma'ati about it. He was older and had greater experience with women. Semai shook his head and forced himself to concentrate. It was half a hand before he saw a path through the stone that would yield a fair return and not collapse the works. Stone made soft neither approved nor dissented. It never did. The overseer took a pose of gratitude and approval, then folded up the maps. The engineer sucked his teeth, craning his neck as the diagrams and notes vanished into the overseer's satchel, as if hoping to see one last objection, but then he too took an approving pose. They lit the lanterns and turned to the wide black wound in the mountain's side. The tunnels were cool and darker than night. The smell of rock dust made the air thick. As he'd guessed, there were few men working, and the sounds of their songs and the barking of their dogs only made the darkness seem more isolating. They talked very little as they wound their way through the maze. Usually Semai made a practice of keeping a mental map, tracking their progress through the dark passages. After the second unexpected intersection, he gave up and was content to let the overseer lead them. Unlike the mines on the plain, even the deepest tunnels here were dry. When they reached the point Semai had chosen, they took out the maps one last time, consulting them in the narrow section of the passageway that the lanterns lit. Above them, the mountain felt bigger than the sky.
"Don't make it too soft," the engineer said.
"It doesn't bear any load," the overseer said. "Gods, who's been telling you ghost stories? You're nervous as a puppy first time down the hole."
Semai ignored them, looked up, considering the stone above him, as if he could see through it. He wanted a path as wide as 2 men walking with their arms outstretched, and it would need to go forward from here, and then tilt to the left, and then up. Semai pictured the distances as if he would walk them. It was about as far from where he was now to the turning point as from the Rose Pavilion to the library. And then the shorter leg would be no longer than the walk from the library to Ma'ati's apartments. He turned his mind to it, pressed the whirlwind, applied it to the stone before him, slowly, carefully loosening the stone in the path he had imagined. Stone made soft resisted. not in the body that scowled now looking at the tunnel's blank side, but in their shared mind. The Ondat shifted and writhed and pushed, though not so badly as it might have. Semai reached the turning point, shifted his attention, and began the shorter upward movement. The storm's energy turned and leapt ahead, spreading like spilled water, pushing its influence out of the channel Semai's intention had prepared. Semai gritted his teeth with the effort of pulling it back in before the structure above them weakened and failed. The Ondat pressed again, trying to pull the mountain down on top of them. Semai felt a rivulet of sweat run down past his ear. The overseer and the engineer were speaking someplace a long way off, but he couldn't be bothered by them. They were idiots to distract him. He paused and gathered the storm, concentrated on the ideas and grammars that had tied the Ondat to him in the first place, that had held it for generations, and when it had been brought to heel, he took it the rest of the way through his pathway, and then slowly, carefully, brought his mind and its back to where they stood.
Semaita?
The overseer asked again. The engineer was eyeing the walls as if they might start speaking with him.
"I'm done," he said. "It's fine. I only have a headache."
Stone Made Soft smiled placidly. Neither of them would tell the men how near they had all just come to dying. Semai, because he wished to keep it from them, Stone Made Soft, because it would never occur to it to care. The overseer took a hand-pick from his satchel and struck the wall. The metal head chimed, and a white mark appeared on the stone. Semai waved his hand.
"To your left," he said. "There."
The overseer struck again, and the pick sank deep into the stone with a sound like a footstep on gravel.
"Excellent,"
the overseer said.
"Perfect."
Even the engineer seemed grudgingly pleased. Semai only wanted to get out, into the light, and back to the city and his own bed. Even if they left now, they wouldn't reach Machi before nightfall. Probably not before the night candle hit its half-mark. On the way back up, the engineer started telling jokes. Semai allowed himself to smile. There was no call to make things unpleasant, even if the pain in his head and spine were echoing his heartbeats. When they reached the light and fresh air, the servants had laid out a more satisfying meal: rice, fresh chickens killed here at the mine, roasted nuts with lemon, cheeses melted until they could be spread over their bread with a blade. Semai lowered himself into a chair of strung cloth and sighed with relief. To the south, they could see the smoke of the forges rising from Machi and blowing off to the east, a city perpetually afire.
"When we get there," Semai said to the Ondat, "we'll be playing several games of stones. You'll be the one losing."
The Ondat shrugged almost imperceptibly.
"It's what I am,"
it said.
"You may as well blame water for being wet."
"And when it soaks my robes, I do," Semai said.
The Ondat chuckled, and then was silent. Its wide face turned to him with something like concern. Its brow was furrowed.
"The girl,"
it said.
"What about her?"
"It seems to me the next time she asks if you love her, you could say yes."
Semai felt his heart jump in his chest, as startled as a bird. The Ondat's expression didn't change. It might have been carved from stone. Ida'an wept in his memory, and she laughed, and she curled herself in his bedclothes, and asked silently not to be sent away. Love, he discovered, could feel very much like sorrow.
"I suppose you're right,"
he said, and the Ondat smiled in what looked like sympathy. Ma'ati laid his notes out on the wide table at the back of the library's main chamber. The distant throbbing of trumpet and drum wasn't so distracting here as in his rooms. 3 times on the walk here, his sleeves heavy with paper and books, he'd been grabbed by some masked reveler and kissed. Twice bowls of sweet wine had been forced into his hand. The palaces were a riot of dancing and song, and despite his best intentions, the memory of those 3 kisses drew his attention. It would be sweet to go out, to lose himself in that crowd, to find some woman willing to dance with him, and to take comfort in her body and her breath. It had been years since he had let himself be so young as that. He turned himself to his puzzle. Danat, the man destined to be Kai Machi, had seemed the most likely to have engineered the rumors of Ota's return. Certainly he had gained the most. Kain Machi, whose death had already given Ma'ati 3 kisses, was the other possibility, until he dug in. He had asked the servants and the slaves of each household every question he could think of. No, none of them recalled any consultations with a man who matched the assassin's description. No, neither man had sent word or instruction since Ma'ati's own arrival. He asked their social enemies what they knew, or guessed, or speculated on. Kain Machi had been a weak-lunged man, pale of face and watery of eye. He'd had a penchant for sleeping with servant girls, but hadn't ever gotten a child on one, likely because he was infertile. Danat was a bully and a sneak, a man whose oaths meant nothing to him, and the killing of noble, scholarly Kain showed that. Danat's triumph was the best of all possible outcomes, or else the worst. Searching for conspiracy in court gossip was like looking for raindrops in a thunderstorm. Everyone he spoke to seemed to have 4 or 5 suggestions of what might have happened, and of those each half contradicted the other. By far, the most common assumption was that Ota had been the essential villain in all of it. Ma'ati had diagrammed the relationship of Danat and Kain with each of the high families, Kamao, Daikani, Radaani, and a dozen more. Then with the great trading houses, with mistresses and rumored mistresses, and the tea-houses they liked best. At one point, he'd even listed which horses each preferred to ride. The sad truth was that despite all these facts, all these words scribbled onto papers, referenced and checked, nothing pointed to either man as the author of Beatra's death, the attempt on Ma'ati's own life, or the slaughter of the assassin. He was either too dim-witted to see the pattern before him, it was too well hidden, or he was looking in the wrong place. Clearly neither man had been present in the city to direct the last 2 attacks, and there seemed to be no supporters in Machi who had managed the plans for them. Nor was there any reason to attack him. Ma'ati had been on the verge of exposing Otakvo. That was in everyone's best interest, barring Ota's. Ma'ati closed his eyes, sighed, then opened them again, gathering up the pages of his notes and laid them out again, as if seeing them in a different pattern might spark something. Drunken song burst from the side room to his left, and Ba'arat, librarian of Machi, stumbled in, grinning. His face was flushed, and he smelled of wine and something stronger. He threw open his arms and strode unevenly to Ma'ati, embracing him like a brother.
"No one has ever loved these books as you and I have, Ma'ati Kya,"
Ba'arat said.
"The most glorious party of a generation, wine flowing in the gutters, and food and dancing, and I'll jump off a tower if we don't see a crop of babies next spring that look nothing like their fathers. And where do we go, you and I? Here."
Ba'arat turned and made a sweeping gesture that took in the books and scrolls and codices, the shelves and alcoves and chests. He shook his head and seemed for a moment on the verge of tears. Ma'ati patted him on the back and led him to a wooden bench at the side of the room. Ba'arat sat back, his head against the stone, and smiled like a baby.
"I'm not as drunk as I look,"
Ba'arat said.
"I'm sure you aren't," Ma'ati agreed.
Ba'arat pounded the board beside him and gestured for Ma'ati to sit. There was no graceful way to refuse, and at the moment he could think of no reason. Going back to stand, frustrated, over the table had no appeal. He sat.
"What is bothering you, Ma'ati Kya? You're still searching for some way to keep the upstart alive?
Is that an option? I don't see Danatcha letting him walk free. No, I suppose I'm just hoping to see him killed for the right reasons. Except, I don't know. I can't find anyone else with reason to do the things that have been done.
Perhaps there's more than one thing going on, then,
Bharat suggested. Maati took a pose of surrender.
I can't comprehend one. The gods will have to lead me by the hand if there's two. Can you think of any other reason to kill Beitra? The man seems to have moved through the world without making an enemy.
He was the best of us,
Bharat agreed and wiped his eyes with the end of his sleeve.
He was a good man.
So it had to be one of his brothers. God, I wish the assassin hadn't been killed. He could have told us if there was a connection between Beitra and what happened to me. Then at least I'd know if I were solving one puzzle or two.
Doesn't have to,
Bharat said. Maati took a pose that asked for clarification. Bharat rolled his eyes and took on an expression of superiority that Maati had seen beneath his politeness for weeks now.
It doesn't have to be one of his brothers,
Bharat said.
You say it's not the upstart. Fine. That's what you choose. But then you say you can't find anything that Danat or Kayin's done that makes you think they've done it. And why would they hide it anyway? It's not shameful for them to kill their brother.
But no one else has a reason,
Maati said.
No one? Or only no one you found?
If it isn't about the succession, I can't find any call to kill Beitra. If it isn't about my search for Ota, I can't think of any reason to want me dead. The only killing that makes sense at all was poking the assassin full of holes, and that only because he might have answered my questions.
Why couldn't it have been the succession?
Maati snorted. It was difficult being friendly with Bharat when he was sober. Now with him half maudlin, half contemptuous, and reeking of wine, it was worse. Maati's frustration peaked, and his voice, when he spoke, was louder and angrier than he'd intended.
Because Ota didn't, and Kayin didn't, and Danat didn't, and there's no one else who's looking to sit on the chair. Is there some fifth brother I haven't been told about?
Bharat raised his hands in a pose of a tutor asking an instructive question of a pupil. The effect was undercut by the slight weaving of his hands.
What would happen if all three brothers died?
Ota would be Kai.
Four. I meant four. What if they all died? What if none of them takes the chair?
The Urkayim would fight over it like very polite pit dogs, and whichever one ended with the most blood on its muzzle would be elevated as the new Kai.
So someone else might benefit from this yet, you see? They would have to hide it because having slaughtered the whole family of the previous Kai wouldn't help their family prestige, seeing as all their heads would be hanging from poles. But it would be about your precious succession, and there would be someone besides the 4 brothers with reason to do the thing.
Except that Danat's alive and about to be named Kai Machi. It's a pretty story.
Bharat sneered and made a grand gesture at the world in general.
What is there but pretty stories? What is history but the accumulation of plausible speculation and successful lies? You're a scholar, Maatikya. You should enjoy them more.
Bharat chuckled drunkenly, and Maati rose to his feet. Outside, something cracked with a report like a stone slab broken, or a roof tile dropped from a great height. A moment later, laughter followed it. Maati leaned against the table, his arms folded and each hand tucked into the opposite sleeve. Bharat shifted, lay back on the bench, and sighed.
You don't think it's true,
Maati said.
You don't think it's one of the high families plotting to be Kai?
Of course not,
Bharat said.
It's an idiot plan. If you were to start something like that, you'd need to be certain you'd win it. And that would take more money and influence than any one family could gather. Even the Radha-Ani don't have that much gold, and they've got more than the Kai.
Then you think I'm chasing mist, Ma'ati said.
I think the upstart is behind all of it, and that you're too much in awe of him to see it. Everyone knows he was your teacher when you were a boy. You still think he's twice what you are. Who knows, maybe he is.
His anger gave Ma'ati the illusion of calm and a steadiness to his voice. He took a pose of correction. That was rude, Ba'aratcha. I'd thank you not to say it again.
Oh, don't be ashamed of it, Ba'arat said. There are any number of boys who have those sorts of little infatuations with...
Ma'ati's body lifted itself, sliding with an elegance and grace he didn't know he possessed. His palm moved out by its own accord and slapped Ba'arat's jaw hard enough to snap the man's head to the side. He put a hand on Ba'arat's chest, pinning him firmly to the bench. Ba'arat yelped in surprise, and Ma'ati saw the shock and fear in his face. Ma'ati kept his voice calm. We aren't friends. Let's not be enemies. It would distract me, and you may have perfect faith that it would destroy you. I am here on the Dai Quo's work, and no matter who becomes Kaimachi, he'll have need of the poets. Standing beside that, one too clever librarian can't count for much. Outrage shone in Ba'arat's eyes as he pushed Ma'ati's hand away. Ma'ati stepped back, allowing him to rise. The librarian pulled his disarrayed robes back into place, his features darkening. Ma'ati's rage began to falter, but he kept his chin held high.
You're a bully, Ma'ati-cha,
Ba'arat said. Then he took a pose of farewell and marched proudly out of the library, his library. Ma'ati heard the door slam closed and felt himself deflate. It galled him, but he knew he would have to apologize later. He should never have struck the man. If he had borne the insults and insinuations, he could have forced contrition from Ba'arat, but he hadn't. He looked at his scattered notes. Perhaps he was a bully. Perhaps there was nothing to be found in all this. After all, Ota would die regardless. Nanat would take his father's place, and Ma'ati would go back to the Dai Quo. He would even be able to claim a measure of success. Ota was starving to death in the high air above Machi, thanks to him, after all. And what was that, if not victory? One small mystery left unresolved could hardly matter in the end. He pulled his papers together, stacking them, folding them, tucking the packet away into his sleeve. There was nothing to be done here. He was tired and frustrated, ashamed of himself and in despair. There was a city of wine and distraction that would welcome him with open arms and delighted smiles. He remembered Heshai Quo, the poet of Sareket, the controller of removing the part that continues, who they'd called seedless. He remembered his teacher's pilgrimages to the soft quarter with its drugs and gambling, its wine and whores. Heshai had felt this, or something like it. Ma'ati knew he had. He pulled the brown leather-bound book from his sleeve, where it always waited. He opened it and read Heshai's careful, beautiful handwriting, the chronicle and examination of his errors in binding the Andat. He recalled Seedless's last words, "He's forgiven you." Ma'ati turned back, his limbs heavy with exhaustion and dread. He put the book back into his sleeve and pulled out his notes. He rearranged them on the table. He began again, and the night stretched out endlessly before him. The palaces were drunken and dizzy, and lost in the relief that comes when a people believes that the worst is over. It was a celebration of fratricide, but of all the dancers, the drinkers, the declaimers of small verse, only Ida'an seemed to remember that fact. She played her part, of course. She appeared in all the circles of which she had been part, back before she'd entered this darkness. She drank wine and tea. She accepted the congratulations of the high families on her joining with the house of Valnyogi. She blushed at the ribald comments made about her and Adra, or else replied with lewder quips. She played the part.
The only sign was that she was more elaborate when she painted her face. Even if people noticed, what would they think but that the colors on her eyelids and the plum-dark rouge on her lips were a part of her celebration? Only she knew how badly she needed the mask. The night candle was just past its middle mark when they broke away, she and Adra with their arms around each other as if they were lovers. No one they saw had any question what they were planning, and no one would object. Half of the city had paired off already and slunk away to find an empty bed. It was the night for it. They laughed and stumbled toward the high palaces, her father's. Once, when they were hidden behind a high row of hedges and it wasn't a performance for anyone, Adra kissed her. He smelled of wine and the warm, musky scent of a young man's skin. Ida'an kissed him back, and for that moment, that long, silent, sensual moment, she meant it. Then he pulled away and smiled, and she hated him again. The celebrations in the halls and galleries of the Kai's palace were the nearest to exhaustion. Everyone from the highest family of the Utkayem to the lowest firekeeper had dressed in their finest robes and set out to stain them with something. The days of revelry had taken their toll, and with the night half past, the wildest celebrations were over. Music and song still played, people still danced and talked, drew one another away into alcoves and corners. Old men talked gravely of who would benefit from Danat's survival and promotion, but the sense was growing that the time was drawing near when the city would catch its breath and rest a while. She and Adra made their way through to the private wings of the palace, where only servants and slaves and the wives of the Kai moved freely. They made no secret of their presence. There was no need. Ida'an led the way up a series of wide, sweeping staircases to apartments on the south side of the palace. A servant, an old man with gray hair, a limp, and a rosy smile, greeted them, and Ida'an instructed him that they were not to be disturbed for any reason. The old man took a solemn expression and a pose of acknowledgment, but there was merriment in his eyes. Ida'an let him believe what she, after all, intended him to. Adra opened the great wooden doors, and he also closed them behind her.
"They aren't the best rooms, are they?"
Adra said.
"They'll do,"
Ida'an said, and went to the windows. She pulled open the shutters. The great tower, Otamachi's prison, stood like a dark line inked in the air. Adra moved to stand beside her.
"One of us should have gone with them," she said. "If the upstart's found safely in his cell come morning—"
"He won't be,"
Adra said.
"Father's mercenaries are competent men. He wouldn't have hired them for this if he hadn't been sure of them."
"I don't like using hired men,"
Ida'an said.
"If we can buy them, so can anyone."
"They're armsmen, not whores,"
Adra said.
"They've taken a contract, and they'll see it through. It's how they survive."
There were 5 lanterns, from small glass candle boxes to an oil lamp with a wick as wide as her thumb, and heavy enough to require both of them to move it. They pulled them all as near the open window as they could, and Adra lit them, while Ida'an pulled the thin silks from under her robes. The richest dyes in the world had given these their color, one blue, the other red. Ida'an hung the blue over the window's frame, and then peered out, squinting into the night for the signal. And there, perhaps half a hand from the top of the tower, shone the answering light. Ida'an turned away. With all the light gathered at the window, the rooms were cast into darkness. Adra had pulled a hooded cloak over his robes. Ida'an remembered again the feeling of hanging over the void, feeling the wind tugging at her. This wasn't so different, except that the prospect of her own death had seemed somehow cleaner.
"He would want it,"
Ida'an said.
"If he knew that we'd planned this, he would allow it. You know that."
"Yes, Ida'an Kya, I know."
"To live so weak, it disgraces him. It makes him seem less before the court. It's not a fit ending for a Kai."
Adra drew a thin, blackened blade. It looked no wider than a finger, and not much longer. Adra sighed and squared his shoulders. Ida'an felt her stomach rise to her throat.
"I want to go with you," she said. "We discussed this, Ida'an Kya. You stay in case someone comes. You have to convince them that I'm still in here with you." "They won't come. They've no reason to, and he's my father." "More reason that you should stay."
Ida'an moved to him, touching his arm like a beggar asking alms. She felt herself shaking and loathed the weakness, but she could not stop it. Adra's eyes were as still and empty as pebbles. She remembered the nut, how he had looked when he arrived from the south. She had thought he was ill, but it had been this. He had become a killer, a murderer of the people he had once respected and loved, that he still respected and loved. Adra had those eyes now, the look of near nausea. He smiled, and she saw the determination. There were no words that would stop him now. The stone had been dropped, and not all the wishing in the world would call it back into her hand.
"I love you, Ida'an Kya,"
Adra said, his voice as cool as a gravestone.
"I have always loved you, from the first time I kissed you, even when you have hurt me, and you have hurt me worse than anyone alive. I have only ever loved you."
He was lying. He was saying it as she'd said that her father would welcome death, because he needed it to be true, and she found that she needed that as well. She stepped back and took a pose of gratitude. Adra walked to the door, turned, nodded to her, and was gone. Ida'an sat in the darkness and looked at nothing, her arms wrapped around herself. The night seemed unreal, absurd and undeniable at the same time, a terrible dream from which she might wake to find herself whole again. The weight of it was like a hand pressing down on her head. There was time. She could call for armsmen. She could call for Danat. She could go and stop the blade with her own body. She sat silent, trying not to breathe. She remembered the ceremony of her 10th summer, the year after her mother's death. Her father had taken her to sit at his side during all that day's ritual. She had hated it, bored by the petitions and formality, until tears ran down her cheeks. She remembered a meal with a representative from some Westlands warden, where her father had forced her to sit on a hard wooden chair and swallow a cold bean soup that made her gag, rather than seem ungracious to the Westlander for his food. She fought to remember a smile, an embrace. She wanted a moment in the long years of her childhood to which she could point and say, "Here is how I know he loved me." The blue silk stirred in the breeze. The lantern flames flickered, dimmed, and rose again. It must have happened. For him to be so desperate for her happiness now, there must have been some sign, some indication. She found herself rocking rapidly back and forth. When a sound came from the door, she jumped up, panicked, looking around for some excuse to explain Adra's absence. When he himself came in, she could see in his eyes that it was over. Adra pulled off the cloak, letting it pool around his ankles. His bright robe seemed as incongruous as a butterfly in a butcher's shop. His face was stone. "You've done it?" Ida'an said, and 2 full breaths later he nodded. Something as much release as despair sank into her. She could feel her body made heavy by it. She walked to him, pulled the blade and its soft black leather sheath from his belt, and let them drop to the floor. Adra didn't try to stop her. "Nothing we ever do will be so bad as this," she said. "This now is the worst it will ever be. Everything will be better than this." "He never woke," Adra said. "The drugs that let him sleep. He never woke." "That's good." A slow, mad grin bloomed on his face, stretching until the blood left his lips. There was a hardness in his eyes, and the heat. It looked like fury or possession. He took her shoulders in his hands and pulled her near him. Their kiss was a gentle violence. For a moment she thought he meant to open her robes, to drag her back to the bed in a sad parody of what they were expected to be doing. She pressed a palm to his sex and was surprised to find that he was not aroused. Slowly, with perfect control and a grip that bruised her, Adra brought her away from him.
"I did this thing for you," he said. "I did this for you. Do you understand that?" "I do." "Never ask me for anything again,"
he said, and released her, turning away.
"From now until you die, you are in debt to me, and I owe you nothing." "For the favor of killing my father?" she asked, unable to keep the edge from her voice. "For what I have sacrificed to you," he said without looking back.
Ida'an felt her face flush, her hands balled into fists. She heard him groan from the next room, heard his robe slushing against the stone floor. The bed creaked. A lifetime married to him. There wouldn't be a moment in the years that followed that would not be poisoned. He would never forgive her, and she would never fail to hate him. They would go to their graves, each with teeth sunk in the other's neck. They were perfect for each other. Ida'an walked silently to the window, took down the blue silk, and put up the red. The armsman gave him enough water to live, though not so much as to slake his thirst. Almost enough food to live as well, though not quite. He had no clothing but the rags he'd worn when he'd come back to Machi, and the cloak that Ma'ati had brought. When dawn was coming near and the previous day's heat had gone from the tower, he would be huddling in that cloth. Through the day, sun heated the great tower, and that heat rose. And as it rose, it grew. In his stony cage, Ota lay sweating as if he'd been working at hard labor, his throat dry and his head pounding. The towers of Machi, Ota had decided, were the stupidest buildings in the world, too cold in winter, too hot in summer, unpleasant to use, exhausting to climb. They existed only to show that they could exist. More and more of the time, his mind was in disarray. Hunger and boredom, the stifling heat, and the growing presentiment of his own death conspired to change the nature of time. Ota felt outside it all, apart from the world and adrift. He had always been in this room. The memories from before were like stories he'd heard told. He would always be in this room unless he wriggled out the window and into the cool open air. Twice already he had dreamed that he leapt from the tower. Both times he woke in a panic. It was that as much as anything that kept him from taking the one control left to him. When despair washed through him, he remembered the dream of falling, with its shrill regret. He didn't want to die. His ribs were showing, he was almost nauseated with thirst, his mind would not slow down or be quiet, he was going to be put to death, and he did not want to die. The thought that his suffering saved Kian had ceased to comfort him. Part of him was glad that he had not known how wretched his father's treatment of him would be. He might have faltered. At least now he could not run. He would lose, he had lost, and badly, but he could not run. Madge sat on her chair, the tall, thin one with legs of woven cane that she'd had in their island hut. When she spoke, it was in the soft, liquid sounds of her native language, and too fast for Ota to follow. He struggled, but when he croaked out that he couldn't understand her, his own voice woke him until he drifted away again into nothing, troubled only by the conviction that he could hear rats chewing through the stone. The shriek woke him completely. He sat upright, his arms trembling. The room was real again, unoccupied by visions. Outside the great door he heard someone shout, and then something heavy pounded once against the door, shaking it visibly. Ota rose. There were voices, new ones. After so many days, he knew the armsmen by their rhythms and the timbre of their murmurs. The throats that made the sounds he heard now were unfamiliar. He walked to the door and leaned against it, pressing his ear to the hairline crack between the wood and its stone frame. One voice rose above the others, its tone commanding. Ota made out the word chains. The voices went away again for so long, Ota began to suspect he'd imagined it all. The scrape of the bar being lifted from the door startled him. He stepped back, fear and relief coming together in his heart. This might be the end. He knew his brother had returned. This could be his death come for him. But at least it was an end to his time in this cell. He tried to hold himself with some dignity as the door swung open. The torches were so bright that Ota could hardly see.
"Good evening, Ota-cha,"
a man's voice said.
"I hope you're well enough to move. I'm afraid we're in a bit of a hurry."
"Who are you?"
Ota asked. His own voice sounded rough. Squinting, he could make out perhaps 10 men in black leather armor. They had blades drawn. The armsmen lay in a pile against the far wall, stacked like goods in a warehouse, a black pool of blood surrounding them. The smell of them wasn't rotten, not yet, but it was disturbing, coppery, and intimate. They had only been dead for minutes, if all of them were dead.
"We're the men who've come to take you out of here,"
the commander said. He was the one actually standing in the doorway. He had the long face of a man of the winter cities, but a Westlander's flowing hair. Ota moved forward and took a pose of gratitude that seemed to amuse him.
"Can you walk?"
he asked as Ota came out into the larger room. The signs of struggle were everywhere: spilled wine, overturned chairs, blood on the walls. The armsmen had been taken by surprise. Ota put a hand against the wall to steady himself. The stone felt as warm as flesh.
"I'll do what I have to,"
Ota said.
"That's admirable,"
the commander said.
"but I'm more curious about what you can do. I've suffered long confinement myself a time or two, and I know what it does. We can't take the easy way down. We've got to walk. If you can do this, that's all to the good. If you can't, we're prepared to carry you, but I need to have you out of the city quickly."
"I don't understand. Did Maate send you?"
"There's better places to discuss this, Ota-cha. We can't go down by the chains. Even if there weren't more armsmen waiting there, we've just broken them. Can you walk down the tower?"
A memory of the endlessly turning stairs and the ghost of pain in his knees and legs. Ota felt a stab of shame, but pulled himself up and shook his head.
"I don't believe I can,"
he said. The commander nodded, and 2 of his men pulled lengths of wood from their backs and fitted them together in a cripple's litter. There was a small seat for Ota, canted against the slope of the stairway, and the poles were set one longer than the other to fit the tight curve. It would have been useless in any other situation, but for this task it was perfect. As one of the men helped Ota take his place on it, he wondered if the device had been built for this moment, or if things like it existed in service of these towers. The largest of the men spat on his hands and gripped the carrying poles that would start down the stairs and bear most of Ota's weight. One of his fellows took the other end, and Ota lurched up. They began their descent, Ota with his back to the center of the spiral staircase. He watched the stone of the wall curl up from below. The men grunted and cursed, but they moved quickly. The man on the higher pole stumbled once, and the one below shouted angrily back at him. The journey seemed to last forever, stone and darkness, the smell of sweat and lantern oil. Ota's knees bumped against the wall before him, his head against the wall behind. When they reached the halfway point, another huge man was waiting to take over the worst of the carrying. Ota felt his shame return. He tried to protest, but the commander put a strong, hard hand on his shoulder and kept him in the chair.
"You chose right the first time,"
the commander said. The second half of the journey down was less terrible. Ota's mind was beginning to clear, and a savage hope was lifting him. He was being saved. He couldn't think who or why, but he was delivered from his cell. He thought of the armsmen you slaughtered at the tower's height, and recalled Kian's words.
How do you expect to protect me and my house?
They could all be killed, his jailers and his rescuers alike, all in the name of tradition. He could tell when they reached the level of the street. The walls had grown so thick there was almost no room for them to walk, but thin windows showed glimmers of light, and drunken, disjointed music filled the air. At the base of the stair his carriers lowered Ota to the ground and took his arms over their shoulders as if he were drunk or sick. The commander squeezed to the front of the party. Despite his frown, Ota sensed the man was enjoying himself immensely. They moved quickly and quietly through maze-like passages and out at last into an alley at the foot of the tower. A covered cart was waiting. 2 horses whickered restlessly. The commander made a sign, and the 2 bearers lifted Ota into the back of the cart. The commander and 2 of the men climbed in after, and the driver started the horses. Shod hooves rapped the stone, and the cart lurched and bumped. The commander pulled the black cloth closed and tied it, but loose enough he could peer out the seam. The lantern was extinguished, and the scent of its dying smoke filled the cart for a moment, and was gone.
"What's happening out there?"
Ota asked.
"Nothing," the commander said. "And best we keep it that way, no talking."
In silence and darkness they continued. Ota felt light-headed. The cart turned twice to the left, and then again to the right. The driver was hailed and replied, but they never stopped. A breeze fluttered the thick cloth of the cover, and when it paused, Ota heard the sound of water. They were on the bridge heading south. He was free. He grinned, and then as the implications of his freedom unfolded themselves in his mind, his relief faltered.
"Forgive me. I don't know your name. I'm sorry. I can't do this."
The commander shifted. It was nearly black in the cart, so Ota couldn't see the man's face, but he imagined incredulity on the long features.
"I went to Machi to protect someone, a woman. If I vanish, they'll still have reason to suspect her. My brother might kill her on the chance that she's involved with this. I can't let that happen. I'm sorry, but we have to turn back." "You love her that much?" the commander asked.
"This isn't her fault. It's mine."
"All this is your fault, huh? You have a lot to answer for."
There was amusement in the man's voice. Ota felt himself smile. "Well, perhaps not all my fault, but I can't let her be hurt. This is the price of it, and I'll pay it if I have to." They were all silent for a long moment. Then the commander sighed.
"You're an honorable man, Otamachi. I want you to know I respect that. Boys, chain him and gag him. I don't want him calling out."
They were on him in an instant, pushing him hard onto the rough wood of the cart. Someone's knee drove in between his shoulder blades. Invisible hands bent his arms backwards. When he opened his mouth to scream, a wad of heavy cloth was shoved in so deeply he gagged. A leather strap followed, keeping it in place. He didn't know when his legs were bound, but in fewer than 20 breaths he was immobile. His arms chained painfully behind him at his wrists and elbows, his mouth stuffed until it was hard to breathe. The knee moved to the small of his back, digging into his spine with every shift of the cart. He tried once to move, and the pressure from above increased. He tried again, and the man cursed him and rapped his head with something hard.
"I said no talking,"
the commander murmured, and returned to peering out the opening in the black cloth. Ota shifted, snarling in impotent rage that none of these men seemed to see or recognize. The cart moved off through the night. He could feel it when they moved from the paving of the main road to a dirt track. He could hear the high grass hushing against the wheels. They were taking him nowhere, and he couldn't think why. He guessed it was almost 3 hands before the first light started to come. Dawn was still nothing more than a lighter kind of darkness. The commander's feet, the only part of the man Ota could see without lifting his head, were a dim form of shadow within shadow. It was something. Ota heard the trill of a day martin, and then a rough rattling and the sound of water. A bridge over some small river. When the cart lurched back to the ground, the commander turned.
"Have him stop," he said, and then a moment later, "I said stop the cart! Do it!"
One of the other two, the one who wasn't kneeling on Ota, shifted and spoke to the driver. The jouncing slowed and stopped.
"I thought I heard something out there, in the trees on the left. Ba'at, go check. If you see anything at all, get back fast."
The pressure on Ota's back eased, and one of the men clambered out. Ota turned over, and no one tried to stop him. There was more light now. He could make out the grim set of the commander's features, the unease in the one remaining armsman.
"Well, this is interesting,"
the commander said.
"What's out there?"
the other man asked, his blade drawn. The commander looked out the slit of cloth and motioned for the armsman to pass over his sword. He did, and the commander took it, holding it with the ease of long familiarity.
"It may be nothing," he said. "Were you with me when I was working for the warden of Elais?"
"I just signed on then," the armsman said.
"You've always been a good fighter, Lakshmi. I want you to know I respect that."
With the speed of a snake, the commander's wrist flickered, and the armsman fell back in the cart, blood flowing from his opened neck. Ota tried to push himself away as the commander turned and drove the sword into the armsman's chest. He dropped the blade then, letting it fall to the cart's floor, and took a pose of regret to the dying man.
"But," the commander said, "you should never have cheated me at tiles. That was stupid."
The commander stepped over the body and spoke to the driver. He spoke clearly enough for Ota to hear.
"Is it done?"
The driver said something.
"Good,"
the commander replied and came back. He flipped Ota onto his belly with casual disregard, and Ota felt his bonds begin to loosen.
"All apologies, Ota-cha," the commander said. "But there's a lesson you can take from all this. Just because someone's bought a mercenary captain, it doesn't mean his commanders aren't still for sale. Now I will need your robes, such as they are."
Ota pulled the leather strap from around his head and spat out the cloth, retching as he did so. Before he could speak, the commander had climbed out of the cart, and Ota was left to follow. They had stopped at a clearing by a river, surrounded by white oaks. The bridge was old wood and looked almost too decrepit to cross. 6 men with grey robes and hunting bows were walking toward them from the trees, 2 of them dragging the arrow-riddled body of the armsman the commander had sent out. 2 others carried a litter with what was clearly another dead man, thin and naked. The commander took a pose of welcome, and the first archer returned it. Ota stumbled forward, rubbing his wrists. The archers were all smiling, pleased with themselves. When he came close enough, Ota saw the second corpse was on its back, and a wide swath of intricate black ink stained its breast. The first half of an East Island marriage mark, a tattoo like his own.
"That's why we'll need your robes, Ota-cha," the commander said. "This poor bastard will have been in the water for a while before he reaches the main channel of the river. But the closer he seems to you, the less people will bother looking at him. I'll see whether I can find something for you to wear after, but you might consider sponging off in the brook there first. No offense, but you've been a while without a bath."
"Who is he?" Ota asked. The commander shrugged.
"Nobody now."
He clapped Ota on the shoulder and turned back toward the cart. The archers were pitching the corpses of the 2 armsmen into the water. Ota saw arrows rising from the river like reeds. The driver was coming forward now, his thumbs stuck in his belt. He was a hairy man, his full beard streaked with gray. He smiled at Ota and took a pose of welcome.
"I don't understand,"
Ota said.
"What's happening?"
"We don't understand either, Itani-cha. Not precisely. We're only sure that it's something terrible,"
the carter said, and Ota's mouth dropped open. He spoke with the voice of Amiit Foss, his overseer in House Sianti. Amiit grinned beneath his beard.
"And we're sure that it isn't happening to you."
9. The first few breaths after she woke were like rising newborn. She didn't know who or where she was. She had no thought of the night before or the day ahead. There was only sensation, the warmth of the body beside her, the crisp softness of the bedclothes, the netting above the bed glowing in the captured light of dawn, the scent of black tea brought in by a servant with cat-quiet footsteps. She sat up, almost smiling, until memory rushed in on her like a flood of black water. Ida'an rose and pulled on her robes. Adra stirred and moaned.
"You should go,"
she said, lifting the black iron teapot.
"You're expected to go on a hunt today."
Adra sat up, scratching his back and yawning. His hair stuck out in all directions. He looked older than he had the day before, or perhaps it was only how she felt. She poured a bowl of tea for him as well.
"Have they found him?"
Adra asked.
"I haven't heard the screams or lamentations yet, so I'd assume not."
She held out the porcelain bowl. It was thin enough to see through and hot enough to burn her fingertips, but Ida'an didn't try to reduce the pain. When Adra took it from her, he drank from it straight, though she knew it must have scalded. Perhaps what they'd done had numbed them.
"And you, Ida'an-ja?" "I'm going to the baths. I'll join you after."
Adra drank the last of the tea, grimaced as if it was distilled wine, and took a pose of leave-taking which Ida'an returned. When he was gone, she took herself to the women's quarters and the baths. She hardly had time to wash her hair before the cry went up. The Kaimachi was dead, killed horribly in his chambers. Ida'an dried herself with a cloth and strode out to meet her brother. She was halfway there before she realized her face was bare. She hadn't put on her paints. She was surprised that she felt no need for them now. Danat was pacing the great hall. The high marble archways echoed with the sound of his boots. There was blood on his sleeve, and his face was empty. When Ida'an caught sight of him, she raised her chin but took no formal pose. Danat stopped. The room was silent.
"You've heard,"
he said. There was no question to it.
"Tell me anyway."
"Ota has killed our father,"
Danat said.
"Then yes, I've heard."
Danat resumed his pacing. His hands worried each other, as if he were trying to pluck honey off them. Ida'an didn't move.
"I don't know how he did it, sister. There must be people backing him within the palaces. The armsmen in the tower were slaughtered."
"How did he find our father?"
Ida'an asked, uninterested in the answer.
"He must have found a secret way into the palaces. Someone would have seen him."
Danat shook his head. There was rage in him, and pain. She could see them, could feel them resonate in her own breast. But more than that, there was an almost superstitious fear in him. The upstart had slipped his bonds, had struck in the very heart of the city, and her brother feared him like black chaos.
"We have to secure the city,"
he said.
"I've called for more guards. You should stay here. We can't know how far he will take his vendetta."
"You're going to let him escape?"
Ida'an demanded.
"You aren't going to hunt him down?"
"He has resources I can't guess at. Look! Look what he's done! Until I know what I'm walking towards, I don't dare follow."
The plan was failing. Danat was staying safe in his walls with his armsmen around him like a blanket. Ida'an sighed. It was up to her, of course, to save it.
"Adra Vanyogi has a hunt prepared. It was to be for fresh meat for my wedding feast. You stay here, Danatkia. I'll bring you Ota's head."
She turned and walked away. She couldn't hesitate, couldn't invite him to follow her. He would see it in her gait if she were anything less than totally committed. For a moment she even believed herself that she was going out to find her father's killer and bring him down, riding with her hunt into the low towns and the fields to track down the evil Otamachi, her fallen brother. Danat's voice stopped her.
I forbid you, Ida-an. You can't do this.
She paused and looked back at him. He was thicker than her father had been. Already his jawline ran toward jowls. She took a pose that disagreed.
"I'm actually quite good with a bow,"
she said.
"I'll find him, and I will see him dead."
You're my child's sister,
Danat said.
You can't do this.
Something flared in her, dark and hot. She stepped back toward Danat, feeling the rage lift her up like a leaf in the wind.
"Ah, if I do this thing, you'll be shamed. Because I have breasts and you've a prick, I'm supposed to muzzle myself and be glad? Is that it? Well, I won't. You hear me? I will not be controlled. I will not be owned. And I will not step back from anything to protect your petty pride. It's gone too far for that, brother. If a woman shrinks meekly back into the shadows, then you be the woman. See how it feels to you."
By the end she was shrieking. Her fists were balled so tight they hurt. Danat's expression was as hard as stone and as gray.
You shame me,
he said.
"Live with it,"
she said, and spat.
Send my boy servant, he said. I'll want my own bow, and then go to Adra. The hunt won't leave without me.
She was on the edge of refusing, of telling him that this wasn't courage. He was only more afraid of losing the respect of the Utkayem than of dying, and that made him not only a coward, but a stupid one. She was the one with courage. She was the one who had the will to act. What was he, after all, but a mewling kitten lost in the world, while she was Otamachi. She was the upstart who had earned the Kai's chair. She had killed her father for it. It was more than Danat would have done. But, of course, truth would destroy everything. That was its nature. So she swallowed it down deep where it could go on destroying her, and took an acquiescing pose. She'd won. He'd know that soon enough. Once Danat's body servant had been sent scampering for his bow, Ida-an returned to her apartments, shrugged out of her robes, and put on the wide, loose trousers and red leather shirt of a hunter. She paused by her table of paints, her mirror. She sat for a moment and looked at her bare face. Her eyes seemed small and flat without the kohl. Her lips seemed as pale and wide as a fish's, her cheeks pallid and low. She could be a peasant girl, plowing fields outside some low town. Her beauty had been in paint. Perhaps it would be again some day. This was a poor day for beauty. The huntsmen were waiting impatiently outside the palaces of the Vaunyogi, their mounts' hooves clattering against the dark stones of the courtyard. Adra took a pose of query when he saw her clothes. Ida-an didn't answer it, but went to one of the horsemen, ordered him down, took his blade and his bow, and mounted in his place. Adra cantered over to her side. His mount was the larger, and he looked down at her, as if he were standing on a step.
"My brother is coming," she said. "I'll ride with him."
"You think that wise?" he asked coolly.
"I have asked too much of you already, Adrakya."
His expression was cold, but he didn't object further. Danatmachi rode in wearing pale robes of mourning, and seated on a great hunting stallion, the very picture of vigor and manly prowess. 5 riders were with him, his friends, members of the Utkayem unfortunate enough to have heard of this hunt and marry themselves to the effort. They would have to be dealt with. Adra took a pose of obeisance before Danat.
"We've had word that a cart left by the south gate last night," Adra said. "It was seen coming from an alley beside the tower."
Then let us follow it,
Danat said. He turned and rode. Ida-an followed, the wind whipping her hair, the smell of the beast under her rich and sweet. There was no keeping up the gallop, of course, but this was theater. the last remaining sons of the Kaimachi, one the assassin and servant of chaos slipping away in darkness, one the righteous avenger riding forth in the name of justice. Danat knew the part he was to act, and Ida'an gave him credit for playing it, now that she had goaded him into action. Those who saw them in the streets would tell others, and the word would spread. It was a sight songs were made from. Once they had crossed the bridge over the Tidat, they slowed, looking for people who had heard or seen the cart go by. Ida'an knew where it had really gone, the ruins of an old stone wayhouse, a half-hand's walk from the nearest low town west of the city. The morning hadn't half passed before the hunt had taken a wrong scent, turned north, and headed into the foothills. The false trail took them to a crossroads. A mining track led east and west, the thin road from the city winding north up the side of a mountain. Danat looked frustrated and tired. When Adra spoke, his voice loud enough for everyone in the party to hear, Ida'an's belly tightened.
"We should fan out, Danat Shah. 8 east, 8 west, 8 north, and 2 to stay here. If one group finds sign of the upstart, they can send back a runner, and the 2 waiting here will retrieve the rest."
Danat weighed the thought, then agreed. Danat claimed the north road for himself, and the members of the Utkayem, smelling the chance of glory, divided themselves among the bands heading east and west. Adra took the east, his eyes locked on hers as he turned to go. She saw the meaning in his expression, daring her to do this thing. Ida'an made no reply to him at all. She, 6 huntsmen of the Valnyogi loyal to their house and master, and Danat, rode into the mountains. When the sun had reached the highest point in the day's arc, they stopped at a small lake. The huntsmen rode out in their wide-ranging search as they had done at every pause before this. Danat dismounted, stretched, and paced. His eyes were dark. Ida'an waited until the others disappeared into the trees, unslung her bow, and went to stand near her brother. He looked at her, then away.
"He didn't come this way,"
Danat said.
"He's tricked us again."
"Perhaps, but he won't survive. Even if he killed you, he could never become Kaimachi. The Utkayem and the poets wouldn't support him."
"It's hatred now,"
Danat said.
"He's doing it from hatred."
"Perhaps,"
Ida'an said. Out on the lake, a bird skimmed the shining surface of the water, then shrieked and plunged in, rising moments later with a flash of living silver in its claws. A quarter moon was in the sky, white crescent showing through the blue. The lake smelled colder than it was, and the wind tugged at her hair and the reeds alike. Danat sighed.
"Was it hard killing Cain?"
Ida'an asked. Danat looked at her, as if shocked that she had asked. She met his gaze, her eyes fixed on his until he turned away.
"Yes,"
he said.
"Yes, it was. I loved him. I missed them both."
"But you did the thing anyway."
He nodded. Ida'an stepped forward and kissed him on the cheek. His stubble tickled her lips, and she wiped her mouth with the back of her hand as she walked away, trying to stop the sensation. At 10 paces she put an arrow to her bow, drew back the string. Danat was still looking out over the water. Passionlessly, she judged the wind, the distance. The arrow struck the back of his head with a sound like an axe splitting wood. Danat seemed at first not to notice, and then slowly sank to the ground. Blood soaked the collar of his robes, the pale cloth looking like cut meat by the time she walked back to him. She knelt by him, took his hand in her own, and looked out over the lake. She was singing before she knew she intended to sing. In her imagination she had screamed and shrieked, her cries calling the hunters back to her. But instead she sang. It was an old song, a lamentation she'd heard in the darkness of the tunnels and the cold of winter. The words were from the Empire, and she hardly knew what they all meant. The rising and falling melody, aching and sorrowful, seemed to fill her and the world. 2 hunters approached her at last, unsure of themselves. She had not seen them emerge from the trees, and she didn't look at them now as she spoke.
"My brother has been murdered by Ota, or one of his agents," she said, "while we were waiting for you."
The hunters looked at one another. For a long, sick moment, she thought they might not believe her. She wondered if they would be loyal enough to the Vaunyogi to overlook the crime. And then the elder of them spoke. "We will find him, Ida-Ancha," the man said, his voice trembling with rage. "We'll send for the others and turn every stone on this mountain until we find him."
"It won't bring back my father, or do not. There won't be anyone to stand at my wedding."
She broke off, half surprised to find her sobs unfeigned. Gently she cradled the corpse of her brother to her, feeling the blood soak her robes. "I'll gather his horse," another of the hunters said. "We can strap him to it."
"No," Ida-An said. "You can give him to me. I'll carry him home."
"It's a long ride back to the city. Are you sure that—"
"I'll carry him home. He'd have done the same if our places were reversed," she said. "It is the way of our family."
In the end, they draped him over her mount's haunches. The scent of the blood made him skittish, but Ida-An held control firmly, cooing in the animal's ears, coaxing and demanding. When she could think of nothing else, she sang to the beast, and the dirges possessed her. She felt no sorrow, no regret. She felt no triumph. It was as if she was in the moment of grace between the blow and the pain. In her mind were only the sounds of the songs and of an arrow splitting bone. The farmstead was set back a short walk from the road. A creek ran beside it, feeding, no doubt, into the river that was even now carrying dead men down to the main channel. The walls were as thick as a man's outstretched arm, with a set of doors on both the inside and outside faces. On the second story, snow doors had been opened, letting in the summer air. Trees stood in close, making the house seem a part of the landscape. The horses were kept in the stables on the ground floor, hidden from casual observers. Amiit led Ota up the stairs and into a bright, simple room with a table, a few rough wooden chairs, an unlit lantern, and a wide, low cabinet. Roast chicken, fresh cheese, and apples just on the edge of ripeness had been laid out for them. Sharpened by Ota's hunger and relief and wonder, the smell of them was delightful. Amiit gestured toward the table, then opened the cabinet and took out 2 earthenware mugs and flasks of wine and water. Ota took a leg from the chicken and bit into it. The flesh tasted of tarragon and black pepper. He closed his eyes and grinned. Nothing had ever in his life tasted so good. Amiit chuckled.
"You've grown thinner, old friend,"
Amiit said, as he poured himself wine and Ota a mixture of wine and water.
"You'd think accommodations in Machi would be better."
"What's going on, Amiit-cha?" Ota asked, taking the proffered drink. "Last I heard, I was going to be either executed as a criminal or honorably killed in the succession. This," he gestured at the room with his mug, "this wasn't suggested as an option."
"It wasn't approved by the Kayam, that's truth,"
Amiit said. He sat across from Ota and picked up one of the apples, turning it over slowly as he spoke, inspecting it for wormholes.
"The fact is, I only know half of what's going on in Machi, if that. After our last talk, when you were first coming up here, I thought it might be best to put some plans in motion, in case an opportunity arose, you understand. It would be very convenient for House Sianti if one of their junior couriers became the Kai Machi. It didn't seem likely at the time, but—"
He shrugged and bit into the apple. Ota finished the chicken and took one of the fruits himself. Even watered, the wine was nearly too strong to drink.
"We put out men and women to listen,"
Amiit went on,
"to gather what information we could find. We weren't looking for anything in particular, you understand. Just an opportunity.
You were looking to sell information of me to the Kai in return for a foothold in Machi, Ota said.
Only as a last resort, Amiet agreed. It's business, you understand.
But they found me instead,
Ota said. The apple was sweet and chalky and just slightly bitter. Amiet pushed a platter of cheese toward him.
That looked bleak, it's truth, and that you'd been in our pay seemed to seal it. Halcyonte wasn't going to be welcome, whichever of your brothers took the title.
And taking me out of their tower was intended to win back their favor?
Amiet's expression clouded. He shook his head.
That wasn't our plan. Someone hired a mercenary company to take you from the city to a low town and hold you there. We don't know who it was. They only met with the captain, and he's not on our side. But I'm fairly certain it wasn't your brother or your father.
But you got word of it?
I had word of it. Mercenaries. Well, they aren't always the most reliable of companions. Sinja-cha knew I was in the city, and would be interested in your situation. He was ready to make a break with his old cohort for other reasons, and offered me the opportunity to, outbid his captain for his services in the matter?
Sinja-cha is the commander?
Yes, or was. He's in my employ now. With luck, his old captain thinks him dead, along with you and the other armsmen involved.
And what will you do now? Ransom me back to the Kai?
No, Amiet said. I've already made a bargain that won't allow that. Besides, I really did enjoy working with you, and you may yet be in a position to help me more as an ally than a commodity, eh?
It's a bad bet,
Ota said and smiled. Amiet grinned again.
Ah, but the stakes are high. Would you rather just have water? I wasn't thinking.
No, I'll keep this.
Whatever you like. So, yes, something's happening in Machi. I expect they're out scouring the world for you even now. And in a day, perhaps 2, they'll find you floating down the river or caught on a sandbar.
And then?
I don't know, Amiet said. And then we'll know what's happened in the meantime. Things are moving quickly, and there's more going on than I can fathom. For instance, I don't know what the Galts have to do with it.
Ota put down his cup. Even under the blanket of whiskers, he could see the half-smile twitching at Amiet's mouth. The overseer's eyes sparkled.
But perhaps you do?
Amiet suggested.
No. I've dealt with something else once. Something happened. The Galts were behind it. What are they doing here? How do they figure in?
They're making contracts with half the houses in Machi. Large contracts at disadvantageous terms. They've been running roughshod over the Westlands so long they're sure to be good for it. They have almost as much money as the Cayenne. It may just be they've a new man acting as the overseer for the Machi contracts, and he's no good. But I doubt it. I think they're buying influence.
Influence to do what?
I haven't the first clue,
Amiet said.
I was hoping you might know.
Ota shook his head. He took another piece of chicken, but his mind was elsewhere. The Galts in Machi. He tried to make Beatra's death, the attack on Maati, and his own improbable freedom into some pattern, but no 2 things seemed to fit. He drank his wine, feeling the warmth spread through his throat and belly.
I need your word on something, Amiet-cha, that if I tell you what I know, you won't act on it lightly. There are lives at stake.
Galtic lives?
Innocent ones.
Amiet considered silently. His face was closed. Ota poured more water into his cup. Amiet silently took a pose that accepted the offered terms. Ota looked at his hands,
searching for the words he needed to say.
Sareket. When Seedless acted against Hishai Quo there, the Galts were involved. They were allied with the Undat. I believe they hoped to find the Undat willing allies in their own freedom, only Seedless was unreliable. They hurt Hishai badly, even though their plan failed. They aren't the ones who murdered him, but Hishai Quo let himself be killed rather than expose them.
Why would he do an idiot thing like that?
He knew what would happen. He knew what the Kai Sareket would do.
Ota felt himself on the edge of confession, but he stopped before admitting that the poet had died at his hands. There was no need, and that, at least, was one secret that he chose to keep to himself. Instead, he looked up and met Amiet's gaze. When the overseer spoke, his voice was calm, measured, careful.
He would have slaughtered Galt,
Amiet said.
Innocent lives.
And some guilty ones.
A few.
Amiet leaned back in his chair, his fingers steepled before his lips. Ota could almost see the calculations taking place behind those calm, dark eyes.
So you think this is about the poets?
It was last time, Ota said. Let me send a letter to Ma'ati. Let me warn him.
We can't. You're dead, and half the safety we can give you depends on your staying dead until we know more than this. But, I can tell a few well-placed people to be on alert, and give them some idea what to be alert for. Another Sareket would be devastating.
Amiet sighed deeply.
And here I thought only the succession, your life, and my house were in play. Poets now, too.
Amiet's smile was thoughtful.
I'll give you this. You make the world more interesting, Itani-cha. Or...
He took a pose that asked for correction.
Ota. Much as I fought against it. My name is Ota Machi. We might as well both get used to saying it.
Ota-cha, then,
Amiet said. He seemed pleased, as if he'd won some small victory. Voices came up through the window. The commander's was already familiar even after so short a time. Ota couldn't make out the words, but he sounded pleased. Another voice answered him that Ota didn't know, but the woman's laughter that pealed out after it was familiar as water. Ota felt the air go thin. He stood and walked slowly to the open shutters. There in the yard behind the farmhouse, Sinja and one of the archers were standing beside a lovely woman in loose cotton robes the blue of the sky at twilight. Her fox-thin face was smiling, one eyebrow arched as she said something to the commander, who chuckled in his turn. Her hair was dark and shot with individual strands of white that she had had since birth. He saw the change in Kian's stance when she noticed him, a release and relaxation. She walked away from the two men and toward the open window. Ota's heart beat fast, as if he'd been running. She stopped and put out her hands, palms up and open. It wasn't a formal pose and seemed to mean, here I am, and here you are, and who would have guessed this, all at once.
She came to me not long after you left,
Amiet said from where he sat.
I'm half-partner in her wayhouse down in Udun. We've been keeping it a quiet arrangement, though. There's something to be said for having a whole wayhouse of one's own, without the couriers of other houses knowing it's yours.
Ota wanted to look back at the man, but his gaze seemed fastened on Kian. He thought he caught a faint blush rising in her cheeks. She shook her head as if clearing away some unwanted thought, and walked in toward the house and out of his view. She was smiling, though. Sinja had also caught sight of Ota in the window, and took a pose of congratulation.
She's changed her mind, then, about me.
Apparently.
Orta turned back and leaned against the wall. Its coolness surprised him. After so many days in the cell at the tower's height, he'd come to think of stone as warm. Amiyith poured himself another cup of wine. Orta swallowed to loosen his throat. The question didn't want to be asked.
Why? What changed it?
I have known Kiancha well for almost a quarter of this year. Not even that. You've been her lover for what, 3 summers, and you want me to explain her mind to you? You've become an optimist.
Orta sat because his knees felt too weak to hold him. Amiyith chuckled again and rose.
You'll need rest for a few days, and some food and space enough to move again. We'll have you strong enough to do whatever it is needs doing, I hope. This place is better watched than it looks. We'll have warning if anyone comes near. Don't let any of this trouble you for now. You can trust us to watch over things.
I want to see her, Orta said.
I know,
Amiyith said, clapping him on the shoulder.
And she wants to see you. It's why I'm leaving. Just remember you haven't eaten to speak of in days. You're weak from the cell, you've hardly slept, and you were abducted last night. Don't expect too much from yourself. There really is no hurry.
Orta blushed now, and Amiyith grabbed one last apple and made for the door. Kian reached it just as he did, and he stepped back to let her through. He closed the door gently behind him. Orta rose to his feet, suddenly tongue-tied. Kian also didn't speak, but her gaze traveled over him. He could see the distress in it, even though she tried to keep it hidden.
Tani,
she said.
You look terrible.
It's the beard, Orta said. I'll shave it.
She didn't take up the humor, only walked across the room and folded him into her arms. The scent of her skin flooded him with 100 jumbled memories of her. He put his arm around her, embarrassed to notice that his hand was unsteady.
I didn't think I'd be seeing you again, he murmured. I never meant to put you at risk.
What did they do to you? Gods, what have they done?
Not so much. They only didn't feed me well for a time and locked me away. It wasn't so bad.
She kissed his cheek and pulled back from him until each could see the other's face. There were tears in her eyes, but she was angry.
They were going to kill you, she said.
Well, yes, I thought that was assumed.
I'll kill them all with my bare hands if you like,
she said with a smile that meant she was only half joking.
That might be more than the situation calls for, but why are you here? I thought I was too much of a risk to you.
That didn't change. Other things did. Come, sit with me.
Kian took a bite of the cheese and poured herself water. Her hands were thin and strong and as lovely as a sculpture. Orta rubbed his temples with the palms of his hands, hoping that this was all as real as it seemed, that he wouldn't wake again in the cell above the city.
Sinjacha told me you wanted to turn back. He said it was because of me, that your being there kept them from searching me out.
Knowing me shouldn't have that kind of price on it, Orta said. It was what I could do. That's all.
Thank you,
she said, her voice solemn. Kian looked out the window. There was a dread in the lines of her mouth, a fear that confused him. He reached out, thinking to take her hand in his own, but the movement brought her back, and a smile flitted over her and was gone.
I don't know if you want to hear this, but I've been waiting to say it for longer than I can stand, and so I'm going to be selfish. And I don't know how to. Not well.
Is it something I'll want to hear?
I don't know. I hope Gods. Here. When you left, I missed you worse than I'd expected. I was sick with it, physically ill. I thought I should be patient. I thought it would pass. And then I noticed that I seemed to miss you most in the early mornings. You understand?
She looked Ota deep in the eye, and he frowned, trying to find some deeper significance in the words. And then he did, and he felt the world drop away from under him. He took a pose of query, and she replied with a confirmation. "Ah," he said, and then sat, utterly at a loss. After 10 or 20 breaths, Kian spoke again.
"The midwife thinks sometime around candles night, maybe a little after. So you see, I knew there was no avoiding the issue, not as long as I was carrying a baby with your blood in it. I went to Ami Itza, and he really, put things in motion."
There are blood teas, Ota said.
"I know. The midwife offered them to me. Would you... is that what you would have wanted?"
No, only I thought you wouldn't give up what you had, your father's wayhouse. I don't know that I have much of a life to give you. I was a dead man until a little before dawn today. But if you want...
"I wouldn't have left the wayhouse for you, Tani. It's where I grew up. It's my home, and I wouldn't give it up for a man, not even a good man. I made that decision the night you told me who your father was. But for the both of you, or really, even just for her, that's a harder question."
Her?
"Or him," Kian said. "Whichever, but I suppose that puts the decision in your hands now. The last time I saw you, I turned you out of my house. I won't use this as a means of forcing you into something you'd rather not. I've made my choice, not yours."
Perhaps it was the fatigue or the wine, but it took Ota the space of 2 or 3 breaths to understand what she was saying. He felt the grin draw back the corners of his mouth until they nearly ached.
I want you to be with me, Kian Kya. I want you always to be with me, and the baby too. If I have to flee to the Westlands and herd sheep, I want you both with me.
Kian breathed in deeply and let the breath out with a rough stutter. He hadn't seen how unsure she'd been until now, when the relief relaxed her face. She took his hand and squeezed it until he thought the bones were creaking.
"That's good. That's very good. I would have been..."
Laughter entered her voice.
"Very disappointed."
A knock at the door startled them both. The commander opened the door and then glanced from one of the laughing pair to the other. His face took a stern expression.
You told him, Sinja said. You should at least let the man rest before you tell him things like that. He's had a hard day.
"He's been up to the task," Kian said.
Well, I've come to make things worse. We've just had a runner from the city, Otacha. It appears you've murdered your father in his sleep. Your brother Danat led a hunting party bent on bringing back your head on a stick, but apparently you've killed him too. You're running out of family, Otacha.
Ah, Ota said, and then a moment later,
I think perhaps I should lie down now.
10. They burned the Kai Machi and his son together in the yard outside the temple. The head priest wore his pale robes, the hood pulled low over his eyes in respect, and tended the flames. Thick, black smoke rose from the pyre and vanished into the air high above the city. Machi had woken from its revels to find the world worse than when they'd begun, and Samai saw it in every face he passed. 1,000 of them at least stood in the afternoon sun, shock and sorrow, confusion and fear, and excitement. In a few eyes among the Utkayem, he saw the bright eyes and sharp ears of men who smelled opportunity. He walked among them, stone made soft at his side, peering through the funereal throng for the one familiar face. Ida'an had to be there, but he could not find her. The lower priests also passed through the crowds, singing dirges and beating the dry notes of drums. Slaves in ceremonial torn robes passed out tin cups of bittered water. Samai ignored them. The burning would go on through the night until the ashes of the men and the ashes of the coal were indistinguishable. And then a week's mourning. And then these men, weeping or staring, grim or secretly pleased, would meet and decide which of their number would have the honor of sitting on the dead family's chair and leading the hunt for the man who had murdered his own father. Samai found himself unable to care particularly who won or lost, whether the upstart was caught or escaped. Somewhere among all these mourners was the woman he'd come to love, in more pain than she had ever been in since he'd known her. And he who could topple towers at a whim and make mountains flow like floodwater, couldn't find her. Instead, he found Ma'ati in brown poet's robe standing on a raised walkway that overlooked the mourning throng. Though they were on the edge of the ceremony, Samai saw the pyre light reflecting in Ma'ati's fixed eyes. Samai almost didn't approach him, almost didn't speak. There was a darkness wrapped around the poet, but it was possible he had been there from the ceremony's beginning. He might know where Ida'an was. Samai took a pose of greeting which Ma'ati did not return. "Ma'atikvo?" Ma'ati looked over first at Samai, then Stone Made Soft, and then back again at the fire. After a moment's pause, his face twisted in disgust.
Not Quo, never Quo. I haven't taught you anything, so don't address me as a teacher. I was wrong. From the beginning, I was wrong.
Ota was very convincing, Samai said.
No one thought he would. Not about that. He didn't do this. Bharat, gods, why did it have to be Bharat that saw it? Prancing, self-important, smug.
Ma'ati fumbled with a sewn leather wineskin and took a long, deep, joyless drink from it. He wiped his mouth with the back of a hand, then held the skin out in offering. Samai declined. Ma'ati offered it to the Undat, but Stone Made Soft only smiled, as if amused.
I thought it was someone in the family. One of his brothers. It had to be. Who else would benefit? I was stupid.
Forgive me, Ma'atikvo, but no one did benefit.
One of them did,
he said, gesturing out at the mourners.
One of them is going to be the new Kai. He'll tell you what to do, and you'll do it. He'll live in the high palaces, and everyone else in the city will lick his ass if he tells them to. That's what it's all about. Who has to lick whose ass? And there's blood enough to fill a river answering that.
He took another long pull from the wineskin, then dropped it idly to the ground at his feet.
I hate all of them.
So do I,
Stone Made Soft said, his tone light and conversational. You're drunk, Ma'atikvo.
Not half enough. Here, look at this. You know what this is?
Samai glanced at the object Ma'ati had pulled from his sleeve. A book?
This is my teacher's masterwork, Hishaikwo, poet of Sarikut. The Taikwo sent me to him when I was hardly younger than you are now. I was going to study under him, take control of Seedless. Removing the part that continues, we called him Seedless. This is Hishaikwo's examination of everything he'd done wrong. Every improvement he could have made to his binding, if he'd had it to do over again. It's brilliant.
But it can't work, can it? Samai said. It would be too close.
Of course not. It's a refinement of his work. Not how to bind Seedless again. It's a record of his failure. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Samai grasped for a right answer to the question, and ended with honesty. No, he said.
Hishaikwo was a drunkard. He was a failure. He was haunted his whole life by the woman he loved and the child he lost. and every measure of the hatred he had for himself was in his binding. He imagined the Ondat as the perfect man, and implicit in that was the disdain he imagined such a man would feel looking at him. But Ajay was strong enough to look his mistake in the face. He was strong enough to sit with it and catalogue it and understand. And the Dai Quo sent me to him, because he thought we could be the same. He thought I would understand him well enough to stand in his place.
Ma'ati Quo, I'm sorry. Have you seen Ida'an?
Well,
Ma'ati said, ignoring the question as he swayed slightly and frowned at the crowd.
I can face my stupidities just as well as he did. The Dai Quo wants to know who killed Beitra. I'll find out. He can tell me it's too late, and he can tell me to come home, but he can't make me stop looking. Whoever gets that chair, whoever gets it.
Ma'ati frowned, confused for a moment, and a sudden racking sob shook him. He leaned forward. Samai moved to him, certain for a moment that Ma'ati was about to pitch off the walkway and down to the distant ground. But instead the older poet gathered himself and took a pose of apology.
I'm making an ass of myself,
he said.
You were saying something?
Samai was torn for a moment. He could see the red that lined Ma'ati's eyes, could smell the sick reek of distilled wine on his breath, and something deeper, some drug mixed with the wine. Someone needed to see Ma'ati back to his apartments, needed to see that he was cared for. On another night, Samai would have done it.
Ida'an, he said. She must have been here. They're burning her brother and her father. She had to attend the ceremony. She did, Ma'ati agreed. I saw her. Where's she gone? With her man, I think. He was there beside her, Ma'ati said. I don't know where they went. Are you going to be all right, Ma'ati Quo?
Ma'ati seemed to think about this, then nodded once and turned back to watch the pyre burning. The brown leather book had fallen to the ground by the wineskin, and the Ondat retrieved it and put it back in Ma'ati's sleeve. As they walked away, Samai took a pose of query.
I didn't think he'd want to lose it,
the Ondat said.
So that was a favor to him?
Samai said. Stone-Maid Soft didn't reply. They walked toward the women's quarters and Ida'an's apartments. If she was not there, he would go to the Vaunyogi's palace. He would say he was there to offer condolences to Ida'ancha, that it was his duty as poet and representative of the Dai Quo to offer condolences to Ida'an Machi on this most sorrowful of days. It was his duty. Gods and the Vaunyogi would be chewing their own livers out. They'd contracted to marry their son to the Kai Machi's sister. Now she was no one's family.
Maybe they'll cancel the arrangement,
Stone-Maid Soft said.
It isn't as if anyone would blame them. She could come live with us.
You can be quiet now, Samai said. At Ida'an's quarters, the servant boy reported that Ida'ancha had been there, but had gone. Yes, Adracha had been there as well, but he had also gone. The unease in the boy's manner made Samai wonder. Part of him hoped that they had been fighting, those two. It was despicable, but it was there, the desire that he, and not Adra Vaunyogi, be the one to comfort her. He stopped next at the palace of the Vaunyogi. A servant led him to a waiting chamber that had been dressed in pale mourning cloth, fragrant from the cedar chests in which it had been stored. The chairs and statuary, windows and floors were all swathed in white rags that candlelight made gold. The Ondat stood at the window, peering out at the courtyard, while Samai sat on the front handspan of a seat. Every breath he took here made him wonder if coming had been a mistake. The door to the main hall swung open. Adra Vaunyogi stepped in. His shoulders rode high and tight, his lips as thin as a line drawn on paper,
Samai stood and took a pose of greeting, which Adra mirrored before he closed the door.
"I'm surprised to see you, Samai-cha,"
Adra said, walking forward slowly, as if unsure what precisely he was approaching. Samai smiled to keep his unease from showing.
"My father is occupied, but perhaps I might be able to help you?"
"You're most kind. I came to offer my sympathies to Ida Ancha. I had heard she was with you, and so—"
"No, she was, but she's left. Perhaps she went back to the ceremony."
Adra's voice was distant, as if only half his attention was on the conversation. His eyes, however, were fixed on Samai like a snake on a mouse, only Samai wasn't sure which of them would be the mouse, which the serpent.
"I will look there," Samai said. "I didn't mean to disturb you."
"We are always pleased by an audience with the poet of Machi. Wait, don't go. Sit with me a moment."
Stone Made Soft didn't shift, but Samai could feel its interest and amusement in the back of his mind. Samai sat in a rag-covered chair. Adra pulled a stool near to him, nearer than custom required. It was as if Adra wanted to make him feel they were in a smaller room together. Samai kept his face as placid as the Andats.
"The city is in terrible trouble, Samai-cha. You know how bad these things can get. When it's only the 3 sons of the Kai, it's bad enough. But with all the Utkayam scheming and fighting and betraying one another, the damage to the city—"
"I'd thought about that,"
Samai said, though in truth he cared more about Ida'an than the political struggles that the coming weeks would bring.
"And there's still the problem of Ota. He has a claim."
"He's murdered his own father."
"Have we proven that?"
"You doubt that he did the thing?"
"No," Samai said after a moment's pause.
"No, I don't. But Ma'atikvo still does," he thought.
"It would be best to end this quickly, to name the new Kai before things get out of control. You are a man of tremendous power. I know the Daikwo takes no sides in matters of succession, but if you were to let it be known that you favored some particular house without taking any formal position, it would make things easier."
"Only if I backed a house that was prepared to win," Samai said. "If I chose poorly, I'd throw some unprepared family in with the pit hounds."
"My family is ready. We are well respected. We have partners in all the great trading houses, and the silversmiths and iron workers are closer to us than to any other family. Ida'an is the only blood of the old Kai remaining in the city. Her brothers will never be Kai Machi, but someday her son might."
Samai considered. Here was a man asking his help, asking for political backing, unaware that Samai knew the shape and taste of his lover's body as well as he did. It likely was in his power to elevate Adra Vaunyogi to the ranks of the Kayem. He wondered if it was what Ida'an would want.
"That may be wise," Samai said. "I would need to think about it, of course, before I could act."
Adra put his hand on Samai's knee, familiar as if they were brothers. The Andat moved first, ambling toward the door, and then Samai stood and adopted a pose appropriate to parting. The amusement coming from Stone Made Soft was like constant laughter that only Samai could hear. When they had made their farewells, Samai started east again, toward the burning bodies and the priests. His mind was a jumble, concern for Ida'an, frustration at not finding her, unease with Adra's proposal, and at the back, stirring like something half asleep, a dread that seemed wrapped up with Ma'ati Valpatai, staring drunk into the fire. One of them, Ma'ati had said, meaning the high families of the Utkayem, one of them would benefit. Unless Samai took a hand and put his own lover's husband in the chair. That wasn't the sort of thing that could have been planned for. No scheme for power could include the supposition that Samai would fall in love with Ida'an, or that her husband would ask his aid, or that his guilt and affection would drive him to give it. It was the kind of thing that could come from nowhere and upset the perfect plan. If it wasn't Ota Machi who had engineered all this bloodletting, then some other viper was in the city, and the prospect of Adra Vaunyogi taking the prize away by marrying Ida'an and wooing the poets
would drive the killer mad. And even if it was Otamachi, he might still hope to take his father's place. Adra's rise would threaten that claim as well.
"You're thinking too hard,"
the Ondot said. "Thinking never hurt anyone."
"So you've all said,"
the Ondot sighed. She wasn't at the ceremony. She wasn't at her quarters. Samai and Stone-Maid Soft walked together through the gardens and pavilions, the courtyards and halls and passages. Mourning didn't fill the streets and towers the way celebration had. The dry music of the funeral drums wasn't taken up in the tea-houses or gardens. Only the pillar of smoke blotting out the stars stood testament to the ceremony. Twice Samai took them past his own quarters, hoping that Ida'an might be there waiting for him, but without effect. She had vanished from the city, like a bird flying up into darkness. His old notes were gone, left in a packet in his rooms. Cain and Danat were forgotten, and instead Ma'ati had fresh papers spread over the library table. Lists of the houses of the Utkayem that might possibly succeed in a bid to become the next Kai. Beside them a fresh ink brick, a pen with a new bronze nib, and a pot of tea that smelled rich, fresh cut, and green. Summer tea in the winter cities. Ma'ati poured himself a bowl, then blew across the pale surface, his eyes going over the names again. According to Ba'arat, who had accepted his second apology with a grace that had surprised him, the most likely was Kamau, a family that traced its bloodlines back to the Second Empire. They had the wealth and the prestige, and, most important, an unmarried son in his 20s who was well respected and active in the court. Then the Vaunani, less wealthy, less prestigious, but more ruthless. Or possibly the Rada'ani, who had spent generations putting their hands into the import and export trade until almost every transaction in the city fed their coffers. They were the richest of the Utkayem, but apparently unable to father males. There were 17 daughters, and the only candidates for the Kai's chair were the head of the house, his son presently overseeing a trading venture in Yalaket, and a 6-year-old grandson. And then there were the Vaunyogi. Adra Vaunyogi was a decent candidate, largely because he was young and virile, and about to be married to Ida'an Machi. But the rumors held that the family was underfunded and not as well connected in court. Ma'ati sipped his tea and considered whether to leave them on his list. One of these houses, most likely one of these, though there were certainly other possibilities, had engineered the murder of the Kai Machi. They had placed the blame on Ota. They had spirited him away, and once the mourning was finished, the city would attend the wedding of Adra Vaunyogi to Ida'an. No, he would keep the Vaunyogi on his list. It was such a convenient match, and the timing so apt. Others, of course, put the crimes down to Otakwo. A dozen hunting packs had gone out in the 4 days since the bloody morning that killed the Kai and Danat both. The Utkayem were searching the low towns for Ota and those who had aided his escape, but so far no one had succeeded. It was Ma'ati's task now to solve the puzzle before they found him. He wondered how many of them had guessed that he alone in the city was working to destroy all their chances. If someone else had done these things, if he could show it, Ota would still be able to take his father's place. He would become Kai Machi. And what, Ma'ati wondered, would Liat think of that, once she'd heard of it? He imagined her cursing her ill judgment in losing the ruler of a city and gaining half a poet who hadn't proved worth keeping.
"Ma'ati?"
Ba'arat said. Ma'ati jumped, startled, and spilled a few drops of tea over his papers. Ink swirled into the pale green as he blotted them with a cloth. Ba'arat clicked his teeth and hurried over to help.
"My fault,"
the librarian said.
"I thought you had noticed me. You were scowling after all."
Ma'ati didn't know whether to laugh at that, so he only took a pose of gratitude as Ba'arat blew across the still, damp pages. The damage was minor.
Even where the ink had smudged, he knew what he had meant. Bharat fumbled in his sleeve and drew out a letter, its edges sewn in green silk.
"It's just come for you,"
he said.
"The Dai Quo, I think."
Maati took it. The last he had reported, Ota had been found and turned over to the Kai Machi. It was a faster response than he had expected. He turned the letter over, looking at the familiar handwriting that formed his name. Bharat sat across the table from him, smiling as if he were, of course, welcome, and waiting to see what the message said. It was one of the little rudenesses to which the librarian seemed to feel himself entitled since Maati's apology. Maati had the uncomfortable feeling Bharat thought they were becoming friends. He tore the paper at the sewn seams, pulled the thread free, and unfolded it. The chop was clearly the Dai Quo's own. It began with the traditional forms and etiquette. Only at the end of the first page did the matter become specific to the situation at hand.
With Ota discovered and given over to the Kai, your work in Machi is completed. Your suggestion that he be accepted again as a poet is, of course, impossible, but the sentiment is commendable. I am quite pleased with you, and trust that this will mark a change in your work. There are many tasks that a man in your position might take on to the benefit of all. We shall discuss these opportunities upon your return. The critical issue now is that you withdraw from Machi. We have performed our service to the Kai, and your continued presence would only serve to draw attention to the fact that he and whichever of his sons eventually takes his place were unable to discover the plot without aid. It is dangerous for the poets to involve themselves with the politics of the courts. For this reason, I now recall you to my side. You are to announce that you have found the citations in the library that I had desired, and must now return them to me. I will expect you within 5 weeks.
It continued, though Maati did not. Bharat smiled and leaned forward in obvious interest as Maati tucked the letter into his own sleeve. After a moment's silence, Bharat frowned.
"Fine," he
said.
"If it's the sort of thing you have to keep to yourself, I can certainly respect that."
"I knew you could, Bharat-cha. You're a man of great discretion."
"You needn't flatter me. I know my proper place. I only thought you might want someone to speak with, in case there were questions that someone with my knowledge of the court could answer for you."
"No," Maati said, taking a pose that offered thanks.
"It's on another matter entirely."
Maati sat with a pleasant, empty expression until Bharat huffed, stood, took a pose of leave-taking, and walked deeper into the galleries of the library. Maati turned back to his notes, but his mind would not stay focused on them. After half a hand of frustration and distress, he packed them quietly into his sleeve and took himself away. The sun shone bright and clear, but to the west huge clouds rose white and proud into the highest reaches of the sky. There would be storms later, if not today, in the summer weeks to come. Maati imagined he could smell the rain in the air. He walked toward his rooms, and then past them, and into a walled garden. The cherry trees had lost their flowers, the fruits forming and swelling toward ripeness. Netting covered the wide branches like a bed, keeping the birds from stealing the harvest. Maati walked in the dappled shade. The pangs from his belly were fewer now and farther between. The wounds were nearly healed. It would be easiest, of course, to do as he was told. The Dai Quo had taken him back into his good graces, and the fact that things had gone awry since his last report could in no way be considered his responsibility. He had discovered Ota, and if it was through no skill of his own, that didn't change the result. He had given Ota over to the Kai. Everything past that was court politics. Even the murder of the Kai was nothing the Dai Quo would want to become involved with. Maati could leave now with honor, and let the Utkayam follow his investigations, or ignore them. The worst that would happen was that Ota would be found and slaughtered for something he had not done, and an evil man would become the Kai Machi.
It wouldn't be the first time in the world that an innocent had suffered or that murder had been rewarded. The sun would still rise, winter would still become spring, and Ma'ati would be restored to something like his right place among the poets. He might even be set over the school, set to teach boys like himself the lessons that he and Otakwo and Heshaikwo and Samai had all learned. It would be something worth taking pride in. So why was it, he wondered, that he would not do as he was told? Why was the prospect of leaving and accepting the rewards he had dreamed of less appealing than staying, risking the Daikwo's displeasure, and discovering what had truly happened to the Kaimachi? It wasn't love of justice. It was more personal than that. Ma'ati paused, closed his eyes, and considered the roiling anger in his breast. It was a familiar feeling, like an old companion, or an illness so protracted it had become indistinguishable from health. He couldn't say who he was angry with, or why the banked rage demanded that he follow his own judgment over anyone else's. He couldn't even say what he hoped he would find. He plucked the Daikwo's letter from his sleeve, read it again slowly from start to finish, and began to mentally compose his reply. Most High Daikwo, I hope you will forgive me, but the situation in Machi is such that... Most High Daikwo, I am sure that, had you known the turns of events since my last report... Most High, I must respectfully... Most High Daikwo, what have you ever done for me that I should do anything you say? Why do I agree to be your creature, when that agreement has only ever caused me pain and loss, and you still instruct me to turn my back on the people I care for most? Most High Daikwo, I have fed your last letter to pigs. Ma'ati Kwo! Ma'ati opened his eyes and turned. Samai, who had been running toward him, stopped short. Ma'ati thought he saw fear in the boy's expression, and wondered for a moment what Samai had seen in his face to inspire it. Ma'ati took a pose that invited him to speak. Ota! Samai said. They found him! Too late, then, Ma'ati thought. I've been too slow and come too late. Where? He asked. In the river. There's a bend down near one of the low towns. They found his body, and a man in leather armor. One of the men who helped him escape, or that's what they've guessed. The Master of Tides is having them brought to the Kai's physicians. I told them that you had seen Ota most recently. You would be able to confirm it's really him. Ma'ati sighed and watched a sparrow try to land on the branch of a cherry tree. The netting confused it, and the bird pecked at the lines that barred it from the fruit just growing sweet. Ma'ati smiled in sympathy. Let's go then, he said. There was a crowd in the courtyard outside the physician's apartments. Armsmen wearing mourning robes barred most of the onlookers, but parted when Ma'ati and Samai arrived. The physician's workroom was as wide as a kitchen, huge slate tables in the center of the room, and thick incense billowing from a copper brazier. The bodies were laid out naked on their bellies, one thick and well-muscled with a heaped pile of black leather on the table beside it, and the other thinner, with what might have been the robes of a prisoner, or cleaning rags clinging to its back. The Master of Tides, a thin man named Sa'ani Va'anga, and the Kai's chief physician were talking passionately, but stopped when they saw the poets. The Master of Tide took a pose that offered service. I have come on behalf of the Daikwo, Ma'ati said. I wish to confirm the reports that Ota Machi is dead.
Well, he isn't going dancing, the physician said, pointing to the thinner corpse with his chin.
We're pleased by the Daikwo's interest,
the Master of Tide said, ignoring the comment.
Samai Cha suggested that you might be able to confirm for us that this is indeed the upstart.
Ma'ati took a pose of compliance and stepped forward. The reek was terrible, rotting flesh and something deeper, more disturbing. Samai hung back as Ma'ati circled the table. Ma'ati gestured at the body, his hand moving in a circle to suggest turning it over that he might better see the dead man's face. The physician sighed, came to Ma'ati's side, and took a long iron hook. He slid the hook under the body's shoulder and heaved. There was a wet sound as it lifted and fell.
The physician put away the hook and arranged the limbs as Ma'ati considered the bare flesh before him. Clearly the body had spent its journey face down. The features were bloated and fish-eaten. It might have been Otakwo. It might have been anyone. On the pale, water-swollen flesh of the corpse's breast, the dark ink was still visible. The tattoo. Ma'ati had his hand halfway out to touch it before he realized what he was doing and pulled his fingers back. The ink was so dark, though, the line where the tattoo began and ended so sharp. A stirring of the air brought the scent fully to his nose, and Ma'ati gagged, but didn't look away.
"Will this satisfy the Daikwo?"
the Master of Tides asked. Ma'ati nodded and took a pose of thanks, then turned and gestured to Samai that he should follow. The younger poet was stone-faced. Ma'ati wondered if he had seen many dead men before, much less smelled them. Out in the fresh air again, they navigated the crowd, ignoring the questions asked them. Samai was silent until they were well away from any curious ear. "I'm sorry, Ma'atikwo. I know you and he were—"
"It's not him,"
Ma'ati said. Samai paused. His hands moved up into a pose that spoke his confusion. Ma'ati stopped, looking around.
"It isn't him," Ma'ati said. "It's close enough to be mistaken, but it isn't him. Someone wants us to think him dead, someone willing to go to elaborate lengths. But that's no more Otamachi than I am."
"I don't understand," Samai said.
"Neither do I. But I can say this. Someone wants the rumor of his death, but not the actual thing. They're buying time. Possibly time they can use to find who's really done these things. Then—"
"We have to go back! We have to tell the Master of Tides!" Ma'ati blinked. Samai's face had gone red, and he was pointing back toward the physician's apartments. The boy was outraged.
"If we do that," Ma'ati said, "we spoil all the advantage. It can't get out that—"
"Are you blind? Gods, it is him! All the time it's been him. This as much as proves it. Otamachi came here to slaughter his family, to slaughter you. He has backers who could free him from the tower, and he has done everything that he's been accused of. Buying time? He's buying safety. Once everyone thinks him dead, they'll stop looking. He'll be free. You have to tell them the truth."
"Ota didn't kill his father, or his brothers. It's someone else."
Samai was breathing as hard and fast as a runner at the race's end, but his voice was lower now, more controlled.
"How do you know that?"
he asked.
"I know Otakwo. I know what he would do, and—"
"Is he innocent because he's innocent, or because you love him?"
Samai demanded.
"This isn't the place to—" "Tell me! Say you have proof, and not just that you wish the sky was red instead of blue, because otherwise you're blinded, and you're letting him escape because of it. There were times I more than half believed you, Ma'atikwo, but when I look at this, I see nothing to suggest any conspiracy but his."
Ma'ati rubbed the point between his eyes and his thumb, pressing hard to keep his annoyance at bay. He shouldn't have spoken to the boy, but now that he had, there was nothing for it.
"Your anger,"
he began, but Samai cut him off.
"You're risking people's lives, Ma'atikwo. You're hanging them on the thought that you can't be wrong about the upstart."
"Whose lives?"
"The lives of people he would kill."
"There's no risk from Otakwo. You don't understand."
"Then teach me."
It was as much an insult as a challenge. Ma'ati felt the blood rising to his cheeks even as his mind dissected Samai's reaction. There was something to it, some reason for the violence and frustration of it that didn't make sense. The boy was reacting to something more than Ma'ati knew. Ma'ati swallowed his rage.
"I'll ask 5 days. Trust me for 5 days, and I will show you proof. Will that do?"
He saw the struggle in Samai's face, the impulse to refuse, to fight, to spread the news across the city that Otamachi lived. And then the respect for his elders that had been ground into him from the first day in the school, and for all the years since he'd taken the brown robes they shared. Ma'ati waited, forcing himself to patience. And in the end, Samai nodded once, turned, and stalked away. 5 days, Ma'ati thought, shaking his head. I wonder what I thought to manage in that time. I should have asked for 10. The rains came in the early evening, lightning and blue-gray bellies of cloudbank. The first few drops sounded like stones, and then the clouds broke with a sudden pounding, thousands of small drums rolling. Ota sat in the window and looked out at the courtyard as puddles appeared and danced white and clear. The trees twisted and shifted under gusts of wind and the weight of water. The little storms rarely lasted more than a hand and a half, but in that time they seemed like doomsday, and they reminded Ota of being young, when everything had been full and torrential and brief. He wished now that he had the skill to draw this brief landscape before the clouds passed and it was gone. There was something beautiful in it, something worth preserving.
"You're looking better."
Ota shifted, glancing back into the room. Sinja was there, his long hair slicked down by the rain, his robes sodden. Ota took a welcoming pose as the commander strode across the room toward him, dripping as he came.
"Brighter about the eyes, blood in your skin again. One would think you'd been eating, perhaps even walking around a bit."
"I feel better," Ota said. "That's truth."
"I didn't doubt you would. I've seen men far worse off than you pull through just fine. They found your corpse, by the way, identified it as you, just as we'd hoped. There are already 100 stories about how that came to be, and none of them near the truth. Amiitja is quite pleased, I think."
"I suppose it's worth being pleased over," Ota said.
"You don't seem overjoyed."
"Someone killed my father and my brothers, and placed the blame on me. It just seems an odd time to celebrate." Sinja didn't answer this, and for a moment the two men sat in silence, broken only by the rain. Then Ota spoke again. "Who was he? The man with my tattoo? Where did you find him?"
"He wasn't the sort of man the world will miss,"
Sinja said.
"Amiit found him in a low town, and we arranged to purchase his indenture from the low magistrate before they hanged him."
"What had he done?"
"I don't know. Killed someone, raped a puppy, whatever soothes your conscience, he did that."
"You really don't care?"
"No,"
Sinja agreed.
"And perhaps that makes me a bad person, but since I don't care about that either."
He took a pose of completion, as if he had finished a demonstration. Ota nodded, then looked away. "Too many people die over this," Ota said. "Too many lives wasted. It's an idiot system."
"This is nothing. You should see real war. There's no bigger waste than that."
"You have? Seen war, I mean?"
"Yes. I fought in the Westlands, sometimes when the wardens took issue with each other, sometimes against the nomad bands when they got big enough to pose a real threat, and then when the Gaults decide to come take another bite out of them. There's more than enough opportunity there."
A distant flash of lightning lit the trees, and then a breath later, a growl of thunder. Ota reached his hand out, letting the cool drops wet his palm. "What is it like?" he asked.
"War? Violent, brutish, stupid, unnecessary, as often as not. But I like the part where we win."
Ota chuckled.
"You seem, don't mind my prying at you, but for a man pulled from certain death, you don't seem to be as happy as I'd expected,"
Sinja said.
"Something weighing on you?"
"Have you ever been to Yalaket?"
"No, too far east for me."
"They have tall gates on the mouths of their side streets that they close and lock every night. And there's a tower in the harbor with a permanent fire that guides ships in the darkness. In Chaburitan, the street children play a game I've never seen anywhere else. They get just within shouting distance, strung out all through the streets, and then one will start singing, and the next will call the song on to the next after him,
until it loops around to the first singer, with all the mistakes and misunderstandings that make it something new. They can go on for hours. I stayed in a low town halfway between Lachi and Shoshain Tan, where they served a stew of smoked sausage and pepper rice that was the best meal I've ever had. And the Eastern Islands. I was a fisherman out there for a few years. A very bad one, but I spent my time out on the water, listening to the waves against my little boat. I saw the way the water changed color with the day and the weather. The salt cracked my palms, and the woman I was with made me sleep with greased cloth on my hands. I think I'll miss that the most.
Cracked palms?
The sea. I think that will be the worst of it.
Sinja shifted. The rain intensified and then slackened as suddenly as it had come. The trees stood straighter. The pools of water danced less.
The sea hasn't gone anywhere, Sinja said. No, but I have. I've gone to the mountains, and I don't expect I'll ever leave them again. I knew it was the danger when I became a courier. I was warned, but I hadn't understood it until now. It's the problem in seeing too much of the world, in loving too much of it. You can only live in one place at a time, and eventually you pick your spot, and the memories of all the others just become ghosts.
Sinja nodded, taking a pose that expressed his understanding. Ota smiled and wondered what memories the commander carried with him. From the distance in his eyes, it couldn't all have been blood and terror. Something of it must have been worth keeping.
You've decided then, Sinja said. Amit Shah was thinking he'd need to speak with you about the issue soon. Things will be moving in Machi as soon as the morning's done.
I know. And yes, I've decided.
Would you mind if I asked why you chose to stay?
Ota turned and let himself down into the room. He took 2 bowls from the cabinet and poured the deep red wine into both before he answered. Sinja took the one he was offered and drank half at a swig. Ota sat on the table, his feet on the seat of the bench, and swirled the red of the wine against the bone white of the bowl.
Someone killed my father and my brothers.
You didn't know them, Sinja said. Don't tell me this is love.
They killed my old family. Do you think they'd hesitate to kill my new one?
Spoken like a man,
Sinja said, raising his bowl in salute.
The gods all know it won't be easy. As long as the Utkayam think you've done everything you're accused of, they'll kill you first and crown you after. You'll have to find who did the thing and feed them to the crowds, and even then half of them will think you're guilty and clever. But if you don't do the thing... No, I think you're right. The options are live in fear or take the world by the balls. You can be the Kai Machi, or you can be the Kai Machi's victim. I don't see a third way.
I'll take the first, and I'll be glad about it. It's only...
You mourn that other life. I know. It comes with leaving your boyhood behind.
I wouldn't have thought I was still just a boy.
It doesn't matter what you've done or seen. Every man's a child until he's a father. It's the way the world's made.
Ota raised his brows and took a pose of query, only slightly hampered by the bowl of wine.
Oh, yes, several, Sinja said. So far the mothers haven't met one another, so that's all for the best. But your woman, Kianja?
Ota nodded.
I traveled with her for a time, Sinja said. I've never met another like her, and I've known more than my share of women. You're lucky to have her, even if it means freezing your prick off for half the year up here in the north.
Are you telling me you're in love with my lover?
Ota asked, half joking, half serious.
I'm saying she's worth giving up the sea for, Sinja said.
He finished the last of his wine, spun the bowl on the table, and then clapped Ota's shoulder. Ota met his gaze for a moment before Sinja turned and strode out. Ota looked into the wine bowl again, smelled the memory of grapes hot from the sun, and drank it down. Outside, the sun broke through, and the green of the trees and the blue of the sky, where it peeked past the gray and white and yellow clouds, showed as vibrant as something newly washed. Their quarters were down a short corridor, and then through a thin wooden door on leather hinges halfway to Wearing Through. Kian lay on the cot, the netting pulled around her to keep the gnats and mosquitoes off. Ota slipped through and lay gently beside her, watching her eyes flutter and her lips take up a smile as she recognized him.
"I heard you talking,"
she said, sleep slurring the words.
Sinja came up.
"What was the matter?"
Nothing,
he said, and kissed her temple.
We were only talking about the sea.
Samai closed the door of the poet's house again and started pacing the length of the room. The storm in the back of his mind was hardly a match for the one at the front. Stone Made Soft, sitting at the empty, cold brazier, looked up. Its face showed a mild interest.
"Trees still there?"
the Undat asked. Yes,
"And the sky?"
and the sky.
"But still no girl."
Samai dropped onto the couch, his hands worrying each other, restless. The Undat sighed and went back to its contemplation of the ashes and the fire-black metal. Samai smelled smoke in the air. It was likely just the forges, but his mind made the scent into Ida'an's father and brother burning. He stood up again, walked to the door, and turned back and sat down again.
"You could go out and look for her,"
the Undat said.
"And why should I find her now? The morning week's almost done. You think if she wanted me, there wouldn't have been word? I don't understand it."
"She's a woman. You're a man."
"Your point being?"
The Undat didn't reply. It might as well have been a statue. Samai probed at the connection between them, at the part of him that was the binding of the Undat, but Stone Made Soft was in retreat. It had never been so passive in all the years Samai had held it. The quiet was a blessing, though he didn't understand it. He had enough to work through, and he was glad not to have his burden made any heavier.
"I shouldn't have been angry with Ma'atikvo,"
Samai said.
"I shouldn't have confronted him like that."
"No?"
"No, I should have gone back to the Master of Tides and told him what Ma'atikvo had said. Instead, I promised him 5 days, and now 3 of them have passed, and I can't do anything but chew at the grass."
"You can break promises,"
the Undat said.
"It's the definition, really. A promise is something that can be broken. If it can't, it's something else."
"You're singularly unhelpful,"
Samai said. The Undat nodded as if remembering something, and then was still again. Samai stood, went to the shutters, and opened them. The trees were still lush with summer, the green so deep and rich he could almost see the autumn starting to creep in at the edge. In winter he could see the towers rising up to the sky through the bare branches. Now he only knew they were there. He turned to look at the path that led back to the palaces, then went to the door, opened it, and looked down it, willing someone to be there, willing Ida'an's dark eyes to greet his own.
"I don't know what to do about Adravalnyogi. I don't know if I should back him or not."
"For something you consider singularly unhelpful, I seem to receive more than my share of your troubles."
"You aren't real," Samai said. "You're like talking to myself."
The Undat seemed to weigh that for a moment, then took a pose that conceded the point. Samai looked out again, then closed the door.
"I'm going to lose my mind if I stay here. I have to do something," he said.
Stone Made Soft didn't respond, so Samai tightened the straps of his boots, stood, and pulled his robes into place. "Stay here!"
All right.
Samai paused at the door, one foot already outside, and turned back. "Does nothing bother you?" he asked the Andat.
Being.
Stone Made Soft suggested. The palaces were still draped with rags of mourning cloth, the dry, steady beat of the funeral drum and the low wailing dirges still the only music. Samai took poses of greeting to the Utkayam whom he passed. At the burning, they had all worn pale mourning cloth. Now, as the week wore on, there were more colors in the robes. Here a mix of pale cloth and yellow or blue, there a delicate red robe with a wide sash of mourning cloth. No one went without, but few followed the full custom. It reminded Samai of a snow lily, green under the white, and budding, swelling, preparing to burst out into new life and growth, new conflict and struggle. The sense of sorrow was slipping from Machi, and the sense of opportunity was coming forth. He found he could not say whether that reassured or disgusted him. Perhaps both. Ida'an was, of course, not at her chambers. The servants assured him that she had been by, she was in the city, she hadn't truly vanished. Samai thanked them, and continued on his way to the palace of the Valnyogi. He didn't allow himself to think too deeply about what he was going to do or say. It would happen soon enough, anyway. A servant brought him to one of the inner courtyards to wait. An apple tree stood open to the air, its fruits unpecked by birds, still unripe. Samai sat on a low stone bench and watched the branches bob as sparrows landed and took wing. His mind was deeply unquiet. On the one hand, he had to see Ida'an, had to speak with her at least, if not hold her against him. On the other, he could not bring himself to love Adra Valnyogi only because she loved him. And the secret he held twisted in his breast. Otamachi lived.
Samai-cha.
Adra was dressed in full mourning robes. His eyes were sunken and bloodshot, his movements sluggish. He looked like a man haunted. Samai wondered how much sleep Adra had managed in these last days. He wondered how many of those late hours had been spent comforting Ida'an. The image of Ida'an, her body entwined with Adra's, flashed in his mind and was pressed away. Samai took a pose of greeting.
"I'm pleased you've come," Adra said. "You've considered what I said?"
"Yes, Adra-cha, I have, but I'm concerned for Ida'an-cha. I'm told she's been by her apartments, but I haven't been able to find her, and now, with the mourning week almost gone—"
"You've been looking for her, then?"
"I wish to offer my condolences, and then, after our conversation, I thought it would be wise to consult her on the matter as well. If it were not her will to go on living in the palaces after all that's happened, I would feel uncomfortable lending my support to a cause that would require it." Adra's eyes narrowed, and Samai felt a touch of heat in his cheeks. He coughed, looked down, and then, composed once again, raised his eyes to Adra. He half expected to see rage there, but Adra seemed pleased. Perhaps he was not so obvious as he felt. Adra sat on the bench beside him, leaning in toward him as if they were intimate friends.
"But if you could satisfy yourself that this is what she would wish, you're willing? You would back me for her sake?"
"It's what would be best for the city," Samai said, trying to make it sound more like agreement than denial. "The sooner the question is resolved, the better off we all are, and Ida'an-cha would provide a sense of continuity, don't you think?"
"Yes,"
Adra said.
"I think she would."
They sat silent for a moment. The sense that Adra knew or suspected something crept into Samai's throat, drawing it tight. He tried to calm himself. There was ultimately nothing Adra could do to him. He was the poet of Machi, and the city itself rode on his shoulders, and on Stone Made Soft. But Adra was about to marry Ida'an, and she loved him. There was quite a bit Adra might yet do to hurt her.
"We're allies, then?"
Adra said at last.
You and I, we've become allies?
I suppose we have, provided Ida Ancha. She's here,
Adra said.
I'll take you to her. She's been here since her brother died. We thought it would be best if she were able to grieve in private. But if we need to break into her solitude now in order to ensure her future for the rest of her life, I don't think there's any question what the right thing is to do.
I don't mean to intrude.
Adra grinned and slapped him on the back. He rose as he spoke.
Never concern yourself with that, Samaikya. You've come to our aid on an uncertain day. Think of us as your family now.
That's very kind, Samai said, but Adra was already striding away, and he had to hurry to keep pace. He had never been so far into the halls and chambers that belonged to the Vaunyogi before. The dark stone passageways down which Samai was led seemed simpler than he had expected. The halls more sparely furnished. Only the statuary, bronze likenesses of emperors and of the heads of the Vaunyogi, spoke of the wealth of the high family of the Utkayem, and these were displayed in the halls and courtyards with such pride that they seemed more to point out the relative spareness of their surroundings than to distract from it. Diamonds set in brass. Adra spoke little, but when he did, his voice and demeanor were pleasant enough. Samai felt himself watched, evaluated. There was some reason that Adra was showing him these signs of a struggling family. The worn tapestry, the great ironwork candle holders filled with 100 candles of tallow instead of wax, the empty incense burners, the long stairway leading up to the higher floors that still showed the marks where cloth runners had once softened the stone corners and no longer did. But Samai couldn't quite fathom it. In another man, in another time, it would have been a humbling thing to show a poet through a compound like this, but Adra seemed anything but humble. It might have been a challenge, or a play for Samai's sympathy, or it might have been a boast. My house has little, and still Ida'an chose me. They stopped at last at a wide door, dark wood inlaid with bone and black stone. Adra knocked, and when a servant girl opened the door a fraction, he pressed his way in, gesturing Samai to follow. They were summer quarters with wide arched windows, the shutters open to the air. Silk banners with the yellow and grey of the Vaunyogi bellied and fluttered in the breeze, as graceful as dancers. A desk stood at one wall, a brick of ink and a metal pen sitting on it, ready should anyone wish to use them. This room smelled of cedar and sandalwood, and sitting in one of the sills, her feet out over the void, Ida'an. Samai breathed in deep, and let the air slide out slowly, taking with it a tension he'd only half known he carried. She turned, looking at them over her shoulder. Her face was unpainted, but she was just as lovely as she had ever been. The bare, unadorned skin reminded Samai of the soft curve of her mouth when she slept, and the slow, languorous way she stretched when she was on the verge of waking. He took a pose of formal greeting. There was perhaps a moment's surprise, and then she pulled her legs back into the room. Her expression asked the question.
Samaikya wished to speak with you, love,
Adra said.
I am always pleased to meet with a servant of the Daikwo,
Ida'an said. Her smile was formal and calm, and gave away nothing. Samai hoped that he had not been wrong to come, but feared that her pleasant words might cover anger.
Forgive me, he said. I hadn't meant to intrude, only I had hoped to find you at your own quarters, and these last few days—
Something in her demeanor softened slightly, as if she had heard the deeper layer of his apology. I had to see you, and there was no other way, and accepted it. Ida'an returned his formal greeting, then sauntered to the desk and sat, her hands folded on her knees, her gaze cast down, in what would have been proper form for a girl of the Utkayem before a poet. From her, it was a bitter joke. Adra coughed. Samai glanced at him and realized the man thought she was being rude.
I had hoped to offer my sympathies before this, Ida'an Shah,
Samai said.
Your congratulations, too, I hope, Ida'an said. I am to be married once the mourning week has passed.
Samai felt his heart go tighter, but only smiled and nodded.
Congratulations as well, he said. Samai Kya and I have been talking, Adra said, about the city and the succession.
Ida'an seemed almost to wake at the words. Her body didn't move, but her attention sharpened. When she spoke, her voice had lost a slowness Samai had hardly known was there.
Is that so? And what conclusions have you fine gentlemen reached? Samai Kya agrees with me that the longer the struggle among the Utkayam, the worse for the city. It would be better if it were done quickly. That's the most important thing.
I see, Ida'an said. Her gaze, as dark as skies at midnight, shifted to Samai. She moved to brush her hair back from her brow, though Samai saw no stray lock there.
Then I suppose he would be wise to back whichever house has the strongest claim, if he has decided to back anyone. The Dai Quo has been scrupulous about removing himself from these things. A man may voice an opinion, Adra said, an edge in his voice, without shouting on street corners. And what opinion would you voice, Samai-cha?
Samai stood silent, his breath deep and fast. With every impotent thread of his will, he wished Adra away. His hands were drawn toward Ida'an, and he felt himself lean toward her like a reed in the wind. And yet her lover's eyes were on him, holding him back as effectively as chains.
Whatever opinion you should choose, he said.
Ida'an smiled, but there was more in her face than pleasure. Her jaw shifted forward, her eyes brightened. There was rage beneath her calm, and Samai felt it in his belly like an illness. The silence stretched out for 3 long breaths. 4, 5.
Love,
Adra said in a voice without affection,
I know our good fortune at this unexpected ally is overwhelming, but...
I didn't want to take any action until I spoke to you, Samai said. That's why I had Adra-cha bring me here. I hope I haven't given offense.
Of course not, Samai-cha,
she said.
But if you can't take my husband's word for my mind, whose could you trust? Who could know me better than he?
I would still prefer to discuss it with you, Samai said, packing as much meaning into the words as he could without sounding forced. It will have some influence over the shape your life takes, and I wouldn't wish to guess wrong. A spark of amusement flashed in her eyes, and she took a pose of gratitude before turning to Adra.
Leave us, then.
Leave you?
Certainly he can't expect a woman to speak her mind openly with her husband floating above her like a hunting hawk. If Samai-cha is to trust what I say, he must see that I'm free to do my own will, eh?
It might be best, Samai agreed, trying to make his voice conciliatory. If it wouldn't disturb you, Adra kya? Adra smiled without even the echo of pleasure.
Of course, he said. I've arrangements to see to. The wedding is almost upon us, you know. There's so much to do, and with the mourning week... I do regret that the Kai did not live long enough to see this day come.
Adra shook his head, then took a pose of farewell, and retreated, closing the door behind him. When they were alone, Ida'an's face shifted, naked venom in her stare. I'm sorry, Samai began, but Ida'an cut him off.
Not here. Gods only know how many servants he set listening. Come with me.
Ida'an took him by the arm and led him through the door Adra had used, then down a long corridor and up a flight of winding stairs. Samai felt the warmth of her hand on his arm, and it felt like relief. She was here. She was well. She was with him. The world could be falling to pieces, and her presence would make it bearable. She led him through a high hall and out to an open garden that looked down over the city. There were 6 or 7 floors between them and the streets below. Ida'an leaned against the rail and looked down, then back at him.
So he's gotten to you, has he?
She asked, her voice as gray as ashes. No one's gotten to me. If Adra had wanted me to bray like a mule and paint my face like a horse before he'd take me to you, I'd have been a stranger sight than this. And
Almost as if it was against her will, Ida'an laughed. Not long and not deep, hardly more than a faint smile and a fast exhalation, but it was there. Samai stepped in and pulled her body to his. He felt her start to push him back, hesitate, and then her cheek was pressed to his, her hair filling his breath with its scent. He couldn't say if the tears between them were hers, or his, or both.
"Why?" he whispered. "Why did you go? Why didn't you come to me?"
"I couldn't," she said. There's too much."
"I love you, Ida'an. I didn't say it before because it wasn't true, but it is now. I love you. Please let me help."
Now she did push him away, holding one arm out before her to keep him at a distance and wiping her eyes with the sleeve of the other.
"Don't," she said. "Don't say that. You don't love me, Samai. You don't love me, and I do not love you."
"Then why are we weeping?"
he asked, not moving to dry his own cheek.
"Because you're young and stupid,"
she said, her voice catching.
"Because we think we can forget what happens to things that I care for."
"And what's that?"
"I kill them,"
she said, her voice soft and choking.
"I cut them, or I poison them, or I turn them into something wrong. I won't do that to you. You can't be part of this because I won't do that to you."
Samai didn't step toward her. Instead, he pulled back, walked to the edge of the garden, and looked out over the city. The scent of flowers and forge smoke mixed.
"You're right, Ida'an Kya. You won't do that. Not to me. You couldn't if you tried."
"Please,"
she said, and her voice was near him. She had followed.
"You have to forget me. Forget what happened. It was
"Wrong?"
For a breath he waited.
"No,"
she said.
"not wrong, but it was dangerous. I'm being married in a few days' time, because I choose to be, and it won't be you on the other end of the court."
"Do you want me to support Adra for the Kai's chair?"
"No, I want you to have nothing to do with any of this. Go home. Find someone else. Find someone better."
"I can love you from whatever distance you wish."
"Oh, shut up. Just stop. Stop being the noble little boy who's going to suffer in silence. Stop pretending that your love of me started in anything more gallant than opening my robes. I don't need you. And if I want you, well, there are 100 other things I want, and I can't have them either. So just go."
He turned, surprised. But her face was stony, the tears and tenderness gone as if they'd never been.
"What are you trying to protect me from?" he asked.
"The answer to that question, among other things," she said. "I want you away from me, Samai. I want you elsewhere. If you love me as much as you claim, you'll respect that. But you'll respect it."
Samai had to think, had to pick the words as if they were stuck in mud. The confusion and distress rang in his mind, but he could see what any protests would bring. He had walked away from her, and she had followed. Perhaps she would again. That was the only comfort here.
"I'll leave you," he said, "if it's what you want."
"It is, and remember this. Adra Yogi isn't your friend. Whatever he says, whatever he does, you watch him. He will destroy you if he can."
"He can't," Samai said. "I'm the poet of Machi. The worst he can do to me is take you, and that's already done."
That seemed to stop her. She softened again, but didn't move to him or away.
"Just be careful, Samaikya, and go."
Samai's leaden hands took a pose of acceptance, but he did not move. Ida'an crossed her arms.
"You also have to be careful, especially if Adra wants to become Kai Machi," Samai said. "It's the other thing I came for. The body they found was false. Your brother Ota is alive."
He might have told her that the plague had come. Her face went pale and empty. It was a moment before she seemed able to draw a breath.
"What?"
she said, then coughed and began again.
"How do you know that?"
"If I tell you, will you still send me away?"
Something washed through Ida Ann's expression, disappointment or despair or sorrow. She took a pose that accepted a contract.
"Tell me everything,"
Ida Ann said. Semai did. 11. Ida Ann walked through the halls, her hands clenched in fists. Her body felt as if a storm were running through it, as if floodwaters were washing out her veins. She trembled with the need to do something, but there was nothing to be done. She remembered seeing the superstitious dread with which others had treated the name Ota Machi. She had found it amusing, but she no longer knew why. She had made Semai repeat himself until she was certain that she'd understood what he was saying. It had taken all the pain and sorrow of seeing him again and putting it aside. Semai had meant to save her by it. Adra was in the kitchens talking with his father's housemaster. She took a pose of apology and extracted him, leading him to a private chamber, pulling closed the shutters and sliding home the door before she spoke. Adra sat in a low chair of pale wood and red velvet as she paced. The words spilled out of her, one upon another, as she repeated the story Semai had told her. Even she could hear the tones of panic in her voice.
"Tell me,"
she said as the news came to its end.
"Tell me it's not true. Tell me you're sure he's dead."
"He's dead. It's a mistake. It has to be. No one knew when he'd be leaving the city. No one could have rescued him."
"Tell me that you know."
Adra scowled.
"How would I do that? We hired men to free him, take him away, and kill him. They took him away, and his body floated back down the river. But I wasn't there. I didn't strangle him myself. I can't keep these men from knowing who's paid their fee and also be there to hold their hands, Ida Ann. You know that."
Ida Ann put her hands to her mouth. Her fingers were shaking. It was a dream. It was a sick dream, and she would wake from it. She would wake up, and none of it would have been true.
"He's used us," she said. "Ota's used us to do his work."
"What?"
"Look at it. We've done everything for him. We've killed them all, even my father. We've done everything he would have needed to do. He knew. He knew from the start. He's planned for everything we've done."
Adra made an impatient sound at the back of his throat.
"You're imagining things," he said. "He can't have known what we were doing, or how we would do it. He isn't a god, and he isn't a ghost."
"You're sure of that, are you? We've fallen into his trap, Adra. It's a trap."
"It is a rumor started by Semai Tian. Or maybe it's Ma'ati Valpatai who set you a trap. He could suspect us and say these things to make us panic. Or Semai could."
"He wouldn't do that," Ida Ann said. "Semai wouldn't do that to us."
"To you, you mean?"
Adra said, pulling the words out slow and bitter. Ida Ann stopped her pacing and took a pose of query, her gaze locked on Adra's. As much challenge as question. Adra leaned back in his chair, the wood creaking under his weight.
"He's your lover, isn't he?"
Adra said.
"This limp story about wanting to offer condolences and being willing to back my claim only if he could see you, could speak with you, and you sending me away like I was a puppy you'd finished playing with. Do you think I'm dim, Ida Ann?"
Her throat closed, and she coughed to loosen it, only the cough didn't end. It became laughter, and it shook her the way a dog might shake a rat. It was nothing about mirth, everything about violence. Adra's face went red, and then white.
"This?"
Ida Ann finally managed to stammer.
"This is what we're going to argue about?"
"Is there something else you'd prefer?"
"You're about to live a life filled with women who aren't me. You and your father must have a list drawn up of allies we can make by taking their daughters for wives. You have no right to accuse me of anything."
"That was your choice," he said. "We agreed when we started this landslide. It would be the two of us together, no matter if we won this or lost."
"And how long would that have lasted after you took my father's place?" she asked. "Who would I appeal to when you broke your word?"
Adra rose to his feet, stepping toward her, his hand open flat.
pointing toward her like a knife.
"That isn't fair to me. You never gave me the chance to fail you. You assumed it and went on to punish me as though it had happened." "I'm not wrong, Audra. You know I'm not wrong." "There's a price for doing what you say. Do you know that? I loved you more than I loved anything. My father, my mother, my sisters, anything or anyone. I did all of this because it was what you wanted." "And not for any gain of your own? How selfless! Becoming Kaimachi must be such a chore for you." "You wouldn't have had me if my ambition didn't match yours,"
Audra said.
"What I've become for you."
"That isn't fair," Ida'an said. Audra whooped and turned in a wide circle, like a child playing before an invisible audience.
"Fair? When did this become about fair? When someone finally asked you to take some responsibility? You made the plans, love. This is yours, Ida'an. All of it's yours, and you won't blame me that you've got to live with it."
He was breathing fast now, as if he'd been running, but she could see in his shoulders and the corners of his mouth that the rage was failing. He dropped his arms and looked at her. His breath slowed, his face relaxed. They stood in silence, considering each other for what felt like half a hand. There was no anger now, and no sorrow. He only looked tired and lost, very young and very old at once. He looked the way she felt. It was as if the air they both breathed had changed. He was the one to look away and break the silence.
"You know, love, you never said Samai wasn't your lover."
"He is," Ida'an said, then shrugged. The battle was over. They were both too thin now for any more damage to matter. "He has been for a few weeks."
"Why?"
"I don't know. Because he wasn't part of all this? Because he was clean?"
"Because he is power, and you're drawn to that more than anything?"
Ida'an bit back her first response and let the accusation sit. Then she nodded. "Perhaps a bit of that, yes," she said. Audra sighed and leaned against the wall. Slowly he slid down until he was sitting on the floor, his arms resting on his knees.
"There is a list of houses and their women," he said. "There was before you and Samai took up with each other. I argued against it, but my father said it was just an exercise, just in case it was needed later. Only tell me, today, when he came, you didn't, the two of you didn't."
Ida'an laughed again, but this was a lower sound, gentler.
"No, I haven't lain down for another man in your house, Audra Kya. I can't say why I think that would be worse than what I have done, but I do."
Audra nodded. She could see another question in the way he shifted his eyes, the way he moved his hands. They had been lovers and conspirators for years. She knew him as if he were her family, or a distant part of herself. It didn't make her love him, but she remembered when she had.
"The first time I kissed you, you looked so frightened,"
she said.
"Do you remember that? It was the middle of winter, and we'd all gone skating. There must have been 20 of us. We all raced, and you won."
"And you kissed me for the prize,"
he said.
Noichi Valsadar was chewing his own tongue. He was so jealous of me.
Poor Noichi. I half did it to annoy him, you know.
And the other half?
Because I wanted to,
she said.
And then it was weeks before you came back for another.
I was afraid you'd laugh at me. I went to sleep every night thinking about you, and woke up every morning just as possessed. Can you imagine only being afraid that someone would laugh at you?
Now? No.
Do you remember the night we both went to the inn, with the little dog out front?
The one that danced when the keep played flute? Yes.
Ida'an smiled.
It had been a tiny animal with gray hair and soft, dark eyes. It had seemed so delighted, rearing up on its hind legs and capering, small paws waving for balance. It had seemed happy. She wiped away the tears before it could mar her kohl, then remembered that her eyes were only her eyes now. In her mind, the tiny dog leapt and looked at her. It had been so happy and so innocent. She pushed her own heart out toward that memory, pleading with the cold world that the pup was somewhere out there, still safe and well, trusting and loved as it had been that day. She didn't bother wiping the tears away now.
"We were other people, then?"
she said. They were silent again. After a moment, Ida'an went to sit on the floor beside Adra. He put his arm across her shoulder, and she leaned into him, weeping silently for too many things for one mind to hold. He didn't speak until the worst of the tears had passed.
"Do they bother you?"
he asked at last, his voice low and hoarse.
"Who?"
"Them,"
he said, and she knew. She heard the sound of the arrow again, and shivered.
"Yes,"
she said.
"Do you know what's funny? It isn't your father who haunts me. It should be, I know. He was helpless, and I went there knowing what I was going to do. But he isn't the one."
Ida'an frowned, trying to think who else there had been. Adra saw her confusion and smiled, as if confirming something for himself. Perhaps only that she hadn't known some part of him, that his life was something different from her own.
"When we went in for the assassin, Ushai, there was a guard. I hit him with a blade. It split his jaw. I can still see it. Have you ever swung a thin bar of iron into hard snow? It felt just like that. A hard, fast arc, and then something that both gave way and didn't. I remember how it sounded. And afterward, you wouldn't touch me."
"Adra."
He raised his hands, stopping anything that might have been sympathy. Ida'an swallowed it. She had no right to pardon him.
"Men do this,"
Adra said.
"all over the world, in every land. Men do this. They slaughter each other over money or sex or power. The Kayam do it to their own families. I never wondered how. Even now I can't imagine it. I can't imagine doing the things I've done, even after I've done them. Can you?"
"That's the price they pay,"
Ida'an said.
"the soldiers and the armsmen. Even the thugs and drunkards who carve each other up outside comfort houses, they pay a price. And we're paying it too. That's all."
She felt him sigh.
"I suppose you're right,"
he said.
"So what do we do from here? What about Uta?"
Adra shrugged, as if the answer were obvious.
"If Ma'ati Valpatai sets himself to be Ota's champion, Ota will eventually come to him, and Samai's already shown that there's one person in the world he'll break his silence for."
"I want Samai kept out of this."
"It's too late for that,"
Adra said. His voice should have been cold or angry or cruel, and perhaps those were in him. Mostly he sounded exhausted.
"He's the only one who can lead us to Otamachi, and you're the only one he'll tell."
Portia Rada'ani gestured toward Ma'ati's bowl, and a servant boy moved forward, as graceful as a dancer, to refill it. Ma'ati took a pose of gratitude toward the man. There were times and places that he would have thanked the servant, but this was not one of them. Ma'ati lifted the bowl and blew across the surface. The pale green-yellow tea smelled richly of rice and fresh, unsmoked leaves. Radhaani laced his thick fingers over his wide belly and smiled. His eyes, sunk deep in their sockets and padded by generous fat, glittered like wet stones in a brook.
I confess, Ma'ati Shah, that I hadn't expected a visit from the Dai Quo's envoy. I've had men from every major house in the city here to talk with me these last few days, but the Most High Dai Quo usually keeps clear of these messy little affairs.
Ma'ati sipped his tea, though it was still too hot. He had to be careful how he answered this. It was a fine line between letting it be assumed that he had the Dai Quo's backing and actually saying as much. But that difference was critical. He had so far kept away from anything that might reach back to the Dai Quo's village. But Radhaani was an older man than Kia Vaunani or Adaut Kamau, and he seemed more at home with the bullying attitude of wealth than the subtleties of court. Ma'ati put down his bowl.
"The Dai Quo isn't taking a hand in it," Ma'ati said, "but that hardly means he should embrace ignorance. The better he knows the world, the better he can direct the poets to everyone's benefit, ne?"
Spoken like a man of the court,
Radhaani said, and despite the smile in his voice, Ma'ati didn't think it had been a compliment.
"I have heard that the Radhaani might have designs on the Kai's chair," Ma'ati said, dropping the oblique path he had intended. It would have done no good here. "Is that the case?" Radhaani smiled and pointed for the servant boy to go. The boy dropped into a formal pose and retreated, sliding the door closed behind him. Ma'ati sat, smiling patiently, but not filling the silence. It was a small room, richly appointed, wood-varnished until it seemed to glow, and ornaments of worked gold and carved stone. The windows were adorned with shutters of carved cedar so fine that they let the breeze in and kept the birds and insects out, even as they scented the air. Radhaani tilted his head, distant eyes narrowing. Ma'ati felt like a gem being valued by a merchant.
I have a son in Yalaket, overseeing our business interests. I have a grandson who has recently learned how to sing and jump sticks at the same time. I can't see that either of them would be well suited to the Kai's chair. I would have to either abandon my family's business or put a child in power over the city.
"Certainly there must be some financial advantages to being the Kai Machi," Ma'ati said. "I can't think it would hurt your family to exchange your work in Yalaket to join the Kayem."
Then you haven't spoken to my overseers, Radhaani laughed. We are pulling in more gold from the ships in Yalaket and Chaburitan than the Kai Machi can pull out of the ground, even with the Andat. No, if I want power, I can purchase it, and not have to compromise anything. Besides, I have 6 or 8 daughters I'd be happy for the new Kai to marry. He could have one for every day of the week.
"You could take the chair for yourself," Ma'ati said. "You're not so old."
And I'm not so young as to be that stupid. Here, Valpatai, let me lay this out for you. I am old, gouty as often as not, and rich. I have what I want from life, and being the Kaimachi would mean that if I were lucky, my grandsons would be slitting each other's throats. I don't want that for them, and I don't want the trouble of running a city for myself. Other men want it, and they can have it. None of them will cross me, and I will support whoever takes the name."
"So you have no preference," Ma'ati said.
No, I didn't go so far as to say that, did I? Why does the Daikvo care which of us becomes the Kai?
"He doesn't, but that doesn't mean he's uninterested."
Then let him wait 2 weeks, and he can have the name. It doesn't figure. Either he has a favorite, or this is about your belly getting open for you.
Radhaani pursed his lips, his eyes darting back and forth over Ma'ati's face.
The upstart's dead, so it isn't that. You think someone was working with Otamachi? That one of the houses was backing him?
"I didn't go so far as to say that, did I? And even if they were, it's no concern of the Daikwo's," Ma'ati said.
True, But no one tried to fish-gut the Daikwo. Could it be, Ma'ati-cha, that you're here on your own interest?
You give me too much credit, Ma'ati said. I'm only a simple man trying to make sense of complex times.
Yes, aren't we all? Radha-ani said, with an expression of distaste.
Ma'ati kept the rest of the interview to empty niceties and social forms, and left with the distinct feeling that he'd given out more information than he'd gathered. Chewing absently at his inner lip, he turned west, away from the palaces, and out into the streets of the city. The pale mourning cloth was coming down already, and the festival colors were going back up for the marriage of Adra Vaunyogi and Ida'an Machi. Ma'ati watched as a young boy, skin as brown as a nut, sat atop a lantern pole with pale mourning rags in one hand and a garland of flowers in the other. Ma'ati wondered if a city had ever gone from celebration to sorrow and back again so quickly. Tomorrow ended the mourning week, marked the wedding of the dead Kai's last daughter, and began the open struggle to find the city's new master. The quiet struggle had, of course, been going on for the last week. Adaud Kamau had denied any interest in the Kai's chair, but had spent enough time intimating that support from the Daikwo might sway his opinion that Ma'ati felt sure the Kamau hadn't abandoned their ambitions. Gia Vaunani had been perfectly pleasant, friendly, open, and had managed in the course of their conversation to say nothing at all. Even now Ma'ati saw messengers moving through the streets and alleyways. The grand conversation of power might put on the clothes of sorrow, but the chatter only changed form. Ma'ati walked more often these days. The wound in his belly was still pink, but the twinges of pain were few and widely spaced. While he walked the streets, his robes marked him as a man of importance, and not someone to interrupt. He was less likely to be disturbed here than in the library or his own rooms, and moving seemed to help him think. He had to speak to Daya Vaunyogi, the soon-to-be father of Ida'an Machi. He'd been putting off that moment, dreading the awkwardness of condolence and congratulations mixed. He wasn't sure whether to be long-faced and formal, or jolly and pleasant, and he felt a deep certainty that whatever he chose would be the wrong thing. But it had to be done, and it wasn't the worst of the errands he'd set himself for the day. There wasn't a soft quarter set aside for the comfort houses in Machi, as there had been in Sadeket. Here the whores and gambling, drug-laced wine, and private rooms were distributed throughout the city. Ma'ati was sorry for that. For all its subterranean entertainments, the soft quarter of Sadeket had been safe, protected by an armed watch paid by all the houses. He'd never heard of another place like it. In most cities of the Kayim, a particular house might guard the street outside its own door, but little more than that. In low towns it was often wise to travel in groups, or with a guard, after dark. Ma'ati paused at a water-seller's cart and paid a length of copper for a cup of cool water with a hint of peach to it. As he drank it, he looked up at the sun. He'd spent almost a full hand's time reminiscing about Sadeket and avoiding any real consideration of the Vaunyogi. He should have been thinking his way through the puzzles of who had killed the Kai and his son, who had spirited Otakvo away and then falsified his death, and why. The sad truth was, he didn't know and wasn't sure that anything he'd done since he'd come had brought him much closer. He understood more of the court politics. He knew the names of the great houses and trivia about them. Kamau was supported by the breeders who raised mine dogs and the copper workers, the Vaunani by the goldsmiths, tanners, and leather workers. Vaunyogi had business ties to Edensee, Galt, and the Westlands, and little money to show for it when compared to the Radha-ani. But none of that brought him close to understanding the simple facts as he knew them. Someone had killed these men and meant the world to put the blame on Otakvo, and Otakvo had not done the thing. Still, there had to be someone backing Otakvo, someone who had freed him and staged his false death. He ran through his conversation with Radha-ani again, seeing if perhaps the man's lack of ambition masked support for Otakvo, but there was nothing. He gave back the water-seller's cup, and let his steps wander through the streets, his hands tucked inside his sleeves, until his hip and knee started to complain. The sun was shifting down toward the western mountains. Winter days here would be brief and bitter, the swift winter sun ducking behind stone before it even reached the horizon. It hardly seemed fair. By the time he regained the palaces, the prospect of walking all the way to the Vaunyogi failed to appeal. They would be busy with preparations for the wedding, anyway. There was no point intruding now. Better to speak to the Aya Vaunyogi afterwards, when things had calmed. Though, of course, by then the Utkayam would be in council, and the gods only knew whether he'd be able to get through then, or if he'd be in time. He might only find who'd done the thing by seeing who became the next Kai. There was still the one other thing to do. He wasn't sure how he would accomplish it, either, but it had to be tried, and at least the poet's house was nearer than the Vaunyogi. He angled down the path through the oaks, the gravel of the pathway scraping under his weight. The mourning cloth had already been taken from the tree branches and the lamp-posts and benches, but no bright banners or flowers had taken their places. When he stepped out from the trees, he saw a stone made soft sitting on the steps before the open doorway, its wide face considering him with a calm half-smile. Maati had the impression that had he been a sparrow or an assassin with a flaming sword, the Andat's reaction would have been the same. He saw the large form lean back, turning to face into the house, and heard the deep, rough voice, if not the words themselves. Samai was at the door in an instant, his eyes wide and bright, and then bleak with disappointment before becoming merely polite. With an almost physical sensation, it fit together. Samai's rage at holding back news at Ota's survival, the lack of wedding decoration, and the disappointment that Maati was only himself and not some other, more desired guest. The poor bastard was in love with Ida'an Machi. Well, that was one secret discovered. It wasn't much, but the gods all knew he'd take anything these days. He took a pose of greeting, and Samai returned it.
"I was wondering if you had a moment," Maati said. "Of course, Maati Kvo. Come in."
The house was in a neat sort of disarray. Tables hadn't been overturned or scrolls set in the brazier, but things were out of place, and the air seemed close and stifling. Memories rose in his mind. He recalled the moments in his own life when a woman had left him. The scent was very much the same. He suppressed the impulse to put his hand on the boy's shoulder and say something comforting. Better to pretend he hadn't guessed. At least he could spare Samai that indignity. He lowered himself into a chair, groaning with relief as the weight left his legs and feet.
"I've gotten old. When I was your age, I could walk all day and never feel it." "Perhaps if you made it more a habit," Samai said. "I have some tea. It's a little tepid now, but if you'd like."
Maati raised a hand, refusing politely. Samai, seeming to notice the state of the house now there were someone else's eyes on it, opened the shutters wide before he came to sit at Maati's side.
"I've come to ask for more time," Maati said. "I can make excuses first if you like, or tell you that as your elder and an envoy of the Dai Quo, it's something you owe me. Any of that theater you'd like, but it comes to this. I don't know yet what's happening, and it's important to me that if something does go wrong for Otakwo, it not have been my doing."
Samai seemed to weigh this.
"Bharat tells me you had a message from the Dai Quo," Samai said. "Yes, after he heard I turned Otakwo over to his father, he called me back." "And you're disobeying that call?" "I'm exercising my own judgment." "Will the Dai Quo make that distinction?" "I don't know," Maati said. "If he agrees with me, I suppose he'll agree with me. If not, then not. I can only guess what he would have said if he'd known everything I know, and moved from there." "And you think he'd want Ota's secret kept?"
Maati laughed and rubbed his hands together. His legs were twitching pleasantly, relaxing from their work. He stretched, and his shoulder cracked.
"Probably not," he said. He'd more likely say that it isn't our place to take an active role in the succession. That he'd sent me here with that story about rooting through the library so that it wouldn't be clear to everyone over 3 summers old what I was really here for. He might also mention the questions I've been asking have been bad enough without lying to the Utkayem while I'm at it.
You haven't lied, Samai said, and then a moment later, well, actually, I suppose you have. You aren't really doing what you believe the Dai Quo would want.
No.
And you want my complicity?
Yes, or, that is, I have to ask it of you, and I have to persuade you if I can, though in truth, I'd be as happy if you could talk me out of it.
I don't understand. Why are you doing this? And don't only say that you want to sleep well after you've seen another 20 summers. You've done more than anyone could have asked of you. What is it about Otamachi that's driving you to this?
Oh, Ma'ati thought, you shouldn't have asked that question, my boy, because that one I know how to answer, and it'll sting you as much as me. He steepled his fingers and spoke.
He and I loved the same woman once, when we were younger men. If I do him harm or let him come to harm that I could have avoided, I couldn't look at her again and say it wasn't my anger that drove me. My anger at her love for him. I haven't seen her in years, but I will someday. And when I do, I need it to be with a clear conscience. The Dai Quo may not need it, the poets may not, but despite our reputations, we're men under these robes, and as a man to a man, it's something I would ask of you. Another week, just until we can see who's likely to be the new Kai.
There was a shifting sound behind him. The Andat had come in silently at some point and was standing at the doorway with the same simple, placid smile. Samai leaned forward and ran his hands through his hair 3 times